Welcome to America's Day at the Races with live racing coverage from the Big A Aqueduct as we have the featured Heavenly Prize. And Falconet, she got the better of Battle Bling last time out in the mile and an eighth ladies handicap. But Battle Bling, she's out for redemption as they both cut back to the mile distance today. And last year, she was just narrowly defeated, and she could turn the tables on that foe this time around. Live racing from Oaklawn Park, where the Razorback Handicap is their featured race. Grade 3, 600,000. West Willpower will make his 2023 debut, but he faces a tough field loaded with other speed. We'll have all that and so much more here on the program, which is brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. And it's a glorious February afternoon, feeling much more like it seasonably should. After some warm weather this past week, we are back into the upper 30s, nearly 40s, and it's always warm and lovely in here. When I'm next to my co-host, Anthony Stabile, I'm Maggie Wolfendale, and we have a great card here, the Big A at Oaklawn, as well as that cross-country Pick 5, Anthony.
Yeah, we got a ticket for that cross-country Pick 5 coming up. Magony back together for the first time in a while. This might be the first Magony of 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Fun day, beautiful winter's day here at the Big A. I've spent many of them in my 45-plus years on this wonderful planet here at Aqueduct in the winter, and fun day of racing ahead. A loaded maiden race in race number 7, a race that I'm really looking forward to. We got the Heavenly Prize coming up that you and I will cover in race number 3. Lots of fun action at Oaklawn as well.
Yeah, and that 7th race does kick off that cross-country Pick 5. Here is the Heavenly Prize Invitational, though, named for the Phipps' 8-time Grade 1 winner, champion 3-year-old filly. And we do see only a field of 4 going postward, but kind of a field in which you could make a case for a lot of these. But the real showdown is between Falconet and Battle Bling. And Anthony, I don't know about you, but I thought that Falconet got the run of this race, where Battle Bling, she was never in a comfortable position throughout the running of this 9 furlongs.
Never in a comfortable position. An excuse, perhaps. I don't know if she's going to be able to turn the tables on Falconet today, Maggie, for the simple fact that Falconet beat her from off the pace. And I think Falconet's best game is being on the front end. There was a lot of pace signed on for the ladies. There was a lot of pace in the ladies. And it looks like Falconet's going to have her run of the race today on the front end in this Heavenly Prize Invitational. I would imagine she's going to have to play, Battle Bling is going to have to play Falconet's game today, and I think that gives her an even more decided edge.
Do you think they might get aggressive, though, with Battle Bling? Because some of her better efforts have come when she's forward. Now, albeit those are going longer, but she's on the inside, and I don't think they want to be stuck on the inside again. I
just don't know if she's as fast, if Battle Bling is as fast naturally as Falconet. You know, Falconet's a little more lightly raced than Battle Bling is as well. So I just wonder if she's just a faster filly.
Yeah, very well,
especially at this point in their careers.
All right, we also have some graded stakes action coming up a little bit later on the card, as Oaklawn, they will have the Razorback Grade 3, 600,000, mile and a 16th, and this is a very interesting field, Anthony, where the 2-to-1 morning line favorite, at least, is West Willpower, as he will come in here for Brad Cox off a little bit of a layoff, and 2 as the beaten favorite last time out in the Grade 1 Clark.
I think much like our Heavenly Prize, the story in here is the pace. There's an awful lot of pace signed on in here, Maggie.
Yep.
And the funny thing about that is the pace in here are the horses that kind of make sense. Ginobili, who won the 5th season, and here's West Willpower. Here he is going flag fall to that's all, almost a 7-length win in the Fayette, a Grade 2 over at Keeneland, 2 starts back. He just missed. He got gunned down the last 50 yards or so in that Grade 1 Clark at Churchill Downs on closing weekend. He's, in all likelihood, they're going to have to deal with each other at some point early in this running of the Razorback. And you know, you have a horse like Hero Status also who has some speed. I imagine that they're gonna hit early and maybe even late, and maybe the old pro and the Oaklawn loving rated R superstar, who's already a millionaire overall, can make it $1 million in earnings down in Hot Springs alone.
I thought he was very interesting. You're always going to get a generous price on him for Martin Villafranco, David Cabrera in the irons for Danny Caldwell, and it's a very interesting sequence that we have lined up. Tampa's Lightning City Stakes will be the second leg, and race 8, our co-featured allowance, some good allowance races on the card today too, and then the Turf Dash coming up is the 4th leg, and then we'll round it out with that Razorback. And just so you know, it starts at $3.55 roundabout, and you've got a ticket for us, my friend.
I do, and I'm going to try and no singles. We're going to go for just under $100, $96 ticket here this afternoon. You see a little bit of a spread. Foxburg's going to be a big price in the maiden race here at the Big A. We're going to try and get him home for our man Lee Einsiedler. He was the favorite in a maiden race down at Gulfstream most recently. He'll be the biggest price. A spread race in the Lightning City. Too deep in our co-feature, the allowance race there. Today's flavor is going to be tough to beat. I'm going to try my boy Russian to win, to run him down late in the game. He can make the ticket as well. 4 deep in that Turf Dash, and then we just talked about Rated R Superstar. I'm trying to giving it away a little bit here. I think Rated R Superstar is going to run down Ginobili and West Willpower late if one of the speeds holds on. I think at that mile and a 16 distance, West Willpower has the edge over Ginobili, so Absolutely. I'll use those two.
All right, and just so you know, full disclosure, I think he put Lee's horse in there because he brought us sandwiches. Here we are. But as you got that sampling from Anthony, we have a lot more to come on the show. As always, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, and we are fast and firm for those 2 Tampa races, but across the board here. And we do start off the late pick 5 here in race number 5 at the Big A. If you want to play along with today's races and play that cross-country pick 5, make sure you do so with a Naira Bets account where you can earn that $200 deposit match. If you're a new member, just use promo code MATCH200. Check out NairaBets.com today.
That pick 5 tickets also, the cross-country pick 5 tickets also up with all my other stuff. Race of the week is the Razorback. It's all up at NairaBets.com.
You're a wealth of information. I hope you have some good thoughts here on this opener. We do see the lettered part of the entry come out, and 9 to 5 on the drop down. 3rd time starter for Todd Pletcher, Laurel Valley, as he will look to, I don't know, make a good showing of himself for the first time. Also, Suppresso taking a lot of money. A drop down on the outside, as I think this one is pretty interesting, though. You know, he at least has the experience going this mile distance, but more to come, including a paddock report from Richard Migliori on the other side of this break here on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
If you're ever in and around Lexington, make sure you check out Claiborne Farm. Their farm tours are exceptional, and they are proud sponsors of our show here on America's Day at the Races. Sun is shining brilliantly over the Aqueduct Oval, and we are fast and getting ready for today's first race. Anthony, we also see a first-time starter from the Ray Handlebarn, and he's teaming up with one of his regular riders, Katie Davis.
They teamed up for a big one last Sunday here at the Big A. The neon lights are bright. Mag's on Broadway, and that's what's funny how. She was not a clown. She did not amuse anybody last Sunday in the Broadway. She got the job done. 5 in a row now, first stakes victory. And they'll team up here with this daughter of Mucho Macho Man. So we'll see how she fares. Did you see your favorite? 9-5. Oof. Co-favorite, actually.
And at 9-2, Saratoga Red, that first-time starter, is taking some play in here. As the dam was unraced, the half did take 14 tries to break its maiden. And the second dam, a little bit more of a turf horse. Probably lands in the right spot, and this is not a very tough field, but it is often tough to debut at a mile.
I do wonder if the money this gelding is taking is a function of not wanting to take the horses who have run already.
Exposed, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, I had a negative stat on Rudy Rodriguez, but Hot Rod Lincoln is 11-1, so I would feel bad using it.
Yeah, no, this is a very strange tote board. The number 2, Saratoga Strong. The other Ray Handle in here, if you will,
is ice. Well, I thought that 4-1 was a little bit wrong morning line, but I'm not one to judge. But I didn't see any reason why this horse should be a short price. As we'll kick things off, though, with number 1 for this post parade. It's Hot Rod Lincoln, as he does decide to stretch out here in his 5th career start.
Blinkers come off. The horse ran twice to start his career without the blinkers. Blinkers were on the last 2. Got beat a combined 49 1/4 lengths in those starts.
Maddie Oliver will be aboard Saratoga Strong. This one did show speed stretching out.
Yeah, third in the slop, 2 back, first time stretching out, then caught a fast track and showed that speed and tired at about the half-mile pole.
Here's that first-time starter, Saratoga Red, with Katie Davis aboard.
The Mucho Macho Man out of Curlin, debuting for 25. Only spent 20 for this one. Wouldn't have to be much to get a piece here.
Here is the gray son of Boys of Toscanova. Boys Code does not possess any early speed, though.
Lowest claiming level of his career after trying the 40 last time just 9 days ago.
Number 5, Laurel Valley is your current tepid favorite at the moment at 9-5 wired last time.
From a $500,000 stakes race on December 17th to $25,000 maidens on February 18th. He's my top pick, and I am as embarrassed as I could possibly be at 9-5.
That's kind of a function of the field, though. As number 6, Leota, he has not done much running in his last 3 dirt tries.
We gave you some Goodfellas lines when it came to Funny How. Here's Leota, who has not hit the board in 6 tries since his debut on July 29th.
Here's the interesting runner that's now just clicked to favoritism at 8-5. Number 7, Sorpresso. See, drops in class.
One of a couple. Actually, one of 4 for the barn on the Saturday card here. He drops all the way in for a quarter, gets Lasix. He's never been lower than 14.5 to 1. Today he's 9-5.
Actually comes out of a decent field, too, last time at Park. Second place finisher would come back to win with a 69 buyer. And the 5th place finisher, whom he beat, would come back to win as well. Well, gear up for this year's Kentucky Derby. We have that prep down in Louisiana, the Risen Star. But at Naira Bets, you can hit with a 1,000 win wager bonus. Hit a $5 win bet on the Grade 2 Risen Star today, and you'll get that share of $1,000. Make sure you
opt in
at nairabets.com.
That's also, by the way, you can also beat the Big A over at nairabets.com.
Who's your, we'll get to in a
that's
second.
That's a free contest. If you beat me, you'll win tickets to the 2023 Belmont Stakes. So far, plenty of people are beating me. I don't think it's going to fare too well for y'all by the time this thing wraps up on April 15th. But you can come and try as hard as you like.
He just said y'all.
I did say y'all.
Like New Orleans is seeping in.
Yeah, y'all.
We'll preview that Risen Star in just a moment. But a guy that wasn't easy to beat here at the Big A, the winningest rider in Aqueduct's history, Richard Migliore. He joins us now as he's standing by trackside. Hey, Mig.
Hey, Maggie. Great to be on with you guys. Lord Anthony James, a.k.a. the Big A, and Maggie. It's been a while. Beautiful day, a little cool, but brilliant sunshine. And from a physical perspective, let's talk horses. The one, Hot Rod Lincoln, really making a nice impression for Rudy Rodriguez. He gets a rider, Jamie Torres, and with my time off, I haven't watched a lot of races, but I've been very impressed what I've seen from this young man. For an apprentice jockey, and particularly a 7-pound apprentice jockey, watch the way this kid hand rides. More reminiscent of an older rider. Really very strong in the finish as far as his hand ride and the rhythm he gets into. And no surprise that he's represented by Angel Cordero, who had one of the nicest hand rides in the history of the game. The 3 first-time starters, Saratoga Red, really perked up when he got on the track. Katie Davis won the stake with Funny How for Ray Handel last week. I think she's been riding terrific, putting horses in the right position. Tough to debut at a mile, but this horse does look fit. And like I said, in the paddock, really was a little bit nondescript. On the racetrack, really perked up and kind of liked what I saw from him in the warm-up. The 5, Laurel Valley, will be my top selection. He's your favorite. He just looked fantastic. He didn't get anything out of his first race when he was in the Stallion Stakes, came back for 40. I thought it was an improved effort, but I think he probably took it to another level because he got something out of that race. And in the warm-up, he was a standout under Jose Lezcano, who's been riding very well. And the 7, Sorpresso, Son of Frosted, really nice-looking horse. Another one in the paddock, didn't really grab my eye on the track, really framed up nicely, started to use himself properly, and he gets a good outside draw going the mile here at Aqueduct.
All right, Mig going with number 5, Laurel Valley, just like you, now your current even money favorite. How much stock did you put into the fact that they debuted this horse, as you mentioned, the $500,000 New York Stallion Series Stakes?
So we had 2 $500,000 races for the Stallion Series. For those of you who don't know, Stallion Series are different than state-bred races. You have to be sired by a stallion that stands in New York.
You don't have to be state-bred, though.
You don't have to be state-bred, though. But you have to be sired by a stallion that stands in New York. There were 22 horses entered in the combined filly and colt race 13 of them were maidens. So it's not the most difficult races in the world, and they put up $500,000 for each division. To say I was not surprised would be an understatement. He did not run 2 steps. And the truth of the matter is he didn't run much. He didn't really run much better.
I thought,
He ran
maybe
okay.
I'm making a little bit of an excuse for him. I just thought he didn't look comfortable being down and chasing from the inside and
Yeah.
kind of got shuffled back around the turn where Fire King was able just to prance along on the front end by himself and able to take down that field.
Maggie, if you like this horse today, there's not much justification for liking anybody in here.
No, you're grasping at straws
You're
at
hoping
the end
he's
of the
run.
day.
You're hoping Todd Pletcher and his New York assistant Byron Hughes have just run this horse into shape.
Yeah.
That's really all it is.
Yeah.
He's a maiden, one of the last crops of the late Lauban, and you're just hoping this horse has kind of run himself into shape and certainly, I'll tell you what, competition is not going to be his excuse today. If he does not beat these horses today, he's not going to be able. They're not going to be able to turn to my mini golf arch nemesis, Kurt Wyckoff, and say, "Well, boss, we found a tough bunch this afternoon."
Well, do you think that Jose Lozcano is aggressive with Laurel Valley?
He should be.
He should.
He should be.
I mean, there really isn't much other pace in here. There's horses. There's
Saratoga
one horse stretching out, but it's not like Hot Rod Lincoln has shown that, and they take the blinkers off today.
Right. We don't know what Suppresso's going to do from the outside stretching out. He went long on the turf one time, but that's a complete different beast. We don't know. I mean, Saratoga Strong could show some speed. We don't know what the Ray Handle first of the 3 Saratoga Red's going to do. But if you're Jose Lozcano on Laurel Valley, and Jose has been aggressive, especially as of late, I think you make them play your game.
Yeah.
You're on the even money favorite. Whether you're the best horse or not, that remains to be seen. But you act like you're on the best horse when you're even money and let him come get you.
I will say this about Suppresso. His last race was contested over a sloppy racetrack, and he just did not look like he was
didn't.
handling it. He was climbing all over the place, and he was the only horse to really make up kind of significant ground, even though you're still beaten 7.5 lengths. But it was an effort that might be a little bit better than it would appear on paper as he does get back to a fast track, main track for only the 2nd time in his career.
Yeah, we'll see how he fares, and it's a big drop as well. I mean, that's again, that could be all of their best friends today. The fact that they've found a bunch of horses that, again, competition cannot be used as an excuse today for the horses that do not get out of the maiden ranks.
They are loading into line here for this opener at the Big A. It does kick off the early pick 5, which yesterday we had that major carryover. It was a hit with one upset, I would say, a 15-1 shot in the 4th leg of that sequence. We'll see if there's any upsets here in today's first as Laurel Valley, he takes his place in line. Will Todd Pletcher get the win here for 3 Diamonds Farm? We send it up to Chris Griffin with the call of Aqueduct Race 1.
All set. And they're off. Laurel Valley has early speed. There's Boys Code is hard driven, and also at the rail is going to be Hot Rod Lincoln. They line up on the front end. Leota's up on the outside with Sorpresso, and the rail is open here for Saratoga Strong, who's going to try and challenge for the early lead, but it's Laurel Valley who's in front. Laurel Valley is up by a half length. Mild pressure to the inside now from Saratoga Strong, who creeps closer. Up on the outside is Leota, who's tracking in 3rd. Sorpresso is under a tight hold, is out in the center of the racetrack, is challenging for that 3rd spot. They're tightly bunched on the front end as Saratoga Strong is now the new leader. Hot Rod Lincoln is in the pink silks, is right in behind this leading quartet. It's a gap of 5 back to Saratoga Red, and the trailer is Boys Code. They work up the backstretch here in the opener. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Laurel Valley has got pace pressure, is in between horses, but now puts ahead back in front. Saratoga Strong is losing ground to the inside, and Sorpresso is ready to pounce up on the outside. And here comes Sorpresso after Laurel Valley, and these two are starting to get away a little bit. Hot Rod Lincoln is right in behind them. The long shot is tracking off of these pace setters as they work well into the far turn, and they approach a quarter mile left to go. 47.36 for a half mile time. Laurel Laurel Valley and Sorpreso. Boys Code is launching a rally up on the far outside grandstand side, the top of the stretch. Laurel Valley is kicked for home, but here comes Hot Rod Lincoln, who's in pursuit, and Boys Code continues to challenge up on the outside. A furlong left to go, and Hot Rod Lincoln has taken the lead. It's Hot Rod Lincoln who kicks away, is up by a length and a half. Boys Code is challenging up on the outside. Laurel Valley is now going to be back to third. Hot Rod Lincoln, Boys Code, Hot Rod Lincoln, and Boys Code, Hot Rod Lincoln. At a price, Hot Rod Lincoln over Boys Code, Laurel Valley, and Sorpreso in 1 minute 41.59 seconds.
It was an upset, 13-1 on the Rudy Rodriguez Hot Rod Lincoln. Good thing I didn't give out that negative stat. And all he was asking for, Anthony, was a little more ground to work with.
Yeah, and Jamie Torres, who is now one of 3 7-pound apprentice riders. You don't
He
see
looks
that.
good.
He does look good.
Yeah,
He
you
does
can
look
see
good.
angels at the helm with this guy.
Yeah, and you know, of the 3 apprentice riders here, Jason Hueyas, he's had some publicity. Obviously, Maddie Olver, we've heard plenty about her. Jamie Torres, kind of the mystery man a little bit here. Maybe we start to find out a little bit more about him.
Started in Florida.
Yeah, started in Florida. Got a little good seat on a horse, good finisher. This horse, he gave this was a good ride because a lot of inexperienced riders, a lot of apprentice riders would have gotten themselves a little jammed up here. This horse had a lot of horse. He didn't have anywhere to go, and he was behind horses doing the right thing, just keeping this horse covered up. Hole opened, let the horse roll, hit the hole, put him through. You see all hand ride here. Never goes to the crop. It's all a hand ride, and he gets his horse out of the maiden ranks. Start number 5 for a horse that never hit the board in 5 starts, that got beat a combined almost 50 lengths in his last 2 starts. He rode this horse like he was on the best horse today from the quarter pole home, and he was.
He did. A well done to, do we know if it's Jaime or Jamie?
I was told it was Jamie.
Okay.
But I don't, you know.
I'm in a nice exacta with the 4. Boys Code was very wide off the turn, but was able to rally for second. Your 4-5 favorite, Laurel Valley, settles for third, as we will bring you prices on the other side of this break, as well as a preview from the big stakes action from the Fairgrounds, the Road to the Oaks, and the Derby. It is making its way to NOLA, as we'll preview the Hoosier Filly and the Rachel Alexandra, as well as Victory Formation in the Risen Star, coming up next.
Here comes Malathon, here comes Clariere on the outside, and it's gonna be Clariere! Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint outside. It's Malathon coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs has live racing every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Thanks for tuning in to the program today here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, along with the rest of the crew, and we're brought to you by Naira Bets. Race 1 would go to Hot Rod Lincoln for Rudy Rodriguez, getting the win with apprentice rider Jamie Torres for Michael Imperio, Gabrielle Farm et al. And he was the one stretching out in distance, and a very professional ride, as we were mentioning before the break, from this 7-pound apprentice.
Yeah, Jamie Torres just waited for that. I mean, you say hole to open, but Suppresso really backed out of there quick. I don't think I realized that, did you?
I did.
He really
He was like, bye.
He vanished. He was like Bermuda Triangle, vanished out of there.
He needed some espresso.
Yeah. Suppresso. That was good, Max. Yeah, good ride. You know, I love the fact that we have developed so many good young riders here. Jose Gomez just lost his bug, and as soon as he loses his bug, boom. There's 3 apprentices here that are winning. I think we had one day, was it last Friday or was it 2? No, we canceled last Friday. So 2 Fridays ago, 3 7-pound bugs won a race here in New York. Dave Grenning from the Racing Form and I were talking about it. I've been around here an awful long time. I don't ever remember 3 7-pound bugs, which is kind of a rarity, having the 7 pounds, 3 of them at one time. I don't think I ever remember 3 in one day winning on the circuit.
Well, and of course, you know, with one day left in his apprenticeship, Jose Gomez would take down the co-feature Jimmy Wingfield Stakes last Saturday too. So the apprentice riders here in the winter do tend to take somewhat center stage.
And that was something that was really a lot more prevalent 25, 30 years ago, where the bug, as they call it, was, and it gets that name from the little asterisk you see next to the weight in the program, it would get so much attention because that, you know, you try to take every edge you can. And 5, 7, or 10-pound allowance is huge any time of the year, but especially, you know, in the wintertime. And you see that 7 pounds, obviously, Rudy, who's somebody who's been a big proponent of using bug riders his entire training career, all 12 years of his career, takes advantage of throughout the winter.
Well, as I was mentioning too before the break, the road to the Kentucky Derby, it stops, I should say, in New Orleans this evening, as we will see the Risen Star, a full field lined up, 14 horses as of now, going postward, of course, named for the Preakness and Belmont winner Risen Star, campaigned by Louis Russell, Ronnie Lamarck. As victory formation, he is installed as your 3-1 morning line favorite, and in just 3 starts, Anthony, he has done nothing wrong. We'll see, can he answer the distance question? But with that pedigree, I say he could.
Yeah, with just another 16th of a mile, the way he won this Smarty Jones, stretching out from the 2 sprints to the route, it shouldn't be a problem. His big issue today, Maggie, has to be post 13. He has to cross and clear. I should say another 1/8 of a mile. I apologize. Yeah. He's got to cross and clear. You'd have to imagine someone is going to go from that. I should say from the inside draw. They're almost all inside of him at this point from post 13. He's a nice horse, and he's obviously one of the major players in this race this afternoon. But there it is. He is in post 13, and that's an awful lot of traffic you have to get around in your first start at a new venue going that 9 furlongs.
Of course, sired by a Belmont winner in Taprit. He will go out for Brad Cox and Flavian Pratt, but well, a horse that we're familiar with, thanks to his trainer, Tom Amos, Curly Jack. You know, he had so much traffic trouble going back to this Kentucky Jockey Club, which was won by Instant Coffee, who did not disgrace himself either in coming back in winning the Southwest Stakes in his next start. And Curly Jack, what I find interesting about him, and I think there's so much upside, Anthony, in that he was running figures that a lot of this field has done as a 3-year-old. He was running them as a 2-year-old.
Cool horse. Can kind of put him anywhere in the race, can kind of put him anywhere on the racetrack. You saw him winning the place photo up the inside there. Won the Iroquois last year as a 2-year-old. Like you said, his figs as a 2-year-old kind of mirror what these horses have done 6 months earlier.
Right.
Now, And he broke his maiden in his debut. So you figure the little bit of the rest coming back fresh should not be. It doesn't always translate, but it should not be an issue because he technically won as fresh as you can possibly be the first time you go to the starting gate.
Well, Greg Wolf and I spoke to his trainer, Tom Amos, on the show yesterday, and he said that, the biggest thing that he's noticed from 2 to 3 with that break in mind is that he's so much more focused on competing, that he's so much more of a competitor now, and it feels as though he's going to be more professional in a lot of his efforts. So we'll see, can Curly Jack rise to the occasion in today's Risen Star as you check out the road to the Kentucky Derby, which does take place on May 6th this year. Next, we will have the Rebel next weekend out at Oaklawn Park. Looking forward to being out there, and then a ton on March 4th. It does stop here in New York with the Gotham, the Fountain of Youth, the San Felipe, and at Turfway with the John Battaglia Memorial.
Yeah, that's some schedule. Getting ready to roll into the 50-point preparations. They start today with the Risen Star, and now is where you really start to stamp your tickets. A win in the Risen Star today, and you're pretty much assured to start in the Kentucky Derby starting gate. And that's important because now you can start to figure out once you get your points and you're assured that starting gate spot, you have 9 weeks to figure out the best way to get your horse there.
Well, the first Friday in May, the Kentucky Oaks will also see a prep race this evening down in New Orleans at the fairgrounds with the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra. And this one, it's a contentious field with 2 horses who have made a name for herself. And of course, number 2, Who's Your Filly, will put that undefeated record 3 for 3 on the line. This daughter of Into Mischief, she makes her 3-year-old debut today.
It's funny. I don't remember a filly, and we've had some real interesting ones the last 4 or 5 years. But they're talking about this filly like she is the proverbial second coming. She was a ridiculous price. I don't care how impressed you are with her, and she's nice. She's a really nice filly, but she is a ridiculous price in the Kentucky Derby.
I know, but she 12-1. That's crazy.
7-1, I think.
Oh my goodness!
Right?
We'll see what
she's
that price is after today.
She's 50-1 to run in the Kentucky Derby. She's 7-1 to. I'll book 7-1 to win the Kentucky Derby. I'll be generous. I'll give you 10 if you want to bet on her to win the Kentucky Derby right now. With that said, it looks like a 2-horse racing on paper.
What do you think about Chop Chop putting the blinkers on?
I think she will devour Chop Chop today. I know Chop Chop has the recency, and I will more often than not side with the recency. I think she is a much better filly than Chop Chop.
You give Pretty Mischievous a look?
I think they are all running for second money today. I think if that morning line could ever hold up, I will not even save the $5 for socks for you Odd Couple fans. I will take 6-5 on Hoosier Philly until my Naira Bets account frizzes and this phone frizzles out, and this phone explodes in my hand.
Let's hope it doesn't frizzle out. As Hoosier Philly,
fizzles out.
She is looking for that undefeated territory and looking, if all things go accordingly, to give Tom Amos his second Kentucky Oaks win. Now back to the here and now. Second race coming up here at Aqueduct as we have a nice and good-looking contentious field for this optional allowance claimer going the 6.5 furlongs. And Dylan Davis, he and Manny Franco are tied at the top of the leaderboard, and he will be aboard King Angelo looking for back-to-back wins for Jorge Abreu, who's also having a very nice meet as well. The jockey race, it's heating up here at the Big A. Stay tuned. It's America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Our program keeps rolling here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. As we have horses in the paddock for today's second race, this does kick off a pick 3 and pick 4 sequence. And standing by in the paddock and getting a good look at this nice looking field of allowance horses is Richard Migliore as he brings you this race 2 paddock report.
Thanks, Maggie. And it's really a competitive race on paper. And look at them from a physical perspective, it seems to get even more competitive. I'm just going to talk about 1, 2, and 3. Just make it that simple. The one, the Nabokov, couldn't look any better. What you'd expect from a Chad Brown runner. Light, lithe kind of horse. Got a great coat on him for the middle of, or towards the end even now of February. Inside post with a race that doesn't have what I consider real sprint speed. So I think working out a trip's going to be critical for him, but from a physical perspective, could not look any better. King Angelo, he looks fast. I mean, he's just a solid, almost kind of compact kind of horse. Another one, coat could not be better, especially for this time of year. And maybe he could play out to be the speed of the speed. I think a lot of how this race is going to run is by jockey initiative. And then the 3, Sheriff Bianco from the Linda Rice Barn, making a great impression. I do think that he's going to appreciate the turn back. I think the mile last time stretched him. He was ripe to be picked up by Bourbonic, but I think now getting back to 6.5 furlongs, and he should be forwardly placed. And another one from a physical perspective, just could not look any better.
Meg, thank you. And Sheriff Bianco, he's your current 7-5 favorite. And I mean, he has just rattled off, straight 90 buyers for the last 5 performances. The one thing I don't like that I've noticed is that while he's running fast races, in his last 2 efforts, he has not switched leads. As we take a look at him now, and this is 3 back when he defeated King Angelo. He switches leads here. It takes him a little while right there, but he's looked to be laboring in his 2 runner-up performances since then.
And on paper, it looks like he's just not finishing up. And that's in part because he's not switching.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, he is. It's funny, too, Maggie, because like you said, his figs have pretty much stayed the same. He, in fact, ran the fastest figure of his life in his last race. And I kind of felt like his last 2 performances, even though they've come against stakes winners in Pirate Rick and Bourbonic, have been...
It's Bourbonic, Anthony.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
This is the guy who called him Bourbonic.
Yes.
When he began his career.
I called his maiden race, and I'm sticking to it. I think his last 2 races were not as good as his races 3 and 4 back.
I agree with you. They just haven't looked as good. I know they've come up fast. They just haven't looked as good. And I'll say King Angelo, Richie pointing out how well he looked. And he's a horse when he gets really hot and washy sometimes. He doesn't run his race, and he looks so calm and cool there. And I just feel like, they're finally sticking to the main track. This is the first time, though, first time in a long time, that he's going to be on a fast main track.
Yeah, in a very long time. I'll tell you what. Oh, ready?
Okay. Post parade, Nabokov, he cuts back another half furlong from the 7.
Kind of found himself on the lead last time. I think he'll be sitting a stalking trip today. He's another horse. He's just improved pretty much with every start.
I love the effort last time. Is King Angelo, he put in a big performance in that entry-level allowance.
I'd love to see Dylan just put him right on the front end today, Maggie. I think he's the speed in a race that there's really not a lot of natural speed in here.
It's odd, right, for a 6.5 furlong upper-level allowance as Sheriff Bianco. He is your current favorite.
Yeah, and what can you say? But this horse has been a model of consistency. 6 dirt starts, 3 wins, and 3 second-place finishes for almost $200,000 in earnings.
Anthony, I wonder if this long shot, number 4, Monday Morning QB, or quarterback, shows some speed, but his last 2 efforts bad.
Yeah, these Norm Cash horses, it's almost like their results come out of a bingo drum, and these are the horses that win, though. They pay $30 when they do.
American Gentleman, he's looking to refine some of the form that he had 3 back.
He won the A at the end very impressively 3 back, and his subsequent efforts stepping up to this class have just been awful.
And then there's number 6, Big Engine, second off the Linda Rice Reclaim. Will add blinkers again. It
was a long time between Linda Rice drinks for this son of Not for Love. The other Linda Rice in here, with Sheriff Bianco being your co-favorite at 9-5, could he come running late with the blinkers going on?
We saw it yesterday in that New York bred allowance race. Could it be the higher priced Linda? But Sheriff Bianco, he's holding strong as your 9-5 favorite as this meet's leading trainer looks to pad that lead a bit more on America's Day at the Races.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every Saturday. Races are posted weekly at NYRABets.com/crosscountry.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised in Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Maggie Wolfnell, Anthony Stabile, Richard Migliore. We'll check in with Paula Duca as we are approaching first race over at Oaklawn Park, but it's race number 2 up next here at the Big A, 6.5 furlongs, upper level allowance race. And we've seen favoritism flip-flopping between Sheriff Bianco and King Angelo. And Richie, we need some help. Who do you like here?
Well, I do think the race really does go between the first 3 horses, the 1, Nabokov, the 2, King Angelo, and the 3, Sheriff Bianco. Sheriff Bianco got a huge warm-up under Jose Lescano. I mean, he really warmed him up like there was some intention there. And I really do believe tactically this is going to be a jockey's race. If I was riding this race, if I was on any one of these 3 contenders, I'm coming out running and making sure that if you want the lead, you're going to have to go on and use your horse a little bit, create some separation. And the way Jose Lescano warmed up the 3, Sheriff Bianco, I think he will be aggressive, particularly turning back in distance. A horse I want to talk about from an equipment standpoint is the 4 Monday Morning QB. He's got a Houghton bit, which is a stronger, stouter kind of bit, help keep a horse straighter. He's got a figure 8, and he's got a burr. And it was always my experience when you had a burr with the figure 8 would actually inhibit the effectiveness of the burr, which is, like a brush on the outside, kind of plays with the horse's nerve endings on the side of the mouth to get them to cooperate more. So obviously he's a horse that has a tendency to want to bear out towards the outside. I just wonder with that figure 8 how effective the burr will actually be, but he does have a Houghton bit. Think power steering, if you will. And then my pick will be the 1, Nabokov. He now has just gone to favoritism. I thought I was getting a little bit of a better price. Was just so taken with him from a physical perspective, but he's going to have to work out a trip from that inside post with Manny Franco, who has been riding extremely well.
Yeah, Manny Franco and Dylan Davis tied atop of the jockey standings with 34 apiece. Now, Nabokov last time, I thought he was really interesting, turning back in distance, and he'll turn back even more today, Anthony. I think he is a horse that is better at this type of configuration. Now, last time it did come on a very wet racetrack, though.
Yeah, it was weird. Last time he kind of found himself on the lead, and I don't think that'll be the case today. He got run down by the other Chad Brown horse, the returning Dr. Ardito, who's in the Haynesfield on Monday. I don't know what to do with him. He's probably better off around these one-turn races, the sprints, and He's the favorite now. He's co-favorite, obviously. Actually, they're both 3-2. Him and Sheriff Bianco, which I'm kind of excited about now because I really like King Angelo today. I think King Angelo is going to go right to the lead today. I think he is far more effective when he is on the lead. I think Dylan's on the speed in here. He's faster than these horses early, and I would just like to see Dylan be aggressive with King Angelo and let him play catch me if you can.
I'm intrigued to see what he does on a fast track. I mean, this horse hasn't been on a fast track in ages.
I think his debut or his second
debut,
start. Right, yeah.
And Nabokov, I think, to give a little bit more accreditation to his second-place effort last time, he, as I mentioned, it was a very wet track, and it just always feels like you never want to be down on the inside, and he was game down on the inside, just to be nailed by Dr. Ardito, who was coming with that run down the middle, down the crown of the racetrack.
Yeah, Dr. Ardito's a really, really nice horse.
Yeah, nice New York bred as, what, is he undefeated? No,
like
I think
he lost
one
his debut.
One loss as they are almost in line here. An exciting allowance race as we get it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
All in line. All set. And they're off. Broken a very good line. American Gentleman's got early speed. Nabokov is in the early mix in between horses. Monday Morning Quarterback, and also there is Sheriff Bianco. Now 3 across the racetrack as American Gentleman's going to take back to 4th. In behind them is King Angelo, who's in 5th. Tightly bunched here in today's 2nd. Big Engine is the trailer. Monday Morning Quarterback now secures the front end. It's Jaime Torres, won the openers, looking to go back-to-back. Monday Morning Quarterback approaches 4 furlongs left to go, but Sheriff Bianco is right up alongside here in 2nd. Nabokov now taken back, patiently ridden at the rail, is just waiting for some room, and Big Engine makes a move into the turn. 22 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. It's Monday Morning Quarterback. Nabokov is ready to re-rally to the inside. Sheriff Bianco is still there, and Big Engine. These 4 as they approach a quarter mile left to go. King Angelo is fully extended. American Gentleman is the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch. 4 in a line. It's Nabokov at the rail. Monday Morning Quarterback, and now Sheriff Bianco is in the center of the racetrack, is challenging with Big Engine. King Angelo tips towards the outside. Anyone's race for a final furlong. Sheriff Bianco, maybe a nose in front. Big Engine now pounces, and Big Engine's taking the lead, but we'll have to deal with King Angelo late. Big Engine, King Angelo, Big Engine needs the line. King Angelo lunges, look like Big Engine, but it's a tight photo there at the wire. Big Engine and King Angelo in 1 minute 16.84. It's a photo finish.
Anthony, I don't know. They showed the 2 galloping out. Now they're showing Big Engine. That was close, and you gotta feel bad for the connections of King Angelo in here because
feel bad for me.
He was in a pickle of a spot.
He just held on.
He was in a pickle of a spot the entire race until about the 8th pole, if that. And he finally got out to the outside, and here he comes with big strides. I think just to come up ever so short behind Big Engine, who was more in the game with the blinkers on, coming off the short rest, in which Linda Rice, she's so adept at doing it. And they've posted it 11-1 on Big Engine over number 2, King Angelo. That was an exciting race.
When you handicap these races and you play out the scenarios in your head, I don't care how many times you handicap this race, there's no scenario where King Angelo's trying to run at Big Engine.
No.
And then the gate opens, and that's why it's the greatest game played outdoors, because King Angelo, for the last 1/8 of a mile, was running at Big Engine. You cannot use common sense and any handicapping angles to tell me that that's going to happen here today. But it did.
And we see for the second race in a row, a 7-pound apprentice get the win and the upset win at that, as Jason Juarez, he picks up the win for Linda Rice aboard Big Engine. It was the other Linda again, and that is a heartbreaking defeat for King Angelo.
6-2-3-1 under the line here. Big Engine. He got to be inside of horses today, too, kind of the middle of the pack. He's always done his best running inside of his rivals.
All right. Well, I'll put that. Well, Anthony will try to put that defeat behind him. That's a tough one to swallow. As Big Engine with an upset, we're getting off to quite a lively early pick 5 here once again. As we kick things off, though, over in Hot Springs with race number 1. It's an allowance race for the fillies and mares going the 6 furlongs. We did see a big scratch in here of Hyper Sport. She was your 8-5 morning line favorite. Now favoritism going to the lightly raced Dallas Stewart trainee Tales of Home. As Polly, I know you got a lot of tales to tell, but we just want to say hi.
How you doing, Maggie? We got a wonderful card here at Oaklawn, and we'll focus a little bit on the Razorback a little bit later on, which I think is a tremendous race when you look at some of the competitors in there. You have Ginobili, who is a horse that absolutely just pulled Ricardo Santana around the racetrack. You have West Willpower coming in for Brad Cox. Rob Altris has a horse obviously coming in that you guys all are very, very familiar with. And I'm going to catch up with Rob, too, as well, with Law Professor. And, you know, Keystone Field. Another little note on there, Maggie, is that hero status. I was able to talk to Mike Smith. Mike and I go way back, and we were supposed to have dinner tonight. And I was actually in communication with him all night. He had 4 or 5 flights canceled. He tried to take a red eye out again at 7 in the morning at Burbank. He just could not get here. So Francisco Arrieta will pick up the mount on hero status. Another horse where you look in this race, him as well as Ginobili, as well as some of the others in here, including the 2 Law Professor, have completely improved with blinkers on. So the feature here today at Oaklawn is very competitive.
Paulie, good tidbits there. So Mike Smith not riding hero status, as you just heard Paul mention. But do you think number 9 in here, Tales of Home, is the horse to beat? She looks great out on the track, though. We'll check in with Paulie in a moment because I'm intrigued for his thoughts here. And yeah, Tales of Home ran huge, I thought, last time in Breaking Your Maiden, and she has a lovely pedigree being out of the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner for Shug McGahee Pleasant Home. But is she 2-1 worthy, or do you think she is after the scratch of Hypersport?
Well, I'm not a 4-time All-Star catcher, but I was a pretty good catcher in my day, Maggie. I wasn't as good as this guy, but I was pretty good.
Polly, you are the only catcher on this program.
Oh, I tell you what, I can't call races at Yonkers like my Big A, the Big A does over there. And he dropped a Larry Letterman line the other night when a horse was up about 7 lengths. If this was a fight, they would call it over there, or they would call it a knockout. So great calling there over there at Yonkers, the Big A. Don't think I'm not paying attention, my friend. You know, when you look at the Dallas Stewart horse on the outside, you know, at 2-1, yes, I think definitely she's the one to beat. She comes off a very good effort. You know, Dallas had stretched her out in her second career start. And in her last career start, you know, when you look, the fractions were very, very fast. And she was not far off it at all, especially coming out of that route race. So you can tell that she's very, very, I would think, precocious and a horse that, you know, when she lost at 2-5, she didn't have a lot go her way. And I remember Dallas was not really happy with that when he came back to Churchill Downs, or after the first race at Churchill Downs. He didn't really love the ride, and he thought the horse should have won. So when he stretched her out, maybe that was a little too much. But yeah, I think she is the one. You look at the 8, she's all class. You look at some others in here. Who clears this field? The 8, you know, when you look at the 8, does she have the most upside? Because, you know, she's been sitting on the sideline, and this is her first start as a 4-year-old, and she had some good races as a 3-year-old. I think she's a contender at 4-1. Sylvia, the 3, at 8-1, I think it's an overlay. The horse is a 4-time winner, and you're running into some other horse. I know this horse is in for 12-5, but still a 4-time winner. I landed on the 1 Comedy Act. I liked this horse last time. Now, I know that this horse got a perfect pocket trip, but I think with the speed in here, I think this horse gets the same kind of trip and with a little bit more punch. Second time off the route to back to Bayerano. This horse was 18-1 last time out. you're getting 3-1 today, Maggie. So I'll go with the one here, Comedy Act, to start off the card here at 3-1.
Well, we may or may not give you winners, but we did solve a mystery on today's show. And that is, what does Paulie do on the dark days?
We know what Paulie does on Monday and
Watch
Tuesday nights.
Yonkers.
He's watching the old
Love
Hilltop.
the old Paulie.
If it was a fight, they'd
Wait,
stop
what?
at his
The old
Larry's line,
Hilltop?
though. That's the old Hilltop. You're the Hilltop.
No, we're old Hilltop.
Then the Yonkers are just the Hilltop.
Okay, thank you, sir. Pimlico. is
Excuse
what we're
me.
talking
Watch your looks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I know you're very New York based, but I gotta rep Maryland a little bit. But we're repping Oaklawn as they are in, and we send it out to Vic Stauffer for the call of race 1.
They're off. Very even start. Lady D. Marie goes to the front from Canada's Customs and Sylvia. Then to the outside in Tales of Home. Off-ramp is Between Horses at the Rail Comedy Act. And the trailer is She's All Class. Lady D. Marie in charge up the backstretch. She leads it by a length and a half. Comedy Act going to move through from the inside, while Canada's Customs is 3 wide. And now moving up 5 wide is Tales of Home. Inside of her is off-ramp. Sylvia's in that second mix as well. She's All Class is still the trailer. 3 furlongs from the money in the opener. And Lady D. Marie is the one to catch. Lady D. Marie, a length and a quarter in front of Canada's Customs in second. Then Tales of Home to the outside with Comedy Act at the rail. Sylvia has 5 lengths now to make up. She's All Class, Never Happy today. Top of the stretch, Lady D. Marie is 2 lengths in front. Tales of Home and Canada's Customs are second and third. Then Comedy Act at the rail, and here comes Canada's Customs trying to get Lady D. Marie as well as Tales of Home. Lady D. Marie still narrowly in front. Canada's Customs for Steve Asmussen right alongside, and these two will come to the wire with Tales of Home to the outside. Canada's Customs, Lady D. Marie, Canada's Customs. That is career victory 9,998 for the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
Good thing Vic's on top of it, as he is 2 away from 10,000. Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, Canada's Customs, pulls off the upset here as he teams up with his man, Ricardo Santana.
6-1 on the winner. Lady Di Marie tried to take him gate to wire here. Ramsey Zimmerman and Robertino Diodoro tried to steal it on the front end, and they went very quick early on to do so. Could not seal the deal. Good job by Ricardo Santana Jr. with this filly who was off an August layoff. Just kept on plugging away. Favorite really had no excuse. Had a good setup. Just could not pick up the winner. I think she won the place photo. It got really tight late, but
The 2?
the 9.
The 9.
Yes,
I
I
think
got
you're
there.
right. Yep.
But Canada's Customs, nice effort under Ricardo Santana.
And she was coming in off of a 6-month-plus layoff. Actually did face a decent field, though, in that Louisiana-bred stake the last time we saw her at Louisiana Downs, and comes back into the winner's circle of this daughter of Custom for Carlos. Canada's Customs will bring you prices after this break, but we'll also get to our featured event here at the Big A, named in honor of the 8-time Grade 1 winning Heavenly Prize, wearing those iconic FIP silks. She was also champion 3-year-old to boot, as we'll get more into her racing career and the field for this 23 edition.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back. You're tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Live racing coverage from Aqueduct as well as Oaklawn Park. But back in today's second race at the Big A, we saw yet another upset. 11-1 on the New York bred Big Engine. And had a little bit of a trip last time we saw him, which was only a week ago, Anthony.
Look at it. I'm turning away like Sam the Snowman and Rudolph. Tell me when it's over. When the Abominable's going after Clarice. Tell me when it's over. Yeah, Big Engine, but he's another cool horse, right? Changed hands a few times. He just keeps running.
He's got that Not for Love on the bottom too, or no, on the top. What am I talking about?
Top.
Yep. One of my favorite sires, and he just keeps showing up as he is now a 8-year-old.
Yeah, got the job done today. He got the jump on a couple of his rivals today, and was able to get the job done. Got almost all of the 11.5-1 today at 24.80.
Yep, Linda Rice teaming up with Bruce Golden for the win. As back in today's first race, Canada's Customs, the Louisiana bred. This one pulling off the slight upset with Ricardo Santana and Steve Asmussen. Now only 2 wins away from 10,000, and with over 20 entries across the country today, you got to think he gets it.
Just got to win at 15% for the day. I would imagine he's going to pull that off, right?
Yep.
I mean, look at that.
I mean, that's just incredible. Are there Russell Bays, how many wins?
12. I want to say Russell was in the 12,000 range.
I mean, it's incredible for a trainer to achieve numbers like that, and really, a testament to the operation that he runs with, such adept and deserving assistance to make sure all ships run smoothly.
And the hands-on approach that the entire family takes. When I was back at the Horse Racing Radio Network, HRRN, Steve never said no to an interview.
Yeah.
And there were more times, more often than not, where he would dial into the studio driving the trailer.
And he'd
be driving horses back. He'd be doing it himself. So,
do you know where Laredo, Texas is?
I don't.
It is nearly in Mexico. It's right on the border, and that's where a lot of the young horses with Steve's mom and dad are prepared.
Yeah. So, he was literally driving the trailer. You'd hear, if you listen, and there's archive stuff at horseracingradio.net, you'd hear the banging, you'd hear the clanging of the trailer. So, I mean, for a guy that at the time, what did he have, 9,500, 9,300 wins during those days? I mean, just, a testament to the entire family. Son Keith, obviously. Right? That would be, I don't think Keith's riding any for him today, but
he is.
He is. Mm-hmm. How cool would that be?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that would just be something that would be like, that's
fairy
right,
tales.
People say sports, right?
Yeah.
That would be sports. Like, that would be it.
Well, speaking of archives, we're going to tap back into our archives and check out the 94 Alabama with Heavenly Prize dominating this field of fellow 3-year-old fillies, and she would go on to win champion 3-year-old filly this year.
She never missed the board. She was as good a filly. I mean, and this was, part of the dynasty. This is when Shug and the Phipps family just cranked them out. Her, Inside Information, Versailles Treaty. I mean, you can keep going. Those are the 3 that dominated really, like 92, 93, 94, 95. Of course, she ran second to Inside Information in her British Cup Distaff win at Belmont in 1995. Yeah, she was remarkable. One of the horses. I think if you're my age and you were a fan of racing, and there it is. I mean, just remarkable. Those career earnings now for the races she won would probably be close to $7 million.
I mean, she literally took every major Grade 1 for fillies and mares in New York, which included the Alabama Gazelle Beldame, Apple Blossom, which was a Grade 1 at Oaklawn, races now known as the Ogden Phipps and the Personal Ensign, and she went on to produce some good horses such as Good Reward and Pure Prize, who also stood as a stallion.
Yeah, so, yeah, she wrapped her career up against Cigar and Wekiva Springs in the Don, which is now known as the Pegasus.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insanity. As this year's edition features a compact field of 4. Currently see 2 to 5 on Falconet from the outside. For Todd Pletcher, she's looking to pair back-to-back stakes victories together as we check in for this Heavenly Prize paddock report with the MIG.
Thanks, Maggie. And I've been treated today. I mean, we've just had some nice races early in the card, and I'm looking at some very good horses. We'll just run through the field quickly here. The one Frost Point. Inside post could not look any better, conditioned by Hall of Famer Bill Mott. But she's got a tough post and a filly that doesn't have a tremendous amount of early speed, and there's not a lot of speed sign on here, but physically looks outstanding. The 2 Battle Bling is at her best when she's involved early. She needs to be ridden aggressively, and when Dylan Davis is riding well, he puts horses in the game. He needs to do that here. Battle Bling is a horse that likes to be involved. She doesn't change gears. She kind of stays, and she keeps grinding at it. Another one. Can't falter physically. The 4 Piece of My Heart stretching out a bit further, but doesn't really have a lot of speed. Makes a nice impression. Kind of a stout, thicker mare. Don't know that a mile is something that she'll really want, especially against this group, but she could be part of the pace. And then Falconet, well drawn outside. You had Jose Lascano, and in a perfect world, if the 4 was to show speed, he could use her as a running block and try to keep the 2 Battle Bling in a compromising position, not allowing her to use her stride, which is her strength. She's a stayer, not a horse that's going to actually quicken for you. So could be a chess match. Usually, as it turns out, in these 4-horse fields, they become jockey races because everybody's aware of where everybody else is.
Richie, if I can keep you on for just a moment, Rob Atras, the trainer of number 2, Battle Bling, said last time she just wasn't acting herself, that she was actually a bit too quiet, a filly that usually kind of gets on her toes, gives some trouble saddling, gets a little hot. How's she acting today?
Well, I mean, she looks quiet to me. She's not on her toes. She didn't get hot at all. We'll keep an eye on her in the post spray, but I'm not seeing a lot of animation from her. So if that was the case last time, I don't see a great deal of difference today, Maggie.
Yeah, it looks like it. As 2, I think, Anthony, I think she is a better horse going longer and arguably around 2 turns.
Yeah, you know, I think she's a better horse going longer. I think she's a better horse around 2 turns. And I'll tell you what, I think she's better when she's on the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think she's fast enough right now.
1 to 5 on Falconet, though, as they exit the paddock as we gear up for a post parade for this featured Heavenly Prize Invitational. $125,000 on the line, contested over the 1-turn mile distance, as this does kick off that middle pick for races 3 through 6 today. We kick off the post parade with number 1, Frost Point, wearing those Godolphin silks for Bill Mott.
She returned from a May layoff and ran the best race of her life. Maybe she's turned the corner now. She just turned 5. She'll need to step up, though, to take on the top 2 fillies.
Battle Bling, a little more quiet yet again.
Mares, I should say. Yeah, 5-year-old now. I think she's a little bit better with distance, as it seems like the chorus does, the choir, I should say. We'll see how she does. Looks like she won't be on the lead again.
Piece of My Heart, Manny Franco climbs aboard looking for his 4th win out of 8 of these Heavenly Prizes.
First time for Rudy. This filly has never missed the board at Aqueduct. Of 8 starts, a win and a third, 6 second-place finishes.
And there's your current heavy favorite, Falconet.
It looks like she's the controlling speed from the outside today. Got the job done in the ladies over Battle Bling. And I would imagine she just goes right to the top under Jose Lascano this afternoon.
We'll look back, though, at the last showdown in the ladies' handicap between Falconet and Battle Bling. And like we checked out earlier on the show, Anthony, you can see Battle Bling just doesn't look happy. Her ears are pinned, her head's kind of elevated, and you could tell that Kendrick Carmouche wants to extricate himself from the inside, but he's going to have to wait a long time to do so.
Yeah, and, you know, I wonder something. Maggie, she has been in constant training for a while now, too. You don't see any layoff lines on her card dating all the way back to December of 2021. She had that really poor effort in the Gopher Wand. She didn't look 100% comfortable last time. She's just turned 5. Maybe she needs a little bit of a break. I don't know. She ran on here. There are so many things against her today.
Uh-huh.
That I almost feel like I just checked my Naira Bets account. And when I put my picks and for talking horses last night. I kind of went into this race thinking I was against Battle Bling. The 5-1, and listen, there's no great shakes. The 5-1 exact is paying $4 for $1. The 5-2 exact is even money. I think the filly on your screen right now, Frost Point, is the interesting one. First off, the barn is just going so well nationwide, and this filly, now mare, daughter of Frosted. I don't want to jump the gun and say, well, she turned the corner and she's going to be a better mare this year, and but this race was arguably her best race to date. She got a great setup. She got an even better ride from Jose Lascano, who is aboard the favorite today. Jorge Vargas, who's riding her today, rode her to a second-place finish a year ago to the day in the mud here at the Big A, going a mile in an allowance race. But, I mean, it was such an effortless win last time out. Second-place filly from that day, Timeless Journey, came back, was a pretty fortunate winner in her subsequent start, but she still, nonetheless, was a winner. If you think Battle Bling's going along the wrong way, like I do, if you think Piece of My Heart is a little overmatched and not sure if she's going to want to stretch out, which I do, to me it's a cold 5-1 in here, and I think $4 is a fair price for a buck. I think getting 4-1 on this exact is a pretty good price.
Whew, excuse me, I thought I was going to sneeze there for a second.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Did I take your breath away with that soliloquy on the 5-1 exacta here?
No, you put me to sleep. No, I'm kidding.
Wow!
I'm kidding.
What's happening here today? Magony is falling apart at the seams.
We're divorcing. No, I'm kidding. Absolutely kidding. And watching Frost Point warm up, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And I just kind of question the overall field that she faced, and I know Timeless Journey would come back to win, but Timeless Journey is Timeless Journey.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'll say this, though.
But she did it so easily.
And the tote board around here tells stories.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Did you ever think her and Frost Point and Battle Bling would be this close in the wagering?
Yeah, no, I mean, you kind of got a little bit of a feeling, but it's kind of confirmed
They're
that
the same price right now.
Battle Bling is a little DOTB.
That is disco compared to Frost Point.
As Richie, what have you thought of these horses warming up for this Heavenly Prize?
Well, I've kind of come up with a crazy idea, guys. But listen, the one Frost Point got a very aggressive warm-up under Jorge Vargas, kind of kept her moving throughout the post-parade. Battle Bling left the pony with Dylan Davis. Never really picked up the bit. I mean, he was kind of chirping at her going off. She picked up a gallop, but she was always off the bridle on a loose rein, not aggressive whatsoever. I don't know if that's out of character for her, but what you talked about earlier, Maggie, her being quiet in the paddock and in the warm-up, not picking up the bit, I got to take that as a negative. Falconet looks good. She's well drawn. She's 3-5. She'll most likely winner. I'm going to count on the way Piece of My Heart warmed up under Manny Franco. He's going to put her on the lead, and maybe in a race where you're the longest price, they leave you alone for a while, she gets brave. I'm going with the longest price in a short field in the 4 Piece of My Heart, and I scan back through her past performances. That third against Goodnight Olive, if she can run that race, they might have a hard time reeling her in, even though I'm not convinced she wants all of a mile, but I like the price.
All right, going for the longest price in the short field. And, kind of to your point with what Richie said about Battle Bling acting like a tired horse.
They're not machines.
Yep.
She doesn't have a layoff line on her card. And when you take, when you peruse it quickly, December 21, January 22, March 22, April 22, May 22, June, July. There's almost a 2-month break from the Delaware Handicap to the Race at Colonial, but then right back to it, September, October, November, December, January. There's no break. And every now and then, they need a little bit of break. And listen, Rob Actress has done an amazing job. They claimed her for $62,500 in her last start in December of 21, and she earned $470,000 last year.
She's done very well for them.
She owes them nothing.
Mm-hmm. Now, Richie, going with the possible upset with number 4, Piece of My Heart. And like I said, this would be the 4th win in only 8 runnings of this Heavenly Prize for Manny Franco if he were able to do so today. Now, on paper, Timeform US has Falconet being the fastest here, but maybe the warm-up spoke to the aggression that they might show with Piece of My Heart.
Maybe Manny just puts her on a dead send. And the sprinter stretching out to the one-turn mile gets the job done.
It's our featured race, 3 to 5 on Falconet. Can she go back-to-back? As Chris Griffin has your call of today's Heavenly Prize.
All in line, all set, and they're off. Falconet's got early speed, is out in the center of the racetrack, and right to the inside here is going to be Piece of My Heart, and Frost Point is in the early mix, and driven along at the back of the field is Battle Bling, wants to move forward, but is not making up the ground yet as they get set to come out of the chute. It's a tight hold on Falconet, and here comes Frost Point to the inside, and now Frost Point has put ahead in front. Falconet is stalking right there in second. It's a moderate tempo early. Battle Bling is moving forward here with Piece of My Heart. They're 3rd and 4th, and they went 25.31 for an easy opening quarter mile. Frost Point still with a neck in front. Falconet is right to her outside in second. Battle Bling is right in behind the leaders, is now challenging for 3rd. Piece of My Heart is still there as the field of 4 reaches the half-mile pole. It is Frost Point who's now a half length in front. Falconet is now given the cue up on the outside from second. Battle Bling and Piece of My Heart haven't changed the running order much. They went 49 seconds flat for that half-mile time, and Frost Point now turns up the pressure of Falconet, who's trying to make up that ground from second. Battle Bling is now fully extended from 3rd. Piece of My Heart has got to go now as 3 off the lead. Hard hold on Frost Point, and now Frost Point gets the cue, and look at her go. Frost Point quickly up by 3 lengths, and she is sprinting clear. It was an easy tempo early, and Frost Point is just running away. Less than a furlong left to go. Without being asked, it is going to be all Frost Point. Jorge Vargas Jr., she is much the best in the Heavenly Prize. Frost Point gets the victory. Falconet, Battle Bling, and Piece of My Heart in 1 minute 37.24 seconds.
Frost Point is a new mare as a 5-year-old. A bit of a tip of the hat to Jorge Vargas because he sensed the slow pace, sent her on through, but in the end, this was all her.
What an effort. And, you know, when Richie said something, when we came back from break, Richie said, I thought he was going to say he thought he was going to put her on the lead because you and I talked off air how she was getting the warm-up and how good she looked on the racetrack. And I think all signs kind of pointed to Vargas being aggressive with her. Rail draw, go out of the chute, don't get in any trouble from the inside. I thought she'd run better. I didn't think you'd see that. I mean, she's wrapped up the 16th pole.
I think she was winning no matter what the scenario, but do you think it was a bad call in hindsight by Jose Lescano with Falconet, who broke on top, but he had no intention of wanting or putting her on the lead?
Yeah, you know, I think when Jose, and he left out of there a little loose-reined, a little high in the saddle, I think when he left out of there and he saw that Vargas there was a little intention. You know, Vargas was kind of down on his belly a little bit, and even though they didn't go, it was weird, Maggie, because, you know, we're looking off camera here.
It was
25
I don't know if those fractions are totally right,
and
but
even if they're not, right?
Slow.
The 49.5 is probably accurate.
Yeah.
So let's just say if you take a second off the opening quarter, 24 and change for these fillies is kind of slow. It looked like he was going to be aggressive from the draw. And the fact of the matter is, on paper, yeah, it looked like Falconet was the speed, but in her last 2 starts, they've decidedly taken her off the pace when it looked like she could be the speed, especially 2 back. Looked like she could be the speed. They went 15 and change they went 15 to the 3/4. She was 3 lengths off the lead. So maybe that's the plan. Maybe the plan isn't to put her on the lead. I wish I would have known. I would have liked to have known that.
It was an interesting call to rate her, but at the end of the day, with what we saw from number 1 at Frost Point, it was just written in the stars for her to take the Heavenly Prize as she's making her way back to the winner's circle. Jorge Vargas for Bill Mott and Godolphin. It's like they're winning everything, including this one here on America's Day at the Races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The road to the Kentucky Derby starts with Naira Bets. Earn a cash bonus throughout the Triple Crown Trail. Hit a $5 win bet on select races and split $1,000 on each race. Opt in at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we saw the heavenly prize won by Frost Point, as we have Richard Migliori standing by with Jorge Vargas, who delivered the winning ride.
Jorge, you got such an easy lead, and watching you warm her up, was the plan, was it the intention always to go to the lead?
I mean, we had no pace, so I didn't want to be compromised, behind horses that, like, it was only Lescano that I see that, could have made some pace, and he was on the outside, so I thought he was going to, how they develop. So, I mean, I warm her up, try to get her, the best position I could, short field. These races are really tricky. So, I mean, she broke running. I played myself pretty good, and I was so happy, after half a mile we was walking. Every time I ask her, she's right there for me. So, I mean, pretty easy.
The first quarter in 25-1, which is so slow, going a one-turn mile. It looked like to me at the 3/8 pole, you opened your hands a little bit, and she really took off for you.
Yeah, I mean, every time Lescano reached to me, she kind of felt that and jumped on the bridle, but she was so relaxed. I could have bought my time and just wait for the right moment. And when I asked her, she just re-brake how is she supposed to? She was going so slow, and she's a nice filly. She's going the right way right now. Bill and Miss Lena had her ready for today, and I'm just thankful.
Let me ask you one other question. How good, for the people at home that have never experienced it, how good does it feel when you open your hands and one takes off for home?
I mean, I'm telling you, that's the best feeling in the world. Whenever you don't even move, you just move a little bit, and they kind of re-brake on you like that. I mean, that's the best feeling in the world.
Well done. Congratulations. And, guys, he just stole a $125,000 race.
I don't know about that. I don't know if he stole it. She was much the best. Frost Point returning 9-10 for the win over your 3-5 favorite Falconet. Well done by the connections here to get this win. And it feels like there might be bigger things for Frost Point in this 5-year-old campaign.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, the way she ran today, stretching her out should not be an issue, and I would imagine that there's not much really going on, especially earlier in the year with the fillies and mares. I would imagine that they're going to try bigger game next time.
Over at Oaklawn, race number 2 on the track, finishing up some warm-ups. And you remember when you said Keith Asmussen? Was he riding for his dad? Well, he is here, aboard the 3-1 favorite. Can't get it in this one, but I I feel like they have another chance later on. But Show Me Grace, I would, but she's taking a nap right now. No, I'm kidding. Is going out and dropping down to this $8,000 level.
Yeah, she makes some sense. Dropping in for a tag for the first time since last June. Steve claimed this horse for $7,500. That's what you gotta love too, right? He claimed this horse off almost a 2-year layoff for $7,500 and for himself. Win 2 in a row. Protected her since. Now she's back in for the 8. If you want a boys and girls, you can have it for $8,000. He got his Texas bred allowance conditions out of the way with her, so you can have her if you like. Inside draw, she's under the gun from down in there. I wouldn't want her at a short price, Maggie.
Well, at 6-1, House Wreckers coming in off of a win, albeit a slow one, in which she got to set a slow pace, but beat Proud Victoria, who I think was the one you wanted out of this race, Anthony, just on that wide pursuit throughout here, and really kind of was running on late in the game. She's going to have to do it from the outside again, though. Is doing it for a new trainer, though, in Tammy Hornsby.
Yeah, new trainer, new rider. Is the House Wrecker the same thing as a home wrecker?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
No comment. You know who looked really good warming up and looks good on the racetrack, right?
Oh, Maggie.
On the Oaklawn feed that just went by on our feed. Cece the bartender, who finished 3rd in that race. I can't really make an excuse for the effort last time in a slow pace, but I just thought at a big price, maybe one.
Well, you would imagine that he's going to get more. She's going to get more pace to run at the 9-year-old, right? She's supposed to get more pace to run at in here.
Calbred.
Yeah, she's supposed to get more pace. Styling and profiling. Number 10 has some speed, cutting back to a sprint. She'd be the one. She's the one I want coming in from Remington. She ran at Oaklawn last time. The Open 20, going the 2 turns, and I don't think she wants to go that far. She cuts back outside here, gets David Cabrera. I like the 10. Styling and profiling, as Ric Flair would say.
If you could not ask for a more better name for a selection of yours.
Not for me.
Get it out to Vic Stauffer with the call of race 2 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Good start for 5 Queens and House Wrecker. Betcha's on the move. Catechism between horses. To the outside, put a bow on it. Show Me Grace at the rail. Styling and Profiling and Proud Victoria all close. 5 Queens is 3rd last. Then Visual Magic, Chasing Shadows, and CC the Bartender. Betcha is the leader up the backstretch from Catechism in 2nd. Betcha neck in front. Catechism is 2nd, 2.5 lengths to House Wrecker and Show Me Grace at the rail. Styling and Profiling is 5th with about 4 lengths to make up, 2 in front of Put a Bow on It. Then comes CC the Bartender. She's 2 in front of Proud Victoria. Chasing Shadows and 5 Queens have double digits to make up, and the trailer is Visual Magic, and the leader is Betcha. Betcha is just in front. House Wrecker running up 3 wide, and here's House Wrecker in the red cap. Catechism drops back to 3rd. House Wrecker off the top of the turn. Show Me Grace is in with a chance. She's 2.5 from the front. Then Styling and Profiling, House Wrecker and Betcha. These 2 to the final furlong. Betcha's inside. House Wrecker's outside. Show Me Grace still has 2 lengths to make up. Betcha and House Wrecker. They come shoulder to shoulder to the final 100 yards. Betcha ahead in front. House Wrecker, Show Me Grace. Put a bow on it. Betcha and House Wrecker. Betcha! Yes. Betcha beat House Wrecker. Put a bow on it was 3rd. Show Me Grace finished 4th.
Betcha last time was wired. This time she wires the field. This 6-year-old Indiana-bred mare, Rafael Bejarano, aboard for Aaron Shorter.
I guess she just needed to race off the June layoff last time, Maggie. The speed, if you will. It looked like there was an awful lot of pace in the air. She was able to get loose, deal with some speed early. I shouldn't say loose. She was able to deal with the speed early, put them away, deal with some rivals late, and get the job done. 9-2, co-3rd choice when all was said and done. You can't miss her on the racetrack, boy.
No, she's nearly white. 2-5-11-1 unofficially. It looks like over there at Oaklawn for their 2nd race, as we will bring you more on this race including official prices, but also the Sunday feature, which seems appropriate for the Sunday of Mardi Gras. Le Bon Temps seeking her third straight stakes victory in the Maddie May as she gets back out to a mile, her preferred distance for Mike Maker. We'll preview that coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
New York breds, such an essential part of New York racing. As we saw a New York bred win on the card back in race number 2, pulling off the upset in Big Engine. And of course, the McMahon Thoroughbreds, major breeders in the state, as we celebrate them tomorrow with our featured Maddie May Stakes for the 3-year-old fillies. New York breds, of course, going the mile, and Le Bon Temps is your 7-5 favorite as she comes off of 2 back-to-back New York bred / stallion series wins and back out to a mile. I remember Connection saying that the more ground with her, the better, Anthony.
Yeah, you know, last time I think her class just got the job done in the Stallion Series race. Because I don't think she was comfortable in the mud. I don't know, not too sure she liked being down inside Maggie. but her class just prevailed. And tomorrow she gets things kind of her own way. You would imagine off a little bit of the break. And I think she's a really nice filly. I'm looking forward to seeing her kind of blossom as a 3-year-old this year.
Now, of course, Lady Sheila bought into her along with Deuce Greathouse, who was the sole proprietor of her prior, but moves to the Linda Rice barn this time around, as well as Starry Midnight, too, whom had some kind of just trouble, it felt like, last time. She'll stretch out in distance for the same connections in tomorrow's Maddie May.
Yeah, should be a fun race. We got the Haynesfield on Monday. We celebrate the New York Breds all weekend long. It's always a good thing.
Yeah.
I'm a New York Bred.
Yeah, you are. I'm not. I've produced some New York Breds.
We've adopted you.
Yeah.
We've adopted you, Maggie.
Well, race number 4, it's coming up next year at the Big A. It does kick off the pick 6, of course, and it's 4 fillies and mares, claiming 16, going the 6 furlongs, and taking a look at the board and horses in the paddock. It's all about the entry right now for Rudy Rodriguez. He'll send out Chase and Bryn off of an eased effort, first off the claim and second off the claim. She's a black belt, could provide some early speed as we head down to, just kidding, no Richie. But what do you think about 5-2 on this entry in here?
This is a wild tote board. I mean, this is a, you could knock me over with a sneeze on this tote board, and that's not easy to do, Max. I honestly think this is just a race where the public's kind of confused, and it's 2 for the price of 1. I think that's a big part of the reason this entry is favored.
Well, the one thing I noticed about Chase and Bryn when she was eased is that I don't know anything, but watching the head on,
you know plenty, Maggie. You don't know anything about the eased, but you know plenty in general. Come on. Now.
Okay, that's the correct way to preface
You
that.
You might be smacking me around verbally today, but I'm going to be nice to you.
You're always nice. That's why I love you. But Chase and Brent, it just looked as though she was kind of had her head cocked to the side. It looked as though she wasn't getting her air.
She wasn't comfortable. Something was amiss, and that could be a bunch of things. She could have swallowed her tongue, displaced. A million things could have went wrong.
Right.
Agreed.
So Rudy does drop her though to this 16. Now number 4 is Left Lean and Lucy. She'll go first off the claim for the Rob Atras barn. First off the claim, Anthony, that won their last start. Look, she got a perfect setup last time out. Though Rob at Aqueduct with this kind of move is 7 for 21 with a positive ROI of just over $2.
She leaves the conditioned claiming ranks. And what I mean by that is this race is for horses. All of the horses she faced this day, like herself, had only won 2 races in their careers prior. This was her 3rd win. She's no longer eligible for the conditioned races, at least here in New York. We don't write 4 lifetime races. So now she has to run against open claiming races, and this is one step above the bottom level. In a perfect world, she'd be in the bottom level race, leaving the conditioned races, because that's kind of what her value against open claimers is. But I'll tell you what, if she was going to find an open claimer, this was the field to find.
Yeah, as we kick things off with Chase and Bryn for Rudy Rodriguez with Manny Franco.
Who knows what happened last time? She claimed for a quarter, waits for the claiming jail, and drops down in price.
And if she shows up with her good effort, she's a winner. But the 1A as backup plan is she's a black belt.
Claimed her for 15, tried her for the quarter to no avail. Back in for 16,000, still above the price he claimed her for back in December.
Gets the apprentice rider. I thought Jose Gomez should have just let her roll with it last time and didn't like being rated. As number 2 is Honorable Lily coming in from Penn National.
Yeah, she shipped in from Finger Lakes to Penn National, now Penn National here. This is her first start here at the Big A. She's been overmatched out of town.
Number 3, Cinderella's Cause, I thought was pretty interesting. Last time we saw her at this level, she beat a live field.
I thought the source would be 8-5 today. She still might be. She comes with her A race. She's going to win.
Agreed. 7-2 is very generous. As number 4, Left Leaning Lucy at 3-1.
Yeah, she comes in off the win for that 3 life, but it took her a long time to get through that condition, and she still needs to step up in a big way, speed figure wise.
Agreed. As number 5, Betty Smile may provide some early pace.
Yeah, another one who won Finger Lakes to Penn National. She's got some speed under Jackie Davis, but she hasn't done much running in her last 2 starts.
Number 6 is Miraviglioso for Jimmy Ferraro, returning to his barn after running in Maryland.
Ships in from your old stomping grounds over at Laurel. I thought this horse was a little interesting just as a newer face returning to the circuit.
Yeah, I thought she ran well considering she was down on the rail, never a place to be at Laurel. Number 7, Triple P. I thought she was against the track in her last 2.
Yeah, she was in the Rob Actress barn. She was in the Linda Rice barn. She was claimed by a lesser barn. Did not do much running in her last 2 starts. She was in way over her head. This is where she belongs. I'm not a fan of hers. But this is one of those races where if you want to have a little bit of a fuzzy, a little bit of a snarky opinion, I have no problem with it. I would imagine this would be the snarky horse in here. Just because Mervilioso, who you and I think are both a little interested in, she's not a big enough price to be a fuzzy anymore.
Right.
At 5 to 1, she's kind of a logical. I just, this tote board, maybe Richard could help us here. This tote board is just very puzzling to me.
Meg, help us out.
Help,
please.
SOS.
I don't know if I'm going to be much help, but I will say the one, Chasing Bryn, the way she went off in the post parade, what a great energy level, what a great extension, really moving properly. Took a big hold of Manny Franco. I do think that whatever went amiss last time has been rectified. First start for Rudy Rodriguez. She could not look any better. The other horse that stood out from a physical perspective, and is the horse I'm going to pick, also making the first start for a new barn, is Left Leaning Lucy. I've never seen her carry this good a weight in all the right places. Great energy level. Also left the pony with Jorge Vargas, who just won the Heavenly Prize and galloped off beautifully. And I'll channel Marissa Tomei and my cousin Vinny. She's got the right height, weight, width, coat. She checks all the boxes, guys.
You're a Marissa Tomei fan?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was actually good friends with her late second cousin, Pat. She used to play cards in my house all the time.
7 degrees of...
I'm just telling you, Pat lived.
Marissa
Pat
Tomei.
lived.
I almost said Mira Sorvino.
Pat lived 3/8 of a mile from here, 3 furlongs from here, right outside
Nice.
the gate on Picken Avenue. Pat was a great woman. Terrible card player, but great woman. That's why I like to play cards with her.
I think I want to play cards. I mean, I'll get served basically, but.
You want to play cards? We can play cards together anytime.
All right.
Let me know.
Invitation's open.
I can't take your money though, so we'll go
We'll
for
play
dinner.
for candy
play
bars.
for dinner or something. That's fine.
Left Leaning Lucy on your screen right now at 5 to 2. The stats are definitely in her favor, but I, like you, am just a little suspicious of horses that, well, A, took so long to get out of those condition claimers, and just, there's no fast enough race because, and maybe they won't, but if Cinderella's Cause or Chasing Bryn show up with one of their faster races, then I don't think she's getting any piece of this.
How is Cinderella's Cause this price?
I don't know. That you would have to think that might be a negative sign, but she's been facing a lot better horses.
Her last 2 were against much better. The 2 starts prior to that, she galloped. 1 on the front end here at Aqueduct, 1 12 days later at Finger Lakes. You can't blame racetrack. She won on a sloppy seal track. She won on a track that was as dry as a bone. I don't get this. I mean, I really, and it's the kind of race where she's also won from off the pace and on the lead. I know, if Jose wants, he could put her on the front end, I guess, if he wants, and a horse like the 5 Betty Smiles Intent, or Rudy decides to utilize the entry the right way and blasts off She's a Black Belt to help it set up for Chasing Bryn, which is what he's supposed to do in here. Rudy owns and trains both of them. I don't know.
You're checking out Miravilioso, who to me looks washed out on track.
Yeah,
Again,
doesn't look
not
great.
one I know. I don't know her. Maybe she's always like this. But let's check out her last effort, which was at Laurel back on February 10th. And she spent most of the time down on the rail. She broke well, but she couldn't keep pace with these early front runners. And she's going to get even more kind of smushed to the rail, which you never want to be on the rail at Laurel. It's kind of like what Parks sometimes is.
It's Death Valley down there. Really, it just.
And the fact that she out finishes the 4th place finisher to get 3rd, I thought was a nod to her, a step in the right direction. But again,
She doesn't
is
look
she
great.
really that good on paper? And she's not really complimenting herself out on the racetrack.
No, she's not. She's not. You just if you, to me, Cinderella's Cause has those 2 races, 3 and 4 back. That, I mean, make her they don't just make her a major player. I mean, she's supposed to win this race.
She is coming down a bit, but they have honed in on the first off, the Rob Atras claim in here, left-leaning Lucy, who I think you're just betting on the trainer change. But to me, she just doesn't have a race that, at least as of now, that makes her the likeliest winner.
No, I agree. And she's had an awful – she was 0 for 13 last year. She beat a suspect group of horses last time out. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it.
Swedish Sugar came back to disappoint at a short price. So we'll see. Heading in line for today's fourth race, kicking off the pick six here at the Big A. Chris Griffin, he has your call.
But Ninja Warrior is right now your 7-5 favorite.
Two out. Betty Smile. Betty Smile backed away, now has gone in. Triple P. All in line. All set. And they're off. Honorable Lily is showing speed down at the inside. She's a black belt, is up on the far outside there with Triple P, but it's going to be Honorable Lily who's in front. Honorable Lily with a neck in front, in between horses. Here comes a run from Betty Smile, is now tracking in second as they line up on the front end once again. She's a black belt, is out there wide. Tucked in between rivals there comes Cinderella's Cause, who's now at the rail there and very tight as they work into the far turn. Left-leaning Lucy, the trailer. Chasin' Bryn, tightly bunched, 23 seconds flat. Chasin' Bryn is making a big move, trying to circle the field. Left-leaning Lucy's trying to do the same. It's Betty Smile who's in front. Triple P is up on the outside. Meta Vilioso is challenging in between horses. It's these three as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Here comes that big run from Chasin' Bryn, is circling rivals as they reach the top of the stretch. Betty Smile is in front. It's Betty Smile, Meta Vilioso. Down the center of the racetrack is Chasin' Bryn, who's got the momentum. Left-leaning Lucy is starting to chase on the grandstand side as well. An eighth of a mile to go. Chasin' Bryn, left-leaning Lucy, trying to get closer. It's Chasin' Bryn who's in front with a 16th to go. Chasin' Bryn is up by 2. Chasin' Bryn gets the score. Chasin' Bryn over left-leaning Lucy in the photo there with Meta Vilioso and Betty Smile in 1 minute 12.26 seconds.
Well, if she shows up with her A effort, she was a likely winner. It was just, would she? And she did.
It's been a quiet 6 or 7 months for the Rudy Rodriguez barn. But you kind of feel like the last few days, things have changed. And this effort today, the maiden in the first race, I have a funny feeling Rudy's back. And this filly completely turned her form around from that last effort, and she just galloped today. Tote Board told, they bet early and often, the Tote Board told you this filly was going to run today. The Tote Board was so right in this race. The only two horses that did any running in this race were the only two horses that took any money on the Tote Board. Cinderella's Cause didn't take a dime. The gate opened. She was last when it opened.
Not a great trip. Not a great trip. Ran her up behind horses on the inside and then steadied her back around the turn.
But when she doesn't break, Maggie, that's the trip she's destined for. She has no other trip because she's going to run up. She's going to run up inside horses. She's a speed horse, so she's going to break poorly. She's going to run up inside horses, and there's nowhere else that she's going to go.
Yeah,
so her trip's going to get dirtied up.
She was banged around too at the start watching the head-on.
Yeah, there's nothing else is going to happen. That's it. That's what's going to happen. And the horses that took the money, they ran 1-2.
3, actually. Miravilioso bet down to 5-1. She rounds out the trifecta, as we'll bring you official prices after this break. And I did just get word that Steve Asmussen is at $9,999 with a win down in Texas. He has one coming up in Oaklawn, but coming up later, Rob Atras, he'll send out Law Professor in the Razorback, who has been out there this past week. He might get the right setup in that Grade 3 event. Coming up on America's Day at the Races.
It's rocking Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for tuning in to the program here on Fox Sports 2. It's America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Taking a look at horses on the track for today's third race over at Oaklawn. It is a starter allowance for 4-year-olds and up, going the 6 furlongs. And 4-5 on Ninja Warrior with leading rider Christian Torres in the irons for leading trainer. Robertino Diodoro takes that drop out of allowance company and 2 back in a similar condition, posted a 93 buyer in the win.
Isn't a ninja a warrior?
Yeah.
What a redundant name.
No, Ninja Warrior, it's a show.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Where the people do the silly obstacle course.
The American Ninja Warrior. Yeah. I don't watch a lot of TV. I watch I watch Friday Night SmackDown on Fox. It's called a cheap plug.
Shameless. You're shameless.
I am shameless. I don't like this horse. I didn't like this horse last time when he was inexplicably 2-1. SAT word. I don't buy the fig 2 back. He said for that track going 3/4 in that starter, he set a very moderate pace. I know you people look at the people 20. You look 22-1, 45. That's slow. That's not fast for Oaklawn Park. And the fact that he was 2 in front in doing so, I'm not buying it, Maggie. I'm not buying anything about it. I don't want him as the favorite. I know he's dropping him back to the starter, but I don't want him today.
All right. Well, maybe Paul has some other recommendations as Paulie LaDuca standing by trackside for more on this third race.
Yeah, a difficult race for me to gauge because when you look at the favorite in here, Ninja Warrior, this was a horse that was obviously heavily back last time and got dead left in the gate. The time before that, the horse established the front end and just demolished the field. And here was a horse that actually lost earlier in his career at 60 cents on the dollar. That usually does not happen. But he seems like a kind of horse that, like, if he can get completely clear by the far turn, he gets a lot more courage. If he can get to the top of the lane and he has company, then there could be a problem. And at 6-5, do you want to take that at this point? Now, is there any other speed to truly go with him in here? And that remains to be seen. Bernard Hunk of Love changes barns to Carl Broberg and Jose Ortiz. We know Jose's not a big send rider. I think Banjo Bear is a horse that comes out of a live race. Jackman came out of that race and crushed in a horse that can show some speed. the other speed horse in here is probably the 2, and that's the stablemate in here for Robertino Diodoro. So you wouldn't think those 2 would go at it on the front end. So if the 9 breaks, I would think he gets on top and tries to improve his position. I do think the 1, Breslau, I hope I'm saying that right. This horse crushed last time out, first time in the Cipriano Contreras barn, and Sippy's having an unbelievable meet. And I just love the way he did it. I think 5-1 is a very square price where I do have a couple question marks. The 9 is definitely the horse to beat in here. But I just think with Arrieta aboard, you're going to get a decent trip for the rails, save some ground. And like I said, the way this horse ran, there was just a lot more empty, at least a lot more in the tank, I thought, here at 5-1. Again, the 9's the horse to beat, but I'll take my chances with the 1 on Francisco Arrieta and Cipriano Contreras.
You can't beat Paulie at Oaklawn either. So Breslau is 5-1, and I think a horse interesting too, Francisco Arrieta. And for those on the Steve Asmussen watch to 10,000, does send out long shot Sono Grotto, number 8 in here with his son Keith Asmussen aboard. And we are watching carefully also at Sam Houston and Fairgrounds.
99
yes,
came.
I did say that.
Came at
the first.
Noble Honor.
Yeah. Yep. So.
I like the 1. I like Breslau, by the way, at Oaklawn.
That's a lot of weight on Breslau.
2 catchers.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll catch him in the winner's circle.
Yes, exactly.
Am I crazy, or is Mac Daddy 2 a little interesting?
I don't think you're crazy, Maggie, but I don't like Mac Daddy 2. He was back to the dirt for the first time in a very long time last time, but it was going 2 turns, and Christian Torres put a little speed into him last time. Maybe you could say he got him fit to cut back to the sprint. Drops a little bit in the starter condition from the 50 to the 40.
I mean, his last race on 3-back, granted it was an off-the-turf race, so you don't know what he was facing, but he did run the fastest race of his career.
Yeah, he did. But sprinting on the dirt is not something I don't think he's ever done.
All right, favoritism, Ninja Warrior. Keep your eyes though on number 8. Will Steve Asmussen make history here? He's got a lot running today. He very well could, as Vic Stauffer has your call of race 3 from Oaklawn.
Off from Mac Daddy 2, Breslau, and Ninja Warrior. Then Burnin' Hunk of Love and Lake Radio, followed by Totalizer and Papa Rocket, and the trailer is Sono Grotto. Now 3 across the track as Banjo Bear left 2 spaces open inside of him, so Breslau and Mac Daddy 2 are now 1-2. Banjo Bear is 3rd, and he's still fighting with Richard Aramia. He's 3rd and a length and a half from the front. Ninja Warrior is 4th with 4 lengths to make up, 3 lengths further back, 2. Burnin' Hunk of Love, Papa Rocket between horses, Totalizer and Lake Radio, and the trailer is Sono Grotto, and the leader is Mac Daddy 2. Mac Daddy 2 and Breslau. Ninja Warrior with every chance, and he's cruising up after the leaders. It's Diodoro 1st and 3rd at the top of the stretch with Mac Daddy 2 the leader. He's a length in front of Breslau in 2nd. Ninja Warrior still 2 from the front. Then from the back of the pack, Lake Radio in with a chance. Breslau is battling back from the inside. Breslau and Mac Daddy 2. Ninja Warrior to the outside. 3 of them to the wire. Breslau, Ninja Warrior, Mac Daddy 2, Breslau, Ninja Warrior, Breslau, Ninja Warrior. This is close. This is real close because it looked like Breslau, but Ninja Warrior got way the best of the bob. This is an inch either way.
That is close. Breslau, if he won, he's a much-deserved winner, but he was trying to hold off the Diodoro first speed from Mac Daddy 2, and then the late close from Ninja Warrior. That camera angle is so tough to gauge. Oh, the 9 got all the bob.
Lost this one too.
Yeah, you're
keep losing these noses today, Meg.
I'm sorry.
Trying to get a, what do you call that? I don't even know the word. I'm at a loss for words at this point. What a good race from Breslau. Just takes every bit of pounding from Mac Daddy 2, who ran him into submission. How good did Mac Daddy 2 run? He did all the dirty work, and he gets me to half length for the whole thing. Ninja Warrior comes and picks up the pieces. They didn't put it up yet. I got a little hope on that angle. That angle, I got hope. I feel like there's hope on that angle. Hope dies last.
Paulie says inside. Paulie is not wrong in these situations.
Paulie calls better photos than me. Joey Potter from Dawson's Creek said hope dies last. I'm a Joey Potter fan. Yeah, you can put your head in your hands all you want, Maggie. Hope dies last. Remember that. That's good advice, folks. We'll see who they hang the number up at Oaklawn Farm.
We're using
It's off the rails,
Dawson's
Maggie.
Creek
Dawson's Creek.
references?
I don't want to wait for my life to be over. Who won this photo, Mags? We've lost it here.
You got it, buddy. You got it, buddy.
Win it. Joey Potter in the house.
Breslau, resilient and determined on the rail. Francisco Arrieta, Sippy Contreras, holding off the formidable Robertina Diodoro duo in Ninja Warrior and Mac Daddy 2.
I got everybody out of sorts now. I just broke the Dawson's Creek out in the middle of February.
Yeah, but nice call by you and Paulie, and of course Paulie with always nailing the photo. Paulie,
He's good. He's good at the photos.
Yeah,
really good.
He's never been wrong that I've known of. As back here at, oh man, Mitch wants credit. You know it's going to be a long day when Mitch gets. But Jason Bryn, she was a convincing winner off the Rudy Rodriguez claimed winning owner and trainer today, as this one puts Manny Franco one ahead now of Dylan Davis.
Yeah, this has been a great. It's so much fun when they have these riders races, along with the great competition on the track between our equine stars. It keeps everybody on their toes, you know. And it gives you something else to keep an eye on. They're two excellent riders, and Manny is really Manny had that little bit of a lull for a year in 2021, I think, and he's come back with a vengeance the last 15, 16 months or so.
Well, as he has credited his agent, John Panagot, getting him on the right horses. Well, this is never an easy transition, but earlier today, members of the New York riding colony here at Aqueduct joined jockeys from across America to honor the memory of Avery Wisman. Based in California and Maryland, Wisman was a talented rider and horseman. He passed away last month at the age of 23 after a lengthy battle with mental illness. To honor him and shed light on the mental health challenges faced by so many Americans and jockeys alike, jockeys across the country are wearing black armbands today. If you or someone you love is suffering from mental illness, please visit mentalhealth.gov for a wide variety of resources to support mental well-being. Thank you.
An obligatory goes by the ball. And wins it. Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. And it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside it's Malathon coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
We are so happy to be here in Chestertown, New York, at the beautiful home of Heather and Joe Rio, their daughter Hazel, and one of the luckiest horses I've ever met, Dusk to Dawn.
Dusk to Dawn turns for home with a 5-length lead.
2018 was the first summer that we brought horses up to Saratoga. We called it our TRF Saratoga Summer Farm, and we brought 4 or 5 horses up from the Wallkill Correctional Facility. Dusky was one of them.
I asked Joe, can we please go see the horses? I'd love to go see horses for my birthday.
We had a lot of people visiting. It was all about introducing our herd ambassadors, but then this sort of magical connection established.
It was love at first sight when I saw him running through that paddock. So my husband Joe turned to me and just said, I see it in your face. You're in love with Dusky. For your birthday, I want to get you a horse. I started crying in the barn. I'm like, I'm around all these people. So I found a barn in Fort Anne, about 20 minutes from us. But I had my daughter, and COVID happened. And they locked down barns, and you couldn't go to the barns freely to go visit. And that's when I really started thinking, I want him home. I need him home with me so I can be there.
Was this arena here? Was that barn here?
No, so we found the house and we ended up having an excavator come in and clear the land, bring in sand, and Joe built all the fencing around, found a place to build the barn.
I would call this the house that Dusky built.
Yes, definitely.
Did you have any idea that it was just down the road from where Dusky had been born?
I knew that Dusky was a Chestertown Farms racehorse. Had no idea we were moving to the same street that he was actually born on.
Oh my
Just,
gosh.
you know, a couple miles down the road.
It, to me and to all of us at the TRF, is an example of a fairy tale ending.
The most fun part to me is being able to show my daughter the lifestyle of having a horse, teaching her how to clean the barn. She loves throwing the shavings down and sweeping up and giving Dusky lots of treats. You know, being able to give her back what my dad gave to me.
When a family adopts a horse from the TRF herd, they not only adopt one, they save 2 by making a space in our herd where we can take another horse into our care. You know your mommy is a hero for the horses? She is. And you're her little horsey helper. You're the hero helper. Is that right?
Well, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation doing great work as always, and that was a great little piece on Dusk to Dawn, who I remember racing around here, and it was really cool that Heather Rio was able to adopt him and make so many dreams come true, and I love that they literally built a farm just for him.
Sensational. They do a great job, Kim. I mean, you guys all do a great job. We got rained on this past year in Saratoga. I got to share a stage with Tom Durkin. They make dreams come true. Kim makes everybody. Kim's a hero for everybody, not just the horses.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
I thoroughly enjoyed my time at Wallkill, who they are celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. Well, horses are in the paddock, about to exit the paddock for race number 5. It is a state-bred maiden 25 for the fillies, and they're going a mile distance in here. Number 5, Katie Cakes. I know you and I both excited to finally see her stretch out.
Yes, even though Andy doesn't think she wants any part of a mile. So, I mean, how could she ever go a mile, Andy?
I have no idea why he came out with that.
I don't either.
Considering she never breaks,
I don't get it.
wouldn't it just be easier for a bit? I mean, she's huge. I wrote,
she's a big girl.
Looks like longer. Why aren't we running her longer? Finally, we get to see it today. So the blinkers are going on her as well. I mean, the horse I thought was a little bit interesting too, stretching out in distance, is Derwin's Painter, kind of for the same reason. She doesn't break that well, and she just looks as though it takes her a while to get in stride, and there she is at 5-1.
Well, Maggie just told you, she ran well first time, didn't run as well second time. This barn has been quiet as a church mouse since Saratoga.
Number 2, Four Courts gets a little bit of a makeover here for the Rudy Rodriguez claim.
Blinkers, Lasix off the claim. The Rudy horses seem to be running a lot better the last few days. This was a big price at 11-1.
He has good stats too, as one that is claimed away from Rudy is number 3, Amanda's Folly.
Cheek pieces go on 3-1 off the claim from Rudy. I don't know. I didn't know what to do with it. This barn, this trainer-owner combo have taken a couple of horses from Rudy.
Number 4 is My Gorgeous, another stretch out.
Yeah, stretching out. 5th start overall. Is yet to hit the board her first 4.
There she is. Never wants to go with the pony, Katie Cakes.
Yeah, 2-1 right now. I thought she'd be a shorter price than that. She still might be. I'm looking forward to seeing her at the mile.
Denise of DeGrace gets Lasix for this 5th start.
Hit the board, and her lone time she hit the board was on a sloppy track, 3 starts back at a huge price.
Queen Pin, she is going to drop in class significantly for Danny Gargan.
31-1 first time, 38.5-1 last time. Lasix drop, a little bit of a layoff, 7-2.
LaChance is also a drop down in here, though she has not done much running.
My favorite harness driver of all time was named Mike LaChance.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Hall of Famer, one of the best. Gets Lasix, a drop in class, like you said, Mags, and a ship up from the Mid-Atlantic base, right? Is that Mid-Atlantic? Where is that? Do we know where that is?
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere down there.
Number 3, though, Amanda's Folly, as you pointed out, Himitam Stables with Carlos Martin. Carlos is a big fan of cheek pieces on. Love. We're going to check out her effort 2 back, which was her last start on a dry track, which led to a 2nd place finish. If she runs this race, Anthony, I think she wins.
Luna Loco will be racing tomorrow in the, why is the stakes name evading me right
Maddie
now?
May?
Thank you.
She scratched out an allowance race,
Yeah,
too.
scratched the Friday. Yep, to run in the Maddie May set on Sunday. She comes running at her late, going this mile. I don't know. You know what bothered me about this, Maggie? She ran a 46 buyer figure this day. Nothing really wrong with the race. Rudy waited 6.5 weeks and dropped her in for the quarter next time out, and she didn't run 2 steps. Now, you could say it was a sloppy track, but now Carlos claims her, keeps her in for the quarter. Cheek pieces go on. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Does attract Manny Franco, though, to the irons as we check in with Migs standing by trackside.
Yeah, interesting group, Maggie. And just for the record, Anthony, Michael Chance was great. I was always a Carmine Abatello guy, but I'm a little bit older than you too. But he was my favorite driver. I like the one horse, Derwin's Painter. I love the way this horse looks. I think she will really appreciate the stretch out. She's got a difficult post. She's going to have to work out a trip from post 1, but she checked the boxes for me. I liked what I saw from her in the paddock, and I continued to like her on the racetrack. She's going to be my top selection. I do think the 5 Katie Cakes makes a lot of sense. 3-2 on anybody here, I would have a little bit of a hard time taking. Certainly from a physical perspective, she looks like she'll appreciate every bit of the mile distance. She's really kind of a big framed, longish type of runner from Palace Malice. And Palace Malice, well, we know he got a 1.5 miles, but she certainly looks physically like she'll appreciate the mile. And then the 7, Queen Pin. Listen, I'm impressed with Jamie Torres. He does not finish like an apprentice. It seems like horses run for him. She's well drawn outside. She was very animated when she got to the track, high energy level. I do think she'll be forward. And the way she stopped last time, you got to believe Lasix is going to help her. I think Queen Pin is very live here.
She has a decent pedigree, too, as she is a half-2 minor stakes winner. Kisses for Emily. Now, it is a little bit more of a shorter pedigree, which I'm a little concerned about the mile yet again. But Danny Gargan has great numbers with this kind of move, albeit a limited sample. But with horses moving from maiden special weight to maiden claiming on the dirt with New York breds, he's 4 for 8 with 88% of them hitting the board.
I noticed the same thing about the pedigree. Yet this filly's run 1 mile and a 16th, a mile and a mile. So something must be telling Danny that she doesn't want any part of sprinting, because she never even debuted in a sprint.
She had the lead and stopped last time. So
I would imagine the Lasix is going to help as well, like Richie said.
Oh, sure.
I just don't know if she can run at all. I mean, Danny Gargan horses ordinarily take some money.
But when they take this much money, it usually means
I was talking about her first 2, right? She
oh,
didn't
I'm
take
sorry.
No, it's okay. She didn't take a dime. And that scares me. I mean, like you, I've been waiting for Katie Cakes to go long. You know you're going to take 3-2 or less on her. But I'll tell you what, I'd rather take 3-2 on Katie Cakes than 7-2 on Queen Pin.
I was just laughing at my notes because I said, oh, I don't know about her pedigree going long. And I didn't realize I had written tall and lanky definitely needs distance. So here we are.
For
Queen Pin.
For Queen Pin. Well, there you go.
So I agree with Richie. I thought Derwin's Painter was the possibly the most interesting, and maybe there's some upside and you're getting a decent price, though I totally heed what you're saying is that the barn has just not it's like they fired all their bullets in Saratoga.
The
and
filly
we just
ran
haven't
well. The filly ran well in the Breeders' Cup, but that's it.
leave no trace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New York bred? New York bred?
No.
No.
No, she won a restricted.
The other horse was in New York.
Yeah.
The horse that ran second.
Security code.
Yeah. No. I mean, tough to and I am a big proponent of riding the waves, both positive and negative, for barns. It's not a barn I ordinarily select anyway, but especially now. I mean, that was a magical Saratoga, if you will, and the wheels have come off that bus. As soon as we got back, as soon as we got south of Yonkers, everything's starting to go back to the way things normally are over there. So.
But should he just stopped at Yonkers and
Yeah, maybe. Perhaps.
Heading into line here for today's 5th race, kicking off the late pick 5. Can Katie Cakes get the distance? She's certainly built to do so for Rob Falcone. Blinkers going on. Chris Griffin, though, he's on it for your call of race 5.
LeChance goes in, all in line, all set, and they're off. Amanda's Folly has early speed, so does 4 Courts, who's down towards the inside. They're going to be 1-2. Up on the far outside is Queen Pin, is there with LeChance, and tucking in behind the leaders will be Denise of De Grace. At the rail, there's Derwin's Painter, is now going to secure the 4th position at the rail. Katie Cakes is in between horses second to last, and the trailer, My Gorgeous, on the front end. It's 4 Courts right there with Amanda's Folly. 3 across the racetrack as Queen Pin now joins them in 3rd. Katie Cakes is progressing, is right in behind this battling trio. Up on the outside, there comes the move from LeChance, and LeChance is starting to move forward with Denise of De Grace. Towards the tail end of the field now, Derwin's Painter with My Gorgeous. They went 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Queen Pin is to the outside of Amanda's Folly. They're 1-2. 4 Courts has dropped out of it. Right in behind them is Katie Cakes, and Dylan Davis is just looking for somewhere to go. Denise of De Grace is right on her hip, is up on the outside as they're well into the far turn now. They went 47 and 4 for that half-mile time. Amanda's Folly has got the lead, but for how long? Katie Cakes is ready to pounce up on the outside. She's got a nice trip, and now she gets asked the question, but Amanda's Folly's got more. A quarter mile left to go. These front 2 have gotten away, and Amanda's Folly is getting away. It's Amanda's Folly who's up by 2 lengths. Katie Cakes is starting to stall a touch in second. Far back here to My Gorgeous, who's rallying on. 1/8 of a mile to go. Amanda's Folly is just striding away. Amanda's Folly is now up by 3-4 widening lengths. Amanda's Folly. Manny Franco. They get the victory. Amanda's Folly over KD Cakes. Here comes the run from Derwin's Painter and My Gorgeous in 1 minute 39.85 seconds.
Cheek pieces on. Amanda's Folly responds.
That rhymed.
Kind of.
Yeah,
I could be a songwriter.
It rhymed.
Yeah, maybe I've missed my calling.
Hold on, Carly Simon. I just said those things rhyme. I didn't go all of a sudden now you're a songwriter? You were right, Andy. Katie Cakes doesn't want to go a mile. That tasted
I wouldn't,
tasted
hand,
like vinegar coming.
Dude,
Come
I would
on,
not
Maggie.
hand over.
She had dead aim.
Credit.
She did not want to go a mile.
She's just not very good.
That tasted like vinegar coming out of my mouth, for the record, by the way.
Well, she's got the best finish that she ever has.
I guess. Well,
she's just not very good.
You just don't want to. You want to die.
Action.
You just want to die on this hill, huh?
Dude, I'm trying to help you.
There's no help. When you take the L. I'm taking the L. Good effort here. She was in between 4 Quarts early and Queen Pin. This filly, Amanda's Folly, put him away and drew away. Nice effort. I mean, I don't know what she beat today, but it was a nice effort.
Manny Franco goes 2 up on Dylan Davis in those rider standings. That would be nice to see Manny get a win.
Are you a country writer? I mean, where did that come from? A little country twang there, y'all.
I mean, that's where Taylor Swift started, so,
Please, don't get me
in
started.
there. More to come here on America's Day at the Races, including official prices here from race number 5.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs has live racing every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Maggie Wolfendale, Anthony Stabile, Richard Migliori, and Paul LaDuca here with you. And we are coming up on the heels of Oaklawn's 4th race, 4 minutes to post for this allowance race, as we will check in with our man on the scene, Paul LaDuca, as we see a pretty wide open board as of now, Paulie.
Yeah, you know, Maggie, it really is a wide open board. You know, there's a couple horses in here that just ran dynamite in their last couple starts. You have the one in here, I'm not even going to try to pronounce it, for Rocco Bowen and John Prather. This horse actually ran really well first time out, and then last time just sort of blitzed the field from the beginning. The 4 horse in here, I'm not even going to go to that name either. For Ron Moquette is another horse that blitzed the field going gate to wire. Now, both of these horses at the time, one was 70 cents on the dollar, the 4 was the favorite that day. Does that create some kind of speed duel? Well, we've seen so far early on in this race car that speed has sort of been good. I mean, we did see the one in the last race be able to withstand a little bit of pressure and was the best horse in the race and held off the closing kick of the 9. You know, the 6 in here, Summer Roya for Ron Moquette, the other runner, a filly by Not This Time. I thought she was really good first time out. She sort of got hung out wide and got lost a little bit, was looking around. And then when Bejarano got to work on her, she started rolling down the middle of the lane. Now, last time out, she got dead left, and the race was just sort of over with. But I like the way that she just, you know, kept on grinding away. And I think with the other 2 speed horses in here, I understand the racetrack might be playing against her. I just love the way she was warming up, too, as well, for Joel Rosario. When you look at the will pay, she's actually the 3rd or 4th will pay. And right now, you're getting about 5-2. So she might float up to 3-1. So I like the 6 a little bit in here. Over the 1. You know, the 1 was 15-1, but I thought the 1 was very impressive last time.
Thanks, Paulie. That is Benny Kay and Susie 2, Rocco Bowen on the rail for John Prather. And she did finish 3rd behind 2 of these horses in here, Samoria and Lassie My Girl in her debut, and then won easily, as Paulie mentioned. I think the value in here, Anthony's number 7, she's storming, has just facing better horses in her last 2 starts.
Yeah, Samoria.
How do you know?
Because I talked to
Mr. Arkansas?
Ron Moquette about it.
What, do you have daily briefings with Ron?
I talk to Ron once or twice a week. Yes, I do, actually.
I need his number, actually, from
Okay,
you.
I'll text it to you after the race.
Yeah.
Samoria. And
Actually,
I'm not
to talk to
being
his wife.
I asked him how to pronounce it, and he said basically like, Samoria.
Samoria. I need Samoria.
Correct. Right.
And Timpavati.
And Benny King and Susie too.
Timpavati is another Ron Moquett horse and looks to have that early speed. Has been quick in all 3 efforts so far, but so has Lassie, My Girl, with Ricardo Santana aboard right to her outside too. These 2 horses, though, taking money at 7-2 and 9-2 respectively.
How about Mozingo? Mozingo gets one of the hottest riders back aboard in Christian Torres. This horse was off a July layoff last time, so just about 6.5 months. Broke from the rail. Now she only gets a one stall relief, but that one stall can be an awful lot, especially go from the rail off the rail. The blinkers go on. I thought this horse was a little interesting at 8-1 today because
she's never faced Arkansas breds either.
And that's the other thing. She's facing her own kind today for the first time. Now she's a 3-year-old running against older. Now most of this field there's only 3. The 3, 9, and 10 are 4-year-olds. The other 6 fillies with the scratch of the 8 are 3. But
they do get a weight allowance.
They do get a weight allowance. They get 3 pounds. 5 pounds.
Mozingo gets a lot.
Yeah, Mozingo. Why does Mozingo get so much?
I know. What? She gets
that one's racing since November. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I like 9-1.
9-1 on a Tom
right?
Amos Christian Torres combination here. Christian, obviously, still your leading rider. Now she's storming the horse I'm interested in at 7-1. Did finish in front of her last time and does possess the fastest last time out buyer in this field. So I think you're onto something with the 2. I'm really interested in the 7. Maybe it's a bad sign that she's so cold on the board, but
she is cold. She is cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's cold on the board. And listen, as much as I love Ron, that barn has gone very cold.
It did come in guns a-blazing. But
I think he's won for his last 28 or something.
For a guy that, how many horses is that? 30 horses in training?
35, 40, yeah.
Right. So you win the races you can, and then you kind of got to regroup as these horses have to step into tougher conditions.
It's not
and
surprising.
Sometimes you just have to drop them. So it takes a start or 2 to realize where they fit then after those wins. So I'm a big Ron Moquett fan. For my job, at least, looking at them physically, his horses always look the picture of health.
Love the guy. Awesome guy. Great, excellent horse trainer. Yeah, I talked to Ron probably once a week.
The reason I ask is going out to Oaklawn this weekend, and I'd love to get his wife, Laura, on my podcast to talk about Whitmore.
There you go. Okay. I'll send you the number after the show.
Cool. They're heading behind the gate, still 2-1 on Samoria, as last time out just didn't get away that cleanly. Isn't the quickest away. Do you think that's a detriment to how she runs today?
Could be. Part of the reason I like Mozingo is Mozingo showed speed in her debut, and then she lost it in her last 2. I think the blinkers are going to bring that speed out. I don't think the other 2 fillies that have been to the lead in here are that fast. I'm hoping Christian just puts Mozingo on the front end. But Joel Rosario climbing aboard Samoria maybe can get that little bit of greenness is the wrong word, but she kind of ran like she was a little green last time despite winning first time out.
Well, sometimes that happens when you face adversity after an easy start. The greenness shows. As Vic Stauffer, he brings you the call of race 4 from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Timbavati wins the break from Mozingo and Benny K and Susie 2. And there goes Benny K and Susie 2 and Rocco Bowen to the front. Lassie, My Girl, and Samoria next. Then Gramercy Park, and she's storming with Amazing Debate. And the trailer is Chai Tea. Benny K and Susie 2 up the backstretch, 1.5 lengths in front of Timbavati and Mozingo together, 2nd and 3rd. Lassie, My Girl, moves through from the inside, and she's strong for Ricardo, 3.5 off the lead. Gramercy Park just outside of her. Samoria has 6 lengths to make up, but has forward momentum for Joel. Amazing Debate and Chai Tea are behind her. She's storming as the trailer, and the leader is Benny K and Susie 2. Benny K and Susie 2, a length and a half in front of Timbavati and Mozingo. Then Lassie My Girl, Chai Tea is unwinding back of the pack. Samoria still 6 lengths to make up. Benny K and Susie 2 has a clear lead now. She is 5 lengths in front. Samoria is about to move from last up into a joint third with Lassie My Girl at the rail and Mozingo, but it's Benny K and Susie 2, and she's just run them right off their feet. Samoria might get into second. She will not win. That win goes to Benny K and Susie 2. Benny K and Susie 2 won by 3. Samoria did get second. Gramercy Park is in a photo for third along with Mozingo.
B. Polly gave the exacta as the higher priced of the two. Benny K and Susie 2, aggressively handled by Rocco Bowen from the start, takes them gate to wire.
Yeah, able to just get in front of Mozingo and Timbavati, who were the closest to her early on in the game, Maggie, and draw off. She left Mozingo pretty early and just was able to float out to the middle of the track. Rocco Bowen just kind of kept out of her way. Just let her do what she wanted off the turn, and they were fanned out, boy. Look, I mean, there's not 3 lengths separating the 8 fillies behind her. She was just well in front and had an insurmountable lead.
She's a pretty filly, too. Arkansas bred daughter of strong mandate, bred and owned by Margaret Hawk. Trained by John Prather, as she was a convincing winner, and Samoria just edges out 3 other foes for the second place honors. Going back to Aqueduct, Amanda's Folly. No such thing today, as she wins first off the claim for Carlos Martin, Hammer Time Stables, and Manny Franco in the irons.
So you mean Amanda's Folly was no joke today?
There you go. See, I leave that stuff to you, Mew.
Right. Well, you're the songwriter, and I'm the comic relief, apparently. Yeah.
Correct.
Easy. She put away the other 2 who bothered her on the front end and was able to hold off Katie Cakes pretty easily. 5-length score under the line. Geared down at the end. Stop. Hammer Time Stables.
It's a strong outfield. Look how far back to third. Wow. As Amanda's Folly returns 840 for the win. Again, we have some sad news to report, as this past Sunday, the racing community lost one of the leading owners of the past century in Diana Firestone. A lifelong equestrian, her and her husband, Bert, campaigned several champions, including Honest Pleasure, What a Summer, Genuine Risk, Derby winner, and April Run, as well as winning Outstanding Owner in 1980. Mrs. Firestone passed away peacefully in her Florida home at the age of 91.
Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags and Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train, Paradise Woods, and Catalina Cruiser. And with multiple 6-figure yearlings each year, he gets results in the sales ring. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. We are only just getting started here. We're only about halfway through the show today, and we owe you some prizes from Oaklawn's fourth race, the Arkansas bred filly Betty K and Susie 2. John Prather teaming up with Rocco Bowen, who was aggressive, and she was much the best.
Flag fall to That's All. Just put her on the Bill Daly and just let her keep on going. I like what they do down at Oakland, what he does at Oakland. Rocco Bowen, who I think he does a really good job with the limited starters he has. Just let her do her own thing off at the far turn. Started off dead on the rail. Let her drift into about the 4 or 5 path. 5 to 1 even. 12 even. Sorry, folks, no jingle today.
Well, Brad Cox, we're not going to be able to get him to 2,000 because he already got it at Fairgrounds. But you might get Steve Asmussen to 10,000 in the next race coming up at Oaklawn Park. But you're going to get rid of me, at least for a little bit here on the show. Greg Wolf is stepping in as your host. I'll be back downstairs. And it was an absolute pleasure, my friend.
I'll see you for the 8th race. Russian the wins in, so I'll be downstairs rooting my boy home.
Picture taken?
I'm not allowed.
All right. Well, there you go. But yes, horses in the paddock for today's 6th race, which does kick off the late pick 4. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
Welcome to continuing live coverage of America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us.
brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Maggie's voice changed quite a bit because I'm stepping in for her. Good to be here. Greg Wolf with Anthony Stabile. I get you for what, 1 or 2 segments?
Yeah, a couple of one from the Big A and one from Oaklawn.
Okay, sounds good. And then Andy Sterling's going to be coming in. Mig, it's rotating up here on this desk. It never stops today. We got some good action ahead. Razorbacks that feature at Oaklawn right now in New York, race 6. Start of the late pick 4. It's for non-winners at 3 life, 1-turn mile. And here's the 1 at 19-1.
I haven't seen him for 15 months. Job mode, first time in for a tag since his debut on the grass back in May of 21 at Belmont.
Were you Ja Rule fan?
Yeah, I'm real.
Breadman coming off a huge win last start.
Yeah, for a barn that runs horses every week like they're at Yonkers, horses running 2 months off a voided claim, no thank you.
Bingo John at 5-1.
Yeah, he's going to need to step up his game. He finished 3rd last time out. See if he can improve from that.
Rudy Rod runner here with a drop down in class, the favorite.
Yeah, this horse tried 3 life conditions for the quarter last time. That win for the 14. We'll see how he does off the new barn.
Double-digit odds to the 2 next door here. 1 more score for Bruce Brown, trainer.
I didn't put this horse in my top 4 on Talking Horses this morning, but this horse is way too big of a price in a wide-open race.
Another 10-1 shot here. Johnny Quist, who tried to go fast early at Laurel last start.
Him and the 6 should not be the same prices. I thought Johnny Quist was a far less likely winner than 1 more score.
Here's Jay Stalker. Blinkers come off after a 1-race experiment.
I don't know what happened to his speed from his debut when he went wire to wire. Got the job done 2 back, going a mile and an eighth. He makes some sense.
And don't be late. Going to shorten up a bit from a mile and an eighth last start.
I like this horse a little bit, Greg. I'm hoping that Heeman Harkey's aggressive with him. I don't know if he can make the lead, but he should be very close to the pace. He's got the cozy outside draw. I like this horse today at a big price, 9-1.
Look good warming up, too.
Yeah.
9-1 right now. Pick 4 pool closing in on 70,000 plus. 3 minutes to post it at pick 4. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. Always good to see you, JK.
It's good to see you as well, Wolfie. Nice little fun day of racing. It's always a great day if there's 4-legged animals running around in a circle or at least a half circle and you're allowed to place wagers on them. To get started here, I'm going to lean to the favorite as my pick, but I do have another interesting horse. I'm going to start with the 5, Sean in here. This horse, if you look at some of the past numbers, if this horse can make a little bit of a step of an improvement with Rudy Rodriguez, and I know Rudy's been a little bit cold as of late, maybe since Saratoga, but he's still Rudy Rodriguez. He still does have great numbers when horses switch to his care over the course of his career. And if Shannon can take a little step forward, I think Shannon will be good enough to beat this group. If you're looking for something alternative to that, I thought the 4 Bingo John was a little bit interesting. The race 2 back was the one that kind of got me. Got a nice speed figure, was wide all the way around there. Kind of an even-looking run going the 1-turn mile. They can work out a better trip in here. Taking a little bit of sneaky money as well. I do think the 4 Bingo John is interesting. The horse that I'm against, I think that most people, if you were looking to have a very fun Saturday, were hoping I would pick the 9, Don't Be Late, by owned by 10 Strike. I just thought had no excuse after last time. Got loose in a slowly paced race and wasn't able to see it through. So what kind of trip can this horse work out here today to change the outcome of the last race? So I'm going to go with the 5, Shannon, in here, and the 4 I think is interesting underneath.
Meanwhile, here is Breadman at 3-1. He ran the race of his life last time out, and now his 5-year-old debut is coming up.
If he runs this race last time, if he runs the race 3 back, he's going to be real tough. Sandwiched in between is a race that he faced so much better. Again, the big issue with him, Greg, is he ran this race of his life for a barn that runs their horses frequently, and he has not been seen since this day 2 months ago. He was claimed this day. The claim was voided. And you combine that with the fact that he's been gone for over 2 months. I don't think it's a good sign. He's your second choice at 3-1. This barn usually wins at big prices. Now, there's been a lot more consistency from this barn lately, but there are more negatives, I think, than positives for Breadman today.
Right now, he's second choice on the board at 3-1 with more. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Well, sentimentally, I would love to pick Breadman because he's named for Artemi Panarin, superstar on the New York Rangers, who have won 7 in a row. He was a voided claim last time. He hasn't been seen. Now, horses, there are protocols. Horses have to work for the examining veterinarian, be approved to race. So he's done all the protocols, jumped through the hoops he needed to jump to be okay to race. But for me, I didn't like his energy level. I just didn't see the energy level I'm looking for during his warm-up. High energy level from the 5. Shannon, this horse looked outstanding. He would have been my pick, but I wound up going to the outside. The 6 horse, One More Score, another one, looks really good. Taking some money now, price coming down. Bruce Brown's horses continually look good, and he was very well turned out. I wound up on the 9. Don't Be Late. I like the outside draw. I love him from a physical perspective. Michelle Giangiulio does a great job. And I just thought maybe the outside post, turning back 1/8 of a mile, he gets to kind of work out a sweet trip. If they go quick inside of him, he can stalk. If they give it to him, he gallops to the lead. Heeman Harkey has shown that he's got very nice, quiet hands on a horse. I watched him working with a lot of Jimmy Bond's horses in the mornings over the summer and was impressed with what I saw. I thought, Don't Be Late at 8-1. I'll take a swing.
Yeah, 8-1 outside post. I'm a Heeman Harkey fan too. He'll be on board. And this horse did win. Actually broke his maiden from off the pace. So it's not a horse you would think has to be in front and have the lead.
No, listen, he's in for the bottom 3 life. He is what he is. He's won from off the pace. He got out of the 2 life conditions over at Belmont Park, basically on the front end, alternating on the lead. He's versatile enough where he can call the shots. He can come from off the pace. You like the draw. You like the pace scenario where I can't imagine if Heeman doesn't want the lead, he can't have it with this horse today. I don't think anybody's really that much faster than him, if any of them are faster than him. I guess Jay Stalker can go to the lead if he wants to go. But, again, the speed that he showed first time out and even second, it's kind of eluded him. So I think it's Heeman's lead if he wants it with Don't Be Late. That's why I picked him. I picked him hoping he'd be on the front end.
Favoritism back to the 2. Breadman. I know we get the Rangers input from Mig.
Of course.
Oh, he's keeping an eye on hometown team.
His blue shirts. Loves his blue shirts. He loves his blue shirts probably as much as I love my Mets.
There's Bingo John stepping in. 8-1. Pick 4. Starts here. Breadman, can he repeat that huge effort that ended his 4-year-old campaign? We will find out coming up. Chris Griffin, the call.
All in line. All set. And they're off. Don't Be Late has got speed towards the outside. Jay Stalker is going to be in that early mix. And here's Shannon in between horses. And at the rail, it's Jamode. It's Jamode now with the head in front. Shannon's going to track in second. Jay Stalker is taken back to third. It's a second grouping there with Bingo John. Up on the far outside is Don't Be Late. And then traveling forward there is One More Score. And it's now taking that 3rd position away. It's a moderate pace early. Second to last is Johnny Quist. And the trailer is Breadman. They work up the backstretch, 23.47. The opening quarter mile, and to the inside, it's Jamode, who's got the lead, is a half length in front. Shannon and Jaime Torres, they're right there in second. One More Score is right in that 3rd position as well as they approach a half mile left to go. Losing some ground was Bingo John. Johnny Quist is dribbling along. Jay Stalker is dropping back. Wide run here from Breadman from the back of the pack there with Don't Be Late. They're well into the far turn now. It is Jamode and still going at it with Shannon, and right off of them is One More Score, and the closers are getting closer. Breadman was at the back, is now 5 wide. Bingo John is in that group. Don't Be Late is trying to rally on. Johnny Quist as well. Jay Stalker has dropped back to last. They approach a quarter mile left to go. 46.63 for that half mile time. Anyone's race here at the top of the stretch. Shannon with a nose in front. Jamode comes back to the inside. One More Score. And here's Don't Be Late up on the grandstand side. Don't Be Late. Bingo John is trying to squeeze through an opening at the rail. One More Score is battling on. It's Don't Be Late who's in front. Up on the outside, Johnny Quist is still there as well. Don't Be Late, Johnny Quist. Don't Be Late, Johnny Quist. Lunging late. It's Don't Be Late, Johnny Quist in time. Johnny Quist over Don't Be Late. Then came Bingo John in a photo in 1 minute 40.36 seconds.
Johnny Quist, wow, 13-1, steals this race in the final strides.
Yeah, this horse, man, I mean, it was one of these races where it was the last move turned out to be the winning move. And you could say that that's common sense, but it doesn't always make the most sense. What a Tough effort here from Don't Be Late. It was probably too far back. Bingo John, if he gets through earlier along the inside, he might have been best. Dylan Davis, though, he did not have the cleanest of trips. You see right around the 3/16 pole, Greg, he couldn't get through. And then finally Johnny Quist got a little daylight, and he was able to run down Don't Be Late right on the money. 3-4 jumps before the wire. He gets his head in front.
And Don't Be Late, nowhere near the front, came from well off the pace. Looked like it was his race to win until this final charge from the 7.
Not for nothing. For this level on this racetrack, they were flying up front. 23-2, 46-3. They were going racehorse time up front for this level. And you figured the back markers had to come running. Don't Be Late just got outrun early, frankly. He broke in front. But when the layoff horse, Jamode, came out running, and a couple of the other, Jay Stalker tried to show some speed, there was nothing really Heeman Harkey could do with Don't Be Late.
7, 9, 4, 6, 13-1 shot kicks off the pick 4. And for a lot of us, we got the pick 3 still ahead.
Yeah, last pick 3 of the day. I think there's some value to be found,
tough
too.
to find.
Tough to find. For 13-1, he could have been twice that price.
Leading rider at the meet notches another victory here. Dylan Davis on a 13-1 shot as he heads to the winner's circle. Picture time back to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 5 at Oaklawn. Maiden special weight and a 2-turn mile with everyone trying to get that first win on the resume.
The short stretch of the mile run, as the late, great Terry Wallace coined.
Here's Major Blue for D. Wayne Lucas.
Gets Lasix and stretches out for the first starts at September at Churchill Downs. Got a bullet work, got a couple of real fast works, actually, for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
Steve Harvey claimed this horse off of Rudy Brissett, Juilliard.
Yeah, they cut bait with this horse early, Greg. Special weight first time out sprinting, stretched out in for the tag, and got snapped up. Son of Speightstown.
Well writ, first time started by Taprit.
Yep, in for the mile, the flat mile, 35 breeze at Sam Houston for this.
25-1 shot, Interlock Empire going by, and here's Cup.
Cup stretches out off of the 6 furlong try, off of the November break last time, gets back to a fast track after a sloppy track try.
JJ's Joker, 6-1 for Chris Hartman.
3 sprints to a route for this Son of Practical Joke out of an APND mare, so maybe there's some pedigree on the bottom.
Got to look at everything coming out of that barn. Seas of Normandy, trained by Larry Jones.
Yeah, 6 tries already, 3 third-place finishes, including the last 2.
Hard Spun Fantasy at 11-1 with Tyler Bays.
This horse made up some ground last time out. I think the turf is probably where this horse's future lies.
Route runner Steve Asmussen, 3 Chimneys with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Ran well on dirt first time out, ran okay on turf second time. That was back in August and September. Gets Lasix for the return to dirt.
Bram Bunch's first time starter. This is your favorite for Brad Cox' heroic move.
Taking some money on a quality roads. Going to have to deal with a 10-hole first time out for Brad Cox, who just got his 2000th win down at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, congrats to Brad. Joel Rosario on the 10, and then bye-bye Ray outside for Todd Fincher.
Horse ran well enough first time out at Remington Park in a slow race. Came back, though, and ran a big fig from the rail. Stretches out off a couple of sprints. Now goes the 2-turn mile.
Yeah, got a big number in that runner-up finish against Ben's Legacy.
Yeah.
He showed talent. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, when you look at this race, Greg, you look at the 10 in here, heroic move, his actual nickname in the barn is Hero. So actually you would think he could run a little bit in here. But he had worked out with another Brad Cox first-time starter that did not run well yesterday. Now, this horse is currently 2-1. I thought probably 7-5, 6-5, somewhere in that area, the way the horse was getting played, at least in the exotics. But there's some other horses in here that are very, very accomplished, at least in their couple starts. I thought the 12, Bye-Bye Ray, ran a dynamite race last time out, sort of grinding out the 6 furlongs. And he seems like he has that grinding style to take to this route distance. I don't think that's going to be an issue if you like that horse. I mean, the draw is not the best, obviously, from the 12-hole. To scratch the 11, you draw the 11. The 6, JJ's Joker for Chris Hartman. 4th race in his form cycle of 3 races. And you know what? He seems like he's getting a little bit better. And when you're getting 6-1 on Chris Hartman, you can't really complain, can you? So I wouldn't argue with people that like that horse. I think that horse has got a outside shot. The sneaky horse for me is the one, Major Blue, Mikel Michelle and Dwayne Lucas. You know, this horse, first time out, you know, didn't really get supported, but Bullet Drills here. The racetrack's been playing a little bit towards speed. I think this horse can get to the front end here at 10-1 and maybe shock this field a little bit and take them around. It seems like the horses that Mikel Michelle, or at least Dwayne Lucas, has put on Michelle for her, like, you know, services, she's been sending a lot of her horses. So I'm hoping that she sends the one from here, because I think the one can be dangerous in a very suspect field.
Paulie, thanks. Yeah, Major Blue, inside post, and since that debut, and that was back in the 2-year-old campaign, so 3-year-old debut coming up, Bullet Drill out of the gate, quickest to 48. You see another Bullet Drill prior to that. Interesting to see what the game plan is from that inside post.
I would imagine, fresh from the layoff, from the rail, stretching out, Bullet gate work. And the key there is the gate work. Because this horse worked a Bullet from the pole as well in the mud 2 Fridays ago. So 3 Fridays ago. Third. Comes back with the gate work last Friday from the gate. The Bullet Drill. This horse is going to be, I mean, I would imagine this horse is going to the front today from that rail drill. But the horse right next door, Juilliard, showed some speed on the stretch out last time. I would imagine he's forward. I would imagine the 6, JJ's Joker, who caught a fast track for the first time last time out. He showed more speed than his first 2 tries on sloppy tracks. Maybe he's forward. And you'd have to imagine, Greg, that if this firster, who's taking some money in here at 9-5, is any kind of runner, he's got to have some speed early, doesn't he? And going that 1-turn mile, going the 2-turn mile, Joel's going to have to make a decision. He's going to either have to be forward and get some position early, or kind of take back and try and save some ground.
We're going to take a look at Bye Bye Ray, who is at 4-1 right now. Outside post here for Don Fincher. That huge jump after the Remington debut as a 2-year-old. Came back as a 3-year-old at Oaklawn, 82 buyer, beat only by Ben's Legacy, who looks like he's a very talented horse, who's that brother to turf champion Rushing Fall. Here it is.
And what do you do with Bye Bye Ray? Bye Bye Ray is drawn outside, goes from a 2-hole on debut, 1 hole last time out. What's he supposed to do? Christian Torres is left with the unenviable task of dealing with the 11 hole in this 2-turn mile start. Where does he go? Does he try to leave for position? Does he take back and make 1 run? He's got, listen, it was a big fig jump. In that 11 weeks, 10 weeks between the race at Remington where he was favored, he said he took plenty of money last time at a little less than 9-2. But, you know, where's he going to be early on? I like Route Runner, by the way. I like the number 9.
Those 2 sprints, too, in that foundation, and then stretch out to the mile, and that's the case with the 12 Bye Bye Ray. JK, where are you going to wind up here?
I'm going to wind up towards the outside. Look, I understand that the number did jump up, but I thought this horse ran well. You know, this day and age, I just think it's tough to run on the inside. In most racetracks, I think the insides are usually a little bit deeper. And I think that young horses that run well down there, especially horses that are down there covered up in dirt races, I think it says a lot about kind of their tenacity and their will to win from down there. A lot of young horses will shy away from that kind of tight spots down on the inside. So, yeah, the figure was a little bit slow back in November at Remington Park, and then comes back and runs this nice number. But he was bet that day. So I'm not surprised that he ran well. And now getting away from the inside, drawn towards the outside, which is the trip that I appreciate the most at Oaklawn Park, just kind of in the clear, running free. I like the 12 Bye Bye Ray.
4-1. A lot to like there. I'm with him. I mean, that huge jump forward, and we'll see if he can handle the mile from the outside post.
Okay. He can win. I like the 9 Route Runner. Debuts going that 1.5-turn mile over at Ellis Park. Runs well enough in the short field. Comes back on the grass. You know, it was just 3 weeks later. Don't get too confused by them running on the grass. I mean, it's 156,000. That's like running in a stakes race. And he's a gun runner out of a mare who ran on all surfaces. He ran a decent enough third. Freshen him up. Get him ready for. He's been at Oaklawn. This horse was training at Steve Asmussen's Louisiana Downs base and then shipped over to Oaklawn for the last month. So he's been training at Oaklawn. Gets this start. He's a nice price, too, at 7-1.
And, you know, you got a long shot in here, the 7, Seas of Normandy, who he's 0 for 6. But he's gone longer before, and he's faced some good ones. Not that he ran all that well against Victory Formation, who's going to, I would think, be the favorite in the Risen Star later today. Sun Thunder is going to be in that race as well for McPeak, who I think has a big future. He didn't run as good on that wet track last time out, but he was putting in a nice move in that race before he flattened out. Larry Jones runner, big price. Few ways to go in this race.
And the first of the Brad Cox first have now taken some more money down to 7-5 as they load into the gate here.
Tough to
Heroic
win,
move.
Going 2 turns in your debut.
Sure is.
We'll see. Obviously, this barn can get it done, though. Brad Cox with an arsenal of runners on the Triple Crown Trail. He's got 3 of them in that Risen Star today. We're set for the 5th here from Oaklawn. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Juilliard and JJ's Joker. Heroic Move and Route Runner close up. Well Writ splits horses. Major Blue, Seas of Normandy, and Bye Bye Ray are next. Then comes At the Rail and Interlock Empire. The 2 trailers are Hardspun Fantasy and Cup, who had a troubled start. It is Juilliard to the backstretch, a length in front of JJ's Joker, who moves into 2nd. At the Rail, Major Blue is 3rd. Well Writ backs off, about to be joined by and passed by Heroic Move. Meanwhile, Route Runner has made it to the rail for Ricardo Santana Jr., and he is running right along with the first-time starter Heroic Move. 2.5 back to Seas of Normandy and Bye Bye Ray. Another 3 to Cup and Hardspun Fantasy. Interlock Empire is the trailer. Past the half-mile pole. Finish line is the 16th pole, and Juilliard trying to get there first. Juilliard is a length in front of JJ's Joker in 2nd. To the outside and Heroic Move. Now, Route Runner has moved to the middle of the racetrack. Bye Bye Ray is outside of him. Seas of Normandy is next, then 3 back, 2. And unwinding now, Interlock Empire. Here's the great Interlock Empire with forward momentum. Could be heard from on the money. New leader, top of the stretch, JJ's Joker. JJ's Joker is a half length in front of Juilliard. Heroic Move is in the center of the racetrack as Interlock Empire continues to come up the rail. Here's Heroic Move outside of JJ's Joker. JJ's Joker, first-time starter Heroic Move. These 2 sprint away, Heroic Move and JJ's Joker, and they're bouncing off each other. Heroic Move in front. Heroic Move beat JJ's Joker. Interlock Empire was 3rd. Major Blue finished 4th.
3-year-old debut winner for Brad Cox, owned by Gary and Mary West and Joel Rosario. This horse had to fight for it. Showing a lot of grit in the debut.
A lot of grit, took a lot of dirt, took a lot of air, 3 wide, 4 wide around the track. Got into a little bit of a shoving match here with the runner-up. Gets the job done. Nice effort. This horse learned a lot. 1 starter equaled about 2 or 3 in here. Good effort. Took all the late money as well. 3-2 favorite when all was said and done.
10-6-4, 20-1 shot underneath. So even if you like this horse and somehow got some coverage underneath, hopefully creating some value. But yeah, Heroic Move, maybe a horse with a future here. Quality Road out of a Smart Strike mare. For connections that are loaded with contenders, again, as we talked about on the Triple Crown Trail going forward, including probably the favorite later today.
He led all trainers in Triple Crown nominees this year, Brad Cox did.
It's incredible.
Eclipsed Tad Pletcher, which was a surprise.
Yeah. That's it for Big A. At the Big A. Andy Serling stepping in next after a short timeout. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
You too, buddy.
All right.
See you soon. Thanks, you too.
All right, we'll be back. A lot more still coming up. Main event still to come at Oaklawn. That is the Grade 3 Razorback Older Horse Division. And speaking of Brad Cox, Mr. 2000, going to send out West Will Power, getting set for the 6-year-old debut coming up. He really closed strong at the end of last year with a Grade 2 win. Grade 1 placed. We'll see how he comes back. Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon. Program brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a cross-country pick 5 that starts with race 7 at Aqueduct to kick off the sequence. It's a one-turn mile, maiden special weight to begin things. And I'll welcome in my new partner on the desk, Andy Serling. How you doing?
New partner on the desk, same old partner from way too often. Good to see you. Good to be here. Looking forward to the races here. Got a terrific stake at Oaklawn. As soon as they drew that card on, I think, Monday, and I took a good look at the Razorback, I was excited looking forward to that race.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. We talked about West Willpower going to break for Brad Cox. A lot of interesting ways. Can Ginobili handle the extra ground? That's a big question.
And will West Willpower be as good without the lead? Because it's very hard to make him the speed in this race, and he's been able to control in his last races.
That is part of this cross-country pick 5, helping us play it. Our moneymaker, JK.
Wolfie, you know I love a cross-country pick 5. It's nice to kind of hop around and kind of cherry-pick some of the nice races from across the country, and you can do that with this wager. To get started here, I'm going to use 3 horses in this first leg that I thought were very interesting. The 1 Register, the 7 Foxburg, and the 9 Ride Up. Foxburg was a horse that took a lot of money down at Gulfstream first time out. Didn't run very well. Maybe will run better here today. In the second leg, I'm going to single the 1 Train to Artemis. I love speed drawn inside in turf sprints. There's only one way to go. That's to the front. This horse has the best early pace figures and the best final number. That's a nice recipe when you're turf sprinting. In the third leg, I'm going to single the 6 Today's Flavor. This feels like a stakes type horse going through their conditions. In the fourth leg, I did not have a strong opinion. I'm going to spread 1, 3, 5. 6, 8, and 12, and then I'm going to lock up the Razorback. I couldn't separate these 3 horses. It feels like a trip situation for me, and to protect some of my other interests in this wager, I'm going to just lock this race up with 3 horses, the 2, 4, and 6, the 2 Law Professor, the 4 Ginobili, and the 6 West Willpower.
Lock it up with those 3, really, okay. ABR Race of the Week. Good luck to Jonathan. Everyone playing the cross-country pick 5. Here it is. Grade 3 Razorback. Mile and a 16th. We were just talking about Ginobili. Dominant in that 5th season. Winning by 4 lengths. And, you know, I wonder, he's probably quick enough to be in front if he wants to be. But it looks like he's been much more comfortable sitting and tracking.
They don't want to rate in this race. I can't imagine a scenario where they're looking to rate in this race. He's clearly faster than the horses that are inside of him. And he seems to be faster. Well, trademark scratching really helps him out. So the only other significant speed at this point is Hero Status. I heard Mike Smith did not make it to Oaklawn. Is that correct? He won't be riding Hero Status?
That is the case. We're gonna take a look at West Willpower. He's going to make his 6-year-old debut. As you said, look, he was so successful late last year as a 5-year-old when he was in front in these races. Might be a little tougher today.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't really know because he seems to be a horse that's clearly blossomed going to the front. Now, you might want to argue, maybe he blossomed, he's just improving for Brad Cox, but did he really improve that dramatically at the end of his 5-year-old year? I think it's more likely the turnaround had a lot to do with probably going to Brad Cox's barn, but also being aggressively ridden. And you think about Brad Cox, you know, the Knicks Go improvement with him. Well, all Brad really did with Knicks Go was let him do what he always wanted to do, which was go to the front in those races, and that's how he'd been successful as a 2-year-old. I just don't think this horse has the speed, at least from what we've seen, to keep up with a horse like Ginobili, who's legitimately fast.
Feature race, ABR Race of the Week, that 9th, Grade 3 Razorback from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Much more on that coming up throughout the program. Right now, it's the first leg of this cross-country Big 5, 7th at Aqueduct, 1-turn mile. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, a really interesting group here too, Greg. A nice-looking maiden race. We'll start with the 4 Power in Numbers from the Chad Brown barn. You expect nothing less from a horse coming out of the Chad Brown barn to look as good as this horse does. And he looks to me like he's taken a big step forward off of his first start where he ran well. Do think he can improve in his second start. The 7 Foxburg took a lot of money on debut, was actually favored. Adds blinkers, comes in with his Florida tan. He's been down at Payson Park Training Center in Florida, and his coat really is resplendent. Couldn't look any better. I like him getting blinkers. And he comes in with a series of very strong work works at Payson Park. Horse goes faster than 103 for 5 furlongs at Payson, and that is a serious work. This horse looks like he's working well and physically looks terrific. And the 8, There Be Dragons, he's coming off a 1:40-yard race, but that's 2 turns at Tampa Bay. I like him getting to a 1-turn race, more got that kind of physicality that I think he'll appreciate going the 1-turn mile here, guys.
All right, Mig, thank you. Our post parade here is coming up. And we're going to start in a moment with Register. We hear the call to post in the distant background here. 2 sprints stretching out for David Donk. Here's the son of Super Saver.
Half to the mighty High Oak, who's nearing his return, who's also owned by the owner of the 7 Foxbird. Just ran a big figure last time, but has to work out a trip from the inside.
Egypt, price next word, 16-1 for Horatio de Paz.
He's going to have to improve off the debut, but did break a couple lengths slow that day and ran like a horse that will run better second time out. And comes out of a very fast race, but just a week ago.
Yorkshire Prince moved forward on a wet track start number 2 and then showed nothing start number 3.
Right. You just got to hope if you like him, and I don't, but if you do, he's a big price. You get Lasix going with him, and perhaps that'll get him back to that better fig, but still probably not good enough to win.
1 of 2 in the race for Chad Brown. This is the Klarovich runner, Power and Numbers.
They liked this horse a lot last time, and he was a distant second to a horse that came back and did little running last week. Can win, but needs to improve.
Osmodius, Bill Morey was in that Register race.
He didn't run that well, and he couldn't hold his position, but he didn't run that badly that he couldn't improve as a second-time starter.
Batuta Doro will get Lasix today.
Greg, I'm very impressed with how easily you pronounce that name.
Say it fast, no one will know. Foxburg, that's the key. Blinkers on, was favored in the debut.
Probably this horse can't run. Obviously, it was a big story first time out. In fact, I had a big story first time out. He lost by 75.5 lengths. 75.5.
Thanks for being exact. There Be Dragons actually improved quite a bit. Start number 2 at Tampa for Pletcher.
Yeah, interesting. They could not get a higher level rider, maybe because this race was so full. And this is a terrific race. He ran a legitimate race. The horse who won was second in a very weak Sam Davis last week.
Here's your favorite Ride Up compromise trip in that race against Power and Numbers.
I like Ride Up quite a bit in this race, but he is a little bit overbet.
And don't give up on another Chad Brown runner. Start number 3 for him outside.
Named for Paul McCullough, who used to run 15 Church, a terrific man that passed away too early.
Going to take a break. We'll be back with this one next.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised in Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Sire Sensation Gunrunner is the sire of 6 first crop Grade 1 winners.
God-eyed, and he's going to win the hopeful Ringo Zulu wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Cyberknife has won that has
Society is going to win the Cotillion, and Tata, they win the Bathurst, Pennsylvania Derby.
Early voting comes inside and wins it. He wins the Preakness.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you. Start of the cross-country Pick 5 coming up in the 7th here at Aqueduct to kick off this sequence. Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, rest of the crew. And there's your favorite in the background, 3-1 on Ride Up, second time out for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I do want to mention the 6, who's a weird horse, just went from 42 to 1 to 7 to 2, has drifted up. It feels like it took a big punch. Keep that in mind. I don't know what that was, maybe even a miss punch. I like the 9 ride up in this race. Linda Rice's horse from often need a race first time out. This horse broke a good length and a half slow in the race and was down inside and was really doing a lot of running in that race at the end. It just feels like a horse you could see nominate the Triple Crown that might be pretty good. I'd hope to get a better price than 3 to 1, but I do think he's very dangerous.
Look at Foxburg, who is taking money. Again, this horse, we talked about, the favorite, the 7, in his debut at Gulfstream. Son of Arrogate, obviously rumored he could run. He did not run a step.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with horses like that. But in general, coming back 3 weeks later, I don't like it much. Register's dangerous, though.
Yeah, 2 sprints stretching out for David Donkin, speed inside.
Yeah, and I think that Kay Davis just has to have one thing in mind, hope to break and go to the front.
Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, just looking at the horses warm up. A horse that caught my eye, who I think is way too big a price, is the 2 Egypt, high energy level. You get Jamie Torres, an apprentice who finishes like a seasoned journeyman. I'm really impressed what I'm seeing from this young man, and I think 23 to 1 is just way too big a price for this horse who warmed up with a high energy level. I'm going to pick the 7 Foxburg. I couldn't get past how good he looked. I love his work pattern at Payson Park. And the 8 horse, There Be Dragons from the Todd Putcher barn, looked good in the paddock, continue to impress on the track. And Romero Mirage, who has not had a great winter statistically, but when you watch him ride, he puts horses in position, and I actually think that he's a very good rider, that when he gets better opportunities, he'll make the most of them.
Mig Danks, 5-2 favorite, right up for Linda Rice. That price has been coming down here. Start number 2. Not power and numbers for Chad Brown, who was favored in that race with this horse, who's the favorite. The Linda Rice runner is.
Yeah, he opened up 2 to 1, Linda's horse. I expected the horse to go up. Really hasn't, about 3 to 1, but just, it's funny looking at the board. 7's taking some money. Still trying to figure out that bet was in the 6. Felt like about $9,000. I'm going to bet it was a mispunch. This is about as strong a 3-year-old maiden race as you could possibly imagine seeing in February at Aqueduct. I think a lot of people ship for this race and are surprised how many horses there were. It's nice to see Mott shipping, Todd Pletcher shipping up from Florida, and it makes us feel like spring, which is, in fact, just around the corner.
Yes, it is. Good one to start off. Your final chances here to get involved in this cross-country pick 5. There's the Klarovich Chad Brown runner stepping in. Power and numbers. I thought even the 5 for Bill Morey was in that register race. Maybe a horse to give another look to. Second time out. And here's the other Chad Brown runner, is being dismissed a bit. Start number 3 for him. Here we go. Let's go to Chris Griffin, 7th from Aqueduct.
All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses there is Asmodeus right out to the front, and Asmodeus is now a length in front of Register, who's at the rail, is going to apply pressure and now take command. It's going to be Register and Asmodeus as they come out of the chute. Power in Numbers is up on the outside, is tracking in 3rd. In behind them comes Egypt, who's in between horses, and Foxburg is in that leading group of 5. Batuta Doro is in the 6th position, is now 3 off the lead. Up on the far outside is Ride Up, who just passes There Be Dragons. It's towards the tail end of the field with Yorkshire Prince, and McCullough is the trailer. 23 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. It's Register who's in front. Asmodeus is right to the outside in 2nd. Power in Numbers is in the clear from 3rd. Making a move is Ride Up, and Jose Lescano is moving forward, is in the 5th spot with Egypt, who's there in 4th as they work into the far turn now. Less than a half mile to go, and they went 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. It's Register, who's a neck in front. Asmodeus has been there the entire journey. Power in Numbers is now called upon from 3rd. Trying to make up some ground is Egypt, Batuta Doro, also Ride Up. The front 2 are getting away, though. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Register and Asmodeus, they still go at it, and now Register kicks on. It's Register who's up by a full length. Register and Asmodeus here for a final furlong, trying to rally on from the back of the field. There is Power in Numbers and a host of others, but Register and Asmodeus, they continue to throw it down. Register trying to put away Asmodeus, who comes right back to the outside inside the final 16th. Head and head down to the line. Register, Asmodeus, Register, photo finish. Tight photo there. Register and Asmodeus in a nice race. Then came Ride Up. It's another photo with Power in Numbers, Batuta Doro, and McCullough is in there as well in 1 minute 36.69 seconds.
It was these two throwing down to the wire and then way, way back to the rest of the group. Ooh, that is close. I was going to say, I didn't think the 5 ever got a nose in front. I'm not sure.
I thought she got in front of her right before the wire, or he did, excuse me, but not at the wire. We'll take a look at it again, but it's hard to see. There's shadows and it's tough. Greg, this is a crazy fast race. It wasn't a super fast pace, but it was honest. But they went faster than the stake race did, so you know. This was a very fast race. See, the 5 was in front at this point. She's got her nose in front in that bob. She's got that bob, but it feels like the 1 got herself back on track where she got the 1 on the inside. But, I mean, that was close because the 5 did really catch her, and Asmodeus improved a lot. And I like that Jason Weyes went to the lead with this horse, the way he did, because that's when he was successful, when he was aggressive. Now, he may have lost this race by a nose, but he needs to get back to being aggressive as a rider. That's what he was doing well. Don't fall in the trap of too many riders near in thinking that dirt races are won from behind. They're not.
7-2 if it's inside, 22-1 if it's this horse right here. And, wow, some big-name barns that did not have their runners be really any part of this.
Well, this is a wildly fast race. I mean, I don't know if the track has sped up. And I think the pace was pretty slow in the stake. But this time is around 3/5 of a second, Greg, faster, about a half a second faster than the stake went. The stake. And these are 3-year-old maidens. So this is a very, very fast race. They didn't, I think, what were they, about 7 maybe lengths ahead of the other horses in here? But these horses just ran. I mean, I'm not sure the horses didn't lose this race. They ran okay. And by the way, did you notice the 6 made a little move in this race in the turn? So maybe they did know something.
Register your winner in the inside here. Kate Davis, David Donk, 2 sprints, stretches out to a mile, wins at 7-2.
I'm just glad somebody's going to be able to feed the Katie Davis, Trevor McCarthy family. And I'm also very glad that Trevor, I was texting him this week, he's looking to come back in a couple weeks.
Yeah, injured
but
a few months back.
I tell you have to be impressed with the way Katie rides. In all seriousness, she's ridden very well. I mean, she's not going to get the opportunities, but I think she's really a professional rider out there. I mean, you watch this ride, it could have been anybody, right? I mean, she rode this horse very, very well. Listen, it helps to be on a good horse.
Sure,
but
you got to finish. You're in a dogfight like that. You got to have the strength to finish. Well done. As we're back at Oaklawn. Race 6, approaching the 5-minute mark to post here. Mile and a 16th. A lot of money on Shopper's Revenge we'll get to. Here's Caballo Feliz.
I gotta move around quickly. This is a very tough race in here. Comes out of a win in a maiden 50, unlikely.
Huge effort in the mud last start from Airtime.
Yeah, well, it's also Diodoro off the claim with a router, so you know I'm going to like this horse.
Here's the 4 Little Sweet Thing for Don Von Hemel.
Listen, this horse has run fast races, but they were out of town. I don't trust the Remington Park form and Houston. Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, Ghost Hero should be forward.
You would think so, but another horse that ran those good races at Remington.
Ben's Legacy, brother to Rushing Fall, turf champ.
It's really funny. This is obviously a dirt horse stretching out. Will this horse be effective stretching out?
Your favorite Western Gent.
Not going to be likely on my tickets here, though, Greg.
For D. Wayne Lucas, helped Andy hit a multi-race sequence at Saratoga this summer.
My only good win all year. How could I forget? I'm bringing him carrots next summer.
13-1, by the way. Easy action. Norm Cassey stretching out. Norm's had a out-of-this-world meet.
He's also 11 for 44 with a 267 ROI stretching out. I'm not knocking any Norm Cassey horses.
Here's the one to beat, Chopper's Revenge. He was second to Determinedly, and Sun Thunder was behind him. We're both going to be in the Risen Star later today in his debut.
I'd like to book this horse at 7-5, and I don't think he's a bad horse. I think he could have real potential. But to go from being able to control a race from an inside post to an outside draw against a competitive field, 7-5? 6-5, insane.
Yeah, and Thirsty John, Peter Miller, West Coast Shipper, 5-1.
Well, you should be the West Coast bias guy, Greg, so you should probably
I would think he gets the lead. He had the lead going 4.5 furlongs on the West Coast.
Post, too. I mean, this race looks like a fun scramble. No one should be 6-5.
4 minutes away, 6th at Oaklawn. It kicks off the late pick 5 that includes the Razorback. We'll be back. What a finish at Aqueduct.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. 6th at Oaklawn means the start of the late pick 5. It is a good sequence. Tough one. Mile to 16th, allowance optional claiming field. Paul LaDuca, 6-5 favorite. Actually, even money now. Shopper's Revenge. Is he the real deal?
Well, I guess we'll find out today. I'm in agreement with Andy. This is a tough race. And we just got word that Steve Asmussen had run a couple thirds at Stam Houston, so he's still sitting at 9,999 wins. So Shopper's Revenge was able to get it done. His sons would be here to take the picture because Steve is actually in Louisiana at the fairgrounds. Brad Cox got his 2000 to 2000 first win, so a lot of milestones could be going on in an extra one just to tally on to Steve Asmussen. And you know what? Shopper's Revenge is getting the money because, you know, a lot of people are looking at Determinately, Behind Arabian Night. There's just a lot of different things to go to. And I'll tell you what, this horse was ultra impressive the last time he raced here. And it seems like the horses that have run well on this racetrack have now come back to run well. But he's facing a salty group. And when I say that, I mean, when first time you go into winners for the first time, it's always the toughest jump in racing. And so you get a horse like the 10, Easy Action, where Norm Cassie's almost 60%. He had a horse sort of like this yesterday that a lot of people were thinking, oh, even myself, not really getting bad at the window, and the horse won the race. So I think the 10 has got a big shot in here. The 12 is very interesting, Thirsty John. I learned one thing, never to throw out an undefeated horse, and this horse was in the Walter Solis barn, who's a very sharp trainer with 2-year-olds, and then a private purchase, and Peter Miller won with this horse. So, you know, I think there's many in here that can give the 11 a little bit of a tussle, and the 3 airtime. And, you know, Andy mentioned that this horse ran off the screen for John Ortiz. The worry is both of the efforts have been over wet surfaces, but if this horse repeats, even tiny bit regresses, this horse can be right there at the wire, and Christian Torres gets aboard. So I can understand where you're going. I think the 11 is by far the horse to beat, but just not at that price. And why wouldn't I take somebody at 60%? I'll take Easy Action, the 10.
Paulie, 5-1. We saw Norm Cassie with a sprinter stretch out and win just the other day. His meet has been just incredible, winning at 53%.
No, Norm is on fire. I joked about him yesterday. He's going to have a version of the mean, so he probably went and won. And he's not winning with horses that are, paying $3. He's having a great meet. And as we were talking about yesterday, it's one thing to be a good trainer, and Norm is a very good trainer, and I think people will find more and more out about that as time goes on. It's another thing to get the right horses in a competitive meet like Oaklawn. And Norm, who's stabled mostly at fairgrounds, The horses he's brought to Oaklawn, oh, they've been the right horses. I mean, you have to be very impressed with what he's doing there.
It's been an incredible run for him. And we'll see if he can get another sprinter here to stretch out and win, going 2 turns. That's a 10 easy action. That's where Paulie's going to go. 9-2. And certainly taking the worst of it. If you even Chopper's Revenge, who could be very talented, it's very short price.
Yeah, I think you're as a horse player, you have to bet against a horse like Chopper's Revenge in here. Listen, I like to see Mandy Pope do well. She puts a ton of money into the game. And I'm in no way saying I don't think this horse doesn't have talent, and I won't be shocked if he ends up being a good horse. But I don't think we'll be shocked if Ben Legacy's a good horse. I don't think we'll be shocked if a number of horses in here can run. And there's also plenty of pace. Now, he may be able to win from off the pace, but he ran his best race controlling on the front end. And the likelihood of that happening here is insignificant from that post with the other speed in here. So you're supposed to let horses like this beat you at even money. They will sometime, but they won't beat you 50% of the time. That's almost a certainty.
Loading up. And the gray, Chopper's Revenge, there he is. If this one were to win, that is number 10,000 in the career of North America's all-time winningest trainer, just adding to that tally every single day. Steve Asmussen, can Chopper's Revenge get him that historic number? Here's the 6 from Oaklawn, start of the late Pig 5. Vic Stauffer the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Slow start for Chopper's Revenge. Airtime, Ben's Legacy, and Easy Action show speed. Ghost Hero is on the muscle as well. Then Thirsty John, who will be wide early. Western Gent. Chopper's Revenge is second to last early, only in front of Lil Sweet Thang. To the backstretch with Ghost Hero and Easy Action. They're matching strides. Ghost Hero a neck in front. Easy Action is pulling at the rider. Wants to go. 3/4 of a length behind now in second. Then comes Thirsty John. At the rail, Caballo Feliz, and between horses, Airtime. Ben's Legacy is 6th and about 4 from the front, a length in front of Western Gent. Chopper's Revenge has 8 lengths to make up, and the trailer is still Sweet Lao Fang as they run past the half-mile pole. And here comes Thirsty John with a very early move, an aggressive one at that. He's outside of Ghost Hero. So Ghost Hero and Thirsty John go into the far turn together. Easy Action is now 3rd and 2 from the front. Between horses, Airtime, Caballo Feliz at the rail. Ben's Legacy and Western Gent have 5 lengths to make up. Chopper's Revenge is still 7 off the lead, and the trailer is still Sweet Lao Fang, and they run to the top of the stretch. Thirsty John, Easy Action 3 wide. Ghost Hero at the rail. Ben's Legacy. Now Chopper's Revenge is beginning to unwind. He's the gray in the center of the racetrack, and he's 5 wide and on the move. Thirsty John has the lead. Easy Action to the outside. Chopper's Revenge is charging for Steve Asmussen, and this could be it. Chopper's Revenge. Airtime slips through on the inside. Looks like it's down to these two. Chopper's Revenge. Airtime trying to deny him 10,000, and he's going to do it. It is Airtime to get the win. Airtime beat Chopper's Revenge. Western Gent was 3rd, finishing 4th. A close photo between Easy Action and Ghost Hero.
Not sure if he was best, but he got to the wire first. Nice effort here from Airtime. Tough beginning for Chopper's Revenge.
I feel like you and I could do a 10-minute dissertation about trips in this race because it was a very fascinating race. And there is no doubt that Torres gave the 3 as good a ride as you can give, because it's not just the slipping through on the inside, Greg. It's the fact that the horse was forward and aggressive, but he knew the pace was too fast. So you could see him almost thinking, I don't want to move too soon. Now, arguably, Chopper's Revenge probably benefited oddly from breaking slowly because the pace was so fast. He ran very well. He was overbetting here. The 3 got it done.
7-2 in your winner. Wins back-to-back races now for 2 different barns. Was with John Ortiz, claimed by Robertino Diodoro, and he continues to claim horses that going long, they just keep winning.
Incredible.
Beating a short price favorite. We'll be back. We got action from Tampa Bay Downs on the turf. When we return, Lightning City is next. Stay with us.
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential
Paraconti, standing at Gainesway.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Bet Aqueduct in Oaklawn for a chance at taking home your share of $5,000 each week. Hit the late pick 5 on Sunday at both or either track and split $5,000. Opt in at NyraBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and horse racing's #1 mascot. He does not have a name, amazingly. Program brought to you in part by America's Best
that you
Racing.
know of.
No,
His parents may have
been
named
told.
him.
Yeah, he does not actually have one. Maybe we can make that a contest on the program. Stakes race coming up next here in this Lightning City. America's Best Racing, by the way, sponsoring part of our program. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Trained to Artemis, this horse has been a win machine on the grass. 5-year-old mare.
I thought that something that Jonathan said was interesting. I'm not sure he's a speed. She's got to come out running from there. She is the worst to beat. I think she's a little overbet at 6-5.
Traverse at 19-1 comes off a win on the turf at Gulfstream.
Yeah, she just doesn't look good enough.
Sassy Beast. Big price, 26-1.
Another horse that just doesn't look good enough. I didn't think this was a super competitive race.
Turf debut for the 3. Here's the 4-14-1 Tracy Ann's Legacy.
Just another horse that's just not fast enough on paper.
8-time winner, just one last time out on the turf. Bahamian Moon.
A horse that can be forward but doesn't look like a turf horse. Looks more like a synthetic horse unless you think she's improved for her new trainer.
I've been very good on synthetic tactical pajamas at 28-1. Not sure what that means.
As no turf pedigree. The turf race was awful, but it is a cool name.
Yeah, only one try on the turf. Did not hit the board on that occasion. 7-1 next door. The L Train, who comes in 2 for 2 on the grass at Delaware Park.
Yeah, I want to know $180,000 for a turf sprinter that was running 70 buyers. Not really sure, but this horse sold at the sale in November.
Nike Can, big number, 5-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, this horse can be forward in here as well. There's plenty of speed in here. I just didn't think the turf races were good enough.
Stakes placed at Gulfstream. That was last year. Spun Glass, the 9 went by.
I like Spun Glass in here. I bet on her. I think that she classes up very well with this field and she'll get pace.
Poseidon's Passion, another one coming off a turf win. That was at Tampa.
Not sure how she's a shorter price than the 9, who's a better horse.
Nightcap at 18-1.
Well, I like a nightcap. I just don't like this particular one.
One try on the turf. Did not show a ton. And then Madam McLean, huge price outside, more speed, at least on synthetic.
She was one of my old favorites. She used to run around here, and she got claimed away, and I missed her when she won first time in synthetic.
All right, that's your field. Lightning City, 5 furlongs on the turf. We'll have a couple of stakes from Tampa this afternoon. Meanwhile, back to New York, and a very, very short price on a New York bred who is on a roll, but going to be facing Open Company today. There he is, today's flavor, trying to make it 4 straight for George Weaver. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. He graduated out of those New York bred restricted races and will be back in against Open Company, where on the West Coast, he certainly held his own to 3 consecutive runner-up finishes to begin his career, and he looks like much the best here in the paddock, too. And just a quick note, it says on the charts that he didn't wear front wraps last time. He did. Just watch the replay, and he's wearing them here once again, so it's obviously equipment that he generally wears, as we'll take a look at number 8 to the outside, and that's Ryan's Cat for Gustavo Rodriguez. And he's one that's now third off the layoff. He took another step forward in his second start off the bench, getting back to a fast track, and Wired by Seas Get Degrees that day. And I like what I'm seeing from him. He's a little bit, while he's a short and stout type of horse, he's also fairly heavy. So he's one that strikes you as having to race back into fitness. I don't think he beats today's Flavor here, but definitely the next best looking horse in this field. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 1 to 5. Seems like a foregone conclusion that today's Flavor is going to keep it going. Let's check in with Jonathan for more.
Yeah, Wolfie, look, I feel like this is a stakes quality horse since switching to George Weaver's barn. And look, I understand that George is going to run through the conditions. Why not? It's early in the year. If this horse continues to improve the way that he has been, there's plenty of opportunities for grade 3s, grade 2s, and even possibly taking some chances at grade 1s down the line. So just go ahead and take the free money while it's out there. It's racing, and lots of things can happen. But yes, I agree. I think this is a foregone conclusion. If today's Flavor breaks, today's Flavor wins.
1 to 5 favoritism, Jonathan, on today's Flavor as riders getting a leg up.
I think today's Flavor will probably win today because there's no speed. I think he's one of the most dressed-up horses on the grounds, personally. Jonathan and I will have to agree to disagree. He has been had extremely beneficial trips on tracks, particularly last time, that were very kind to his running style. I'm not saying he's not talented, but I don't think he's as good as he looks on paper. If there was another real speed in here, I would have picked 12th Man, who I do think has a chance to upset him here. We disagree. Jonathan thinks he's a great stakes horse. I do not.
He's been running figures that looks like he has that kind of ability.
Doing it with every single thing going his own way, including track bias in some instances. I think this horse is wildly overrated.
Here's Gaslight. He's 19 to 1 to start off the post parade.
Well, he had a nice win 2 back, but this is different company. Don't get me wrong. I think the favorite's going to win here probably, but I don't think he's as good as he looks on paper.
12th Man, he's been keeping some pretty good company.
Yes, 12th Man is very interesting, and I like him third off a layup. I thought he ran extremely well in his return, a step back last time, but I think he is the only real threat to the favorite.
Amira Shishakli sending out Russian to win. Kate Davis looking for another.
Well, nothing wrong with the way Kate is riding. She's just on a horse that's not good enough.
20 to 1 next door. This is Kaz's Beach.
Yeah, Kaz's Beach is a very, very hard horse to ride. I was commenting to Trevor McCarthy. He's ridden this horse so well in the past. But
there he is.
Very tricky. He said to me he's a tricky horse to ride, and he's had his good days. He's just off a long layoff.
So New York bred who's run out of conditions, and now he's got to deal with open company, but he has been dominant against New York breds.
Well, no, he hasn't run out of conditions. No, he won his conditions in New York breds.
That's what I just said.
I thought you said, he ran out of New York bred conditions. I misunderstood. I thought you said he ran out of conditions. You understand?
Oh.
You meant he ran out of conditions. I got it.
Handsome Cat 26 to 1, then 8 to 1 Ryan's Cat outside.
2 cats.
8 to 1 with Dylan Davis. You can play all the action. 8 making a nice appearance here. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. That's the offer with that promo code MATCH200. Get involved, and good luck. Don't forget to take advantage of all those promos, too. Opt in on the website. Let's go back to Tampa. So we got 2 stakes for you from Tampa Bay Downs today. Obviously, Trained to Artemis, as we talked about, formidable form coming in.
Yeah.
But you don't think a cinch here?
No. I mean, I'd be afraid from the rail. There's so much other speed that she could get herself a little bit swallowed up and get in some trouble from that position because, I'm not saying she can't be the speed, but there's other fast horses in here. I'm not arguing she's a horse to beat. I thought the 9 was a little bit interesting as an upsetter, Spun Glass. She just, is running in some tougher spots at different times, met some good horses, and I'm hoping the pace gets really hot and she can make that one run. I'm not saying she's more likely to win. I just think she's a better bet at 5 to 1 than the one is at 6 to 5.
Meanwhile, 7 to 1, the L Train. Those back-to-back wins at Delaware, July, and then we didn't see again until September. Off since then, and now coming to a More formidable circuit, obviously, here in Stakes Company, and this is a whole kind of different test for the L Train.
This is interesting. She's an interesting horse. I mean, she wins her first 2 starts, but keep in mind, Christophe Clement shipped this horse to Delaware. Didn't even run her in New York. Christophe's been known to like to go to smaller tracks, get some wins. It's fine, get a little confidence. And listen, you got to give him credit. He's able to sell this filly for $180,000. Now, to be fair, she probably has real value as a broodmare. So it's very possible that $180,000, a significant portion of it, is irrelevant at this point. You know, she's still going to be worth maybe 2/3 or more of that. I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking that's the case. Because you look at her races, she's a turf sprinter. The opportunities for a turf sprinter to make big money are pretty slim. So that's a pretty hefty price unless you feel that she has big value as a broodmare.
Let's take a look at Train to Artemis, and then she's down to even money right now. Last time she was on the racetrack,
is she that good that she's supposed to be even money here? And there is a lot of filler in this race, I will say. On paper, there aren't too many that look like they can run with her. She's the horse to beat. I thought my horse was the only horse.
She would get up to win by a nose. This was her last time out. It was at Gulfstream.
And she beat a Cherie DeVaux horse that I remember the horse ran a spectacular races on the inside, the Cherie DeVaux horse, because those are the Leal Silks. I think she was bought out of a debut win going long, I want to say at Monmouth. Came to Saratoga. They tried to rate her going longer. She's a turf sprinter, and she does have some ability. Yeah. Now, that horse that she beat, though, is okay. I mean, to be fair. I'll put it this way. The horse that she beat would be one of the players in this race.
4 for 6 record on the turf she brings in. She's won 4 of her last 5. She is even money from that inside post. Not a great draw.
Yeah,
I mean, she can overcome it at 4-5 now.
Jonathan's confident that she can outrun the field early, and he may well be right. I'm not suggesting not, but I thought there was a lot of speed in here. And I'll tell you one thing, she better get out quickly and be able to outrun him, because the last thing you want to have happen is to get swallowed up in a turf sprint when there are other speeds, especially if you're a forward-type horse. Not that she can't rate and win.
Waiting on the 6 and then 12 up to the gate outside. We're set. Train to Artemis, your big favorite from the rail here in the Lightning City. Jason Beam, the call.
Huber Villa-Gomez coming up. Madam McLean, Pablo Morales to complete the line. And she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on in the Lightning City Stakes. Madam McLean got out well. Sassy Beast going right out to the front. Down toward the inside, Train Artemis. The favorite was away in good order. Bohemian Moon moving up between horses. Just in behind them, Tracy Ann's Legacy was out in 5th in the red and black colors. Spun Glass is 6th. It's a length and a half more back to Nightcap. Tactical Pajama starts to retreat, passed on the inside by the L Train. Another length into Poseidon's Passion. The 2 at the back are Nike Cannon Traverse. That's the 12 of them as they go into that far turn. Sassy Beast, Madam McLean, a pair of long shots up on the front end. They got that opening quarter in 21 and 1/5 seconds. Train to Artemis, Bohemian Moon, those two just in behind. Spun Glass, caught out 3 deep as they run into the home stretch as they come to the top of the lane. Sassy Beast, room at the inside for Train to Artemis. The favorite has a seam, going to try to come through. Madam McLean still battling away on the lead. Tracy Ann's Legacy, Bohemian Moon in behind horses, but getting through was Train to Artemis. Train to Artemis gets to the lead. Sassy Beast down the outside, Spun Glass trying to run on also the L Train, but Train to Artemis got a dream trip through and wins the Lightning City by 2.5 legs. Second ended up very close there between Sassy Beast, Tracy Ann's Legacy.
Train to Artemis, Paco Lopez, Kelly Breen, now 5 for 7 on the lawn.
It's always a good thing if you're the best horse in the race and you get an absolute dream trip. It's very tough to beat. You think it was the 4 second? I thought it was the 7. But I could be wrong. I have no idea. Somebody was talking to me while we were telling us in a second.
We'll make it official for you when we come back, but no doubt about your winner. Back to New York. Can today's Flavor of the 6 keep this win streak alive and do it here against Open Company? There he is, 5-year-old son of Loud Band, trained by George Weaver, owned by Redham Racing, Manny Franco. Been the regular pilot aboard for every win during this streak. And you believe if he is going to get beat, likely going to be the 3/12th man?
Yeah, I thought he was the only other horse in the race. And I'm not, I picked the 6. I'm not, but I think that he's a more vulnerable horse. Obviously, Jonathan and I just disagree. That's horse racing.
Chris Griffin, here's the 8th from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Speed to the outside here from Ryan's Cat, and there's Today's Flavor. And Today's Flavor is now quickly sped away, is up by 3/4 of a length, but Ryan's Cat is going right with this pace setter as they try to slow things down. Manny Franco is trying to tap on the brakes, but Ryan's Cat is going to take it right to the big favorite. Today's Flavor there, 1-2. Handsome Cat is up on the outside in the red cap. In between horses there comes Kaz's Beach, who's in fourth. Tightly at the rail is going to be Russian to Win. Second to last is 12th Man, and the trailer is Gaslight. 22.55 for a pumped-up opening quarter. 2-5 for Today's Flavor, and Ryan's Cat will not relent. Is right up on the outside, and they are now 5 lengths clear from the rest. Kaz's Beach is starting to rally on from third from the back of the pack, and so is 12th Man, who's warming to the task. Today's Flavor turns for home, and Today's Flavor has found more. It's Today's Flavor who's up by 2. Ryan's Cat starts to fade a touch here from second. Trying to rally on from the back is Kaz's Beach, also Handsome Cat, and 12th Man, but approaching the 16th pole, Today's Flavor. Manny Franco will pick up another one, 2-5, and he ran like it. Today's Flavor, the New York bred, impressive again. Kaz's Beach there for second. Then a photo, Handsome Cat with 12th Man in 1 minute 9.84 seconds.
Today's Flavor looked like he was in a tussle for a bit, and then he just draws off. That's 4 straight wins.
And listen, the 8 took it to him a little bit and made him work for it. He's obviously too good for these horses, as he figured to be on paper. Gets a nice win. He's obviously a talented horse. I'll tell you something else, Greg. This is as fast, I think, as we've seen the Aqueduct main track this entire year. Does that seem... I mean, we're seeing some pretty fast,
I would agree with that,
16 and change. We're seeing those maidens 136. Good horses can run fast races, but we haven't seen too many 6-furlong races under 110.
Horse started out with Doug O'Neill out on the West Coast. He's now with George Weaver here in the Move East. Has done a world of wonder. 4 straight wins. Beats Open Company here like it was nothing. And a quick final time, 6, 5, 7, 3. How about 30-1, 34-1 underneath to create value with a 2-5 favorite?
My 12th Man got left, but he stunk.
Today's Flavor, your winner. We still have our ABR Race of the Week to come. Rob Atras and Law Professor in the Razorback.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Cross country pick 5. It is fast and furious. We are 3 legs in already with 2 remaining. And register, kicked it off. David Donk, Katie Davis, and that's been our biggest price so far. It has been very formful the next 2 legs.
But some fun racing, and we saw some good horses. I mean, listen, I don't think that Jonathan's right. He's going to win a Grade 1, but today's Flavor obviously has some upside. You know, we'll see. When things get more competitive, we'll find out more about him. Register's a very promising horse, and nice to see Dave Donk with a very serious runner. As we had mentioned, horse to Half High Oak, who we know is talented before things went the wrong way, and trained to Artemis. You're the best horse, you get that trip. You don't lose.
All right, let's go back to Hot Springs. Race 7 next, start of the late pick 4. And a maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint coming up in this spot with a few ways to go. Miracle Worker, surprise, surprise, first-time starter. Brad Cox is the 7-5 choice. We'll see him in a moment. We start with Swaggish Steve Asmussen.
I tell you what, this is way too tough a race for a firster to be the 7-5. Swaggish would have to improve off the debut.
$500,000 first-timer here for Rudolph Brissett Mulligan.
But would they be giving this one to Rudy Brissett? Well, maybe. They have given him some good horses.
Macho Villa, 9 starts, has never hit the board.
I want to say a big price considering the pedigree. Macho Villa is obviously not a contender.
Here's the Brad Cox first-time starter. He gets Joel Rosario to ride.
Well, he's a first fall from a dam that ran 60 buyers, so 7-5 seems right in a loaded maiden race. It's crazy.
Simovich for Don Von Hemel ran an 80 buyer last start.
Sloppy or not, this horse ran too big a figure to be the second choice, 5-1, or third choice. Crazy.
Jose Ortiz on Rivet for Steve Asmussen.
This horse did have a real trip under Joel. It was surprising. Maybe Joel is here to ride for Brad Cox, or maybe rides more, but I must lay beyond him. This horse ran well last time.
Hasn't raced since May of his 2-year-old campaign. Here's Scott City, Randy Morse. He went by, and Manta Ray actually ran a good figure against a lot easier, and they step him up.
He did, but he's claimed they're stepping up. I can't blame him for taking a shot.
Clay's Black Opal did not do much running first out.
No.
73-1.
Track, though.
Here's the 11. Key Andy for Todd Jordan.
Yeah, another horse who ran against cheaper, finished behind Manta Ray. We'll see how that race classes up.
And Nautical Star Oklahoma bred, who ran against Open Company in his debut.
He's not Lady Secret or Kip DeVille, who are two great Oklahoma breds, but this is a very, very good horse. And I was extraordinarily impressed with his debut. I believe he's going to be very tough to beat in this race, and I hope he's anywhere close to 6-1. I'm jumping all over this. I've been waiting to bet on this horse since I watched the replays race. I made you watch it. Did you watch it?
I did.
It was pretty impressive, right?
It was very impressive. Yeah, I mean, this horse was last early and makes this huge move without being asked at all.
That's exactly what, as I didn't talk to you and tell you what I thought. I just thought the rider was more of a passenger than anything else. I mean, he kind of asked a little bit late, and it's not like he wasn't trying. I just think it was a horse that needed his first start. And, you know, you have to be careful with horses that make these big runs because they always kind of look impressive, right? They make the big close at the end. Nobody else was closing in the race, though. And it was a fast figure. I like this horse, and I like him a lot.
7-1 from that outside slot. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be crazy, but I love the 12-2 as well. I just loved his last race. You know, Luis Quinones is a very accomplished jockey as well, and it looked like they were just trying to give him one, like, you know, give him one over the racetrack, and all of a sudden he just exploded. I think after he got left out of the gate, I think Q just wanted to, like, maybe settle him down and just let's give him a little bit of a lesson, and he kind of took off a little bit. And he ran on. So I think the 12 has a giant shot in here. Now, the 5 Miracle Worker right now at 9-5. I was able to talk to Brad Cox's assistant here, and he basically said the horse that won the 5th race, this horse is faster out of the gate than that horse. But the reason why they had this horse at 6 furlongs is because this horse is quick, and he is on the smaller side where the other horse debuted at a mile. So look for the 5 to fire out of the gate and show a little bit of speed. It's really hard to leave out anything that Rudy Brissett is leading over. I thought Mulligan looked tremendous on the racetrack. Violence, obviously a great 2-year-old. Unfortunate we didn't get to see him as a 3-year-old, but this horse has been working very, very well. So Ricardo Santana and Windstar, they're undefeated when they've paired together at this meet, Greg. So I'm going to go with the first-time starter, the 3 here.
Well, you know, I got to be honest with you. Andy, sorry if you're betting to win. I like the 12 as well. Now, here's the thing. If the 12 runs the same way that he did last time, kind of breaking slow, a little bit green, still trying to figure it out. I don't think that this group is easy enough that he'll win. But what I do think is that he actually has some more speed somewhere in his body, right? If you look at a couple of his siblings, Nautical Star siblings, a horse by the name of Sandy Sangria, Kiss My Bling, both of those horses won a handful of races, 4, 5, 6 races. They all won wire to wire. This family is a speed family. This horse just didn't show it last time. If Nautical Star can break, get position from the outside, I think Nautical Star will win. And I think it's a very attractive price. This horse showed talent by overcoming the trip last time. Now needs to show that other part of the family where they have a little bit of speed. I like the 12 as well.
This one I do agree with Jonathan. I think you do a lot. You see a lot of first-time stars that just aren't really ready to run their best races or their any kind of A race first time out. They won't have speed. And the way we talked about it with the rider not, really pressing him, they probably felt he needed a race. I agree with Jonathan. I don't think either one of us are saying that he's going to be, in front in 21-4, but I think if he's live today, he's going to be much closer to the pace. This is a super competitive race. I'm not suggesting it's an easy race to win. I think the 7 is very dangerous. And listen, I know it's a Bradcock first-time starter, and this horse can absolutely win. The guy's nothing but good horses. This horse is a homebred. The other one that won earlier had a big pedigree. This horse has no pedigree to speak. It was a first fault from a dam that ran buyers in the 60s. I just think they're betting Brad Cox and Joel Rosario.
Well, as you heard Paulie tell us, too, Brad Cox said this one's even quicker from what they've been doing in the morning.
He's going a mile, and the other one was 6 furlongs, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a mile. And this
We're going to look at Simovic, start number 3. Big move forward in that second. So he debuted as a 2-year-old at Churchill, comes back sloppy track late January at Oaklawn. 80 buyer to run second behind Easy Action.
It was a fast race, and absolutely is in some ways oddly the horse to beat off that figure. It was a sloppy track, and it's always concerning. The winner was a 3-5 shot. Now, to be fair, the winner had run these buyers, was Norm Cassie, 73, 66, 76, 83. So he stepped it up a little bit. Was it a number you're going to believe he's going to duplicate? But at 9-2, it's a very generous price, and that's one of the reasons I think that Muriel Worker is badly overbet here. I think there's too many horses in here that have run well enough that Miracle Worker better be better than okay to win this race, in my opinion.
Rivet's taking a lot of money, as he should. I mean, this horse showed ability early on as a 2-year-old for Steve Asmussen. He went to the bench for quite some time. And now coming back, no way you were going to get 10-1 on that horse, and you are not.
No, I mean, I don't know what races off in the morning line makers are looking at. The figs don't matter. And listen, those horses weren't bad. The second-place finisher ran 12 points faster in there. And this horse had a somewhat of a trip in there and made a serious run to finish third.
1-2 in the race for Steve Asmussen. Again, 1 away from 10,000 career victories. Just incredible. It would appear Rivet, the 7, his best chance to do it here with Jose Ortiz aboard. Favorite, though, it's a first-time starter. Same connections that won with Heroic Move that first timer going along. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call.
Nautical Star last to load. They're at the post. They're off. One of them in the center stumbled very badly. I think it was Simovic. Either him or Rivet stumbled badly. Clay's Black Opal, Swaggish at the rail, and Kayandi in the center. Then comes Mantaway and Miracle Worker with Simovic and to the outside and Nautical Star. Then it's Rivet, and at the rail goes Macho Villa along with Mulligan, and the trailer is Scott City. It is Swaggish sits second behind Clay's Black Opal. Clay's Black Opal a length in front of Swaggish and Kayandi. Miracle Worker, a 3-wide. Nautical Star and Simovich between horses all move together. Miracle Worker's got a lot of run and right now nowhere to go for Rosario. 2 lengths further back, 2 Rivet in the center. Then at the rail goes Macho Villa. Clay's Black Oval just in front. To the outside end, Nautical Star. Kayandi is between horses. Then comes a Simovich. In the center is Rivet, and here comes Nautical Star to take over the lead. Miracle Worker has found a seam at the rail, and here comes Miracle Worker on debut. Mulligan as well. Nathaniel... The leader is Nautical Star, Miracle Worker. To the outside, Mulligan, Nautical Star, and Mulligan. Wow, this ended up super close. Nautical Star, Mulligan made a surge right at the wire. I think Mulligan got up by an inch, but that's it. It is a total whacker.
Huge effort, second time out from Nautical Star, but may have been even bigger from Mulligan in the debut. Let's take another look.
Yep. Well, I guess at the end of the day, probably Nautical Star moved a little too soon and moved a little wide, and it helped set it up for that horse to get up at the wire. It does appear he did, though I have no idea who wins photos there. I've miscalled every single one, and maybe I'll get this one right. Obviously, the 12 was a good bet at 5-1, just a tough beat.
Mulligan first-timer.
5 a bit unlucky, by the way. He was steadied on the turn. Overall, a good trip, but he was steady with runs.
Yeah, one to keep your eyes on next time. You're not going to get any value.
I can't tell anything from watching their races live. It appeared that the 3 won, but I've been wrong so many times there that I don't want to judge them. And this was a very fast pace, and the race collapsed, and the 12 made the first move wide of the pace. The 12 was the best horse, but not the winner. Oh, the 12 won. According to that, the 12 just right.
Looked like we just got another angle off camera. It did look from that angle like the 12, but we're going to wait.
If you can see the angle that we just saw from the Oaklawn feed.
Which I've never seen that angle
Oh,
before,
no, we've shown
Have
it.
we?
Yeah, we've shown it.
Back in New York, 1-turn mile, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. And that is a look all about the money. David Jacobson, currently the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, this horse is not a winning type. That's the problem with this horse.
2 for 21 lifetime. No. Let's head downstairs to Maggie for more.
Yeah, I hear what you guys are saying. As all about the money, though, he gets back to a distance where I think he's much more suited to, at least physically. It's kind of funny. This entire field is filled with horses who are long, rangy types of horses that you would be shocked if they were sprinters. And I just wish... And he ran well last time, and I'm not seeing much difference as he did just run last week. I just wish he looked a bit better. I wish he was carrying more conditioning. He just looks weak behind. But again, this is the right spot for him. Just not one I can feel overly enthusiastic about as a favorite, though, from the overall perspective. One of the better looking horses in here is number 6, Smoke and Heat. And I know he easily handled a field of maiden 40s last time out, and probably not the strongest maiden 40 either. But he will go first off the claim here for Chris Englehart, who picks him up. And he's just a horse that continues to develop, continues to get stronger. He's very confident coming in off the back of that win. And if you see the front wraps going on here, that is just what Chris Englehart does with every single horse. So do not put any stock in that whatsoever. And I like the fact that they do protect him off of the maiden 40 claim. Jumping to the outside with number 11, Callaloo. He ran big to break his maiden in a maiden special weight, but he's eligible for this because he debuted in a maiden 25. And it just seemed like the stretch out in distance made a lot of sense for him. He's another one that is a little bit more lightly raced, so it's been fun to watch his physical progression and that he gets stronger with each subsequent start and just a lot more relaxed and handles his racing well within himself. Now, he's going to have to deal with another speed in here, such as Big Venezuela, but I think he sits the right stalking trip to the outside, Greg.
David Donk looking for another one here. This horse, big maiden win last time out. Back at Oaklawn, it was Nautical Star photo finish, getting the win over the first-time starter Mulligan.
A very good race by this horse. A little probably lucky the 5 was steadied in there, to be fair. I haven't watched the 3, maybe had some trouble, but it was a quick pace. And he's not quite Lady Secret yet or Kip DeVille, but this is a very promising Oklahoma bred.
Yeah,
it's a good race.
Doing it against Open Company and being told this is the first career victory
And I want to thank Paul. He had the exacta because he liked the 3.
First career victory for trainer Nathaniel Quinones. So congrats.
Is that right?
To the barn. And
that's awesome.
A nice horse here, Oklahoma bred, against Open Company, and just barely. That's the way you want to get your first win, huh?
Well, it's always
Photo
good to
finish,
win a race
sweat
that
it
you
out.
thought you lost. But as I said before, those Oaklawn, that finish line they show there just is meaningless.
ABR race of the week. Razorback and Ginobili dominant in the 5th season. Can he get an extra 1/16 of a mile? We'll be back.
Here comes Malitha. Here comes Clariere on the outside, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint outside. It's Malitha coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience. Looking to own thoroughbred racehorses and win at the highest level circuits? We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Experience the Adelphi difference. Join the club today. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races program, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Got the nightcap coming up in New York. Features still to come. Our ABR race of the week at Oaklawn with that grade 3 Razorback. And Ginobili trying to go back-to-back in the meet. New York, 1 turn mile, 50,000 starter allowance as we take a look at Liam's Fire. If it's not Callaloo, if it's not all about the money, this becomes a very wide open race.
Well, I picked Big Venezuela, so clearly I think that the 5 and 11 are the 2 horses to beat in here, but I don't think the Big Venezuela is that far from them, and I'm hoping that Venezuela is just the speed. I'd like to see Weyes just go to the front with this horse.
Jason Weyes has been impressive, 7-pound apprentice. There's the 2 he's going to ride in the background.
Just go. Go and hope for the best. He's been running well. I mean, he was outrun by a buzzsaw last time. He should have won 2 back. He fought a very fast pace that fell apart and actually probably ran a winning race. So I think he fits well in here.
There's Jason Weyes getting a leg up, 7-1, right near his morning line. And he has the ability, no question, to be forward in here.
I mean, they're just supposed to go. There's not really much speed signed on. And the 4 is scratched in here. It was a potential speed, as is the 10. Colloquy is running tomorrow, if you liked him. I think Callaloo has a chance to be okay. Dave Doss got some nice horse in his barn, huh? It's a nice New York bred. He's got the one that broke his maiden earlier. Good
figures from those last 2, looks like this horse potentially could be very tough in here.
I agree. He does not have good numbers off maiden wins, for what it's worth.
Here's a big long shot. Cagney at 33-1.
Yeah. He needs Lacey to get him over the winner's circle.
Love that show back in the day. Here's Big Venezuela, Andy's selection.
I'm just hoping that Jason Weyes can put the horse in the lead and he can wire them. I don't think he's the likeliest winner, but I think he's value at 7-1.
Liam's Fire, 19-1, Amir Shishakli.
We'll see if Amir can continue what had been a very strong beginning of the year for her.
All about the money, 5-2 favorite.
I just don't like the 2 wins in 3/3 and 3/3 and 5 seconds, for a horse that's always a short price, but obviously dangerous.
Smoke and heat. Chris Henglard off the claim.
Beat a hopeless field last time out, but has run fast enough that it shouldn't be completely dismissed.
Afjan at 5-1. Matty Oliver, the apprentice for Tom Morley.
Yeah, I don't like this horse, with all due respect. I think he saved ground in the rail that was good and came close in a race that collapsed.
Son of an X, Mike Luzzy, Randy Persaud.
Taking a lot of money. I've lost a bunch on him recently. It's Andy off. Maybe he'll win.
16-1 Midnight Worker. Another Mira Shockley runner coming off a win.
Coming off a win against significantly lesser, but ran a figure that makes him competitive.
And Callaloo, maiden winner stretching out. It was on a wet racetrack.
Yeah, but I don't think he needs a wet track. This horse has run well on fast tracks. He's a talented runner. We'll see. He's won it a mile, even though his pedigree says probably a little bit less distance.
I thought he potentially could be a standout in here. 7-2 right now.
Dave Donk is 2 for 32 with a 20-cent ROI off of a maiden win on the dirt. Just put it out there. But I actually oddly think he's a more likely winner than the 5. The 5's just had so many chances to win races, Greg,
Let's go to Big Venezuela. Yeah, I hear you with that point. We'll go back to him in a minute. Here's Big Venezuela. This was February 2nd, 7/8, winding up second to Drink the Wind.
And Drink the Wind was just a good thing in there. He was bet like he wasn't going to lose. He's a horse that always had some promise, and Linda Rice had claimed him, and he just was able to control. But I thought he ran well coming off the pace, and he's an adaptable horse. He was overly aggressively ridden 2 races back as the race really fell apart and fell into the lap of the winner. He ran very well to be second that day. I think he's a dangerous horse, especially as he's supposed to be the controlling speed. We'll see if it works out that way.
6-1, Big Venezuela. Let's go to Maggie.
Now, last time when Jason Paez was aboard Big Venezuela, he broke on top, and he kind of just took him in hand. There was no intention for him to get to the lead. It was kind of like, ooh, I broke on top, but I know that Drink the Wind's going to go, so I'm just going to sit here. Which, in hindsight, maybe they would have gone too fast, but maybe it was the wrong call. And he does get the extra furlong to work with here, and I really liked him last time, and I was just a bit disappointed. I don't know if it was the trip or the margin he was defeated. But I can make sense from here, and he's definitely a generous price at 6-1, I think, a horse who has been consistent, at least for the most part, at this level. Now, taking a lot of money is number 8 in here, Son of an X, who just ran last week. And I picked him that day, and the race dominated more towards the front end with Safalo's Mission setting the pace, and Late Night Larry coming in from Maryland for Brittany Russell was just best. And he was able to close, but he was able to close from way out in the middle of the racetrack because for the second race in a row, he's getting out around the turn. There's no corrective equipment on him, and so I would expect much the same here coming back off the short layoff. He does look that much tighter, though, with the short rest, a little bit lighter as well. But we'll see. I just don't love the fact that he has a propensity to get out around that turn, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how this plays out coming up. Still your favorite, the 5, all about the money. 2-1, David Jacobson. Let's bring in JK with more on this David Donk runner here who has put up that big maiden score against New York Breds last out. JK.
Yeah, it ran really well last time. Wired the field, but, I didn't do it without a little bit of pressure. I thought the horse, looked another horse in the eye, turned him away. You like to see that. Drawn towards the outside. In dirt racing, I say it all the time, I enjoy having a horse that's in the clear. We saw it last time at Oaklawn with the 12, Nautical Star. When you're in the clear like that, you might lose ground, and yes, that can be a negative, but I would rather lose ground on the dirt than get stopped and eat a bunch of dirt in behind horses. Callaloo is towards the outside with tactical speed, should be able to find good position. I'd be shocked if going into the turn, this horse can't find a way to get into the 2 path or even the 3 path. I'd be shocked if they were a little bit wider, and you get to just kind of have your run all the way through there. And the other thing I like about this horse quite a bit, is Dave Donk's the kind of trainer that he's not going to just show up and win first out and be in a stake in the next race. He has horses with careers. He takes his time, and they get progressively better and better. With a lot of trainers that will run a big race like this, you wonder, are they going to take another step forward? With someone like Dave Donk, you feel pretty confident they will take another step forward. If Callaloo takes another step forward, gets a nice trip from the outside, I think that they can get their picture taken.
I agree with Jonathan. I like this horse a lot, but you look at the horse that he beat last start, and Refua is a horse who's run big figures but continually gets beat, who's still a maiden.
I agree, but he was also coming off a week's rest. And I think he's a much better bet at 3-1. The 5 is at 9-5. The 5 might win, but he's kind of a proven loser. The 11 is the opposite of a proven loser. The 11 has run well in all his races. He actually ran very well first time out. Then he caught a sealed track and just didn't really show up. But the winner of that race is a very promising horse that's 2 for 2. Then he came back and lost to a 1-5 shot his next start. Then he goes back a week later and wins and runs big figures in those races. This is a horse that's consistently won well in his races. It's not like he won a maiden race by attrition.
Well, he's lightly racing. I love him in here.
He has upside, and he has upside. I don't love that David doesn't have great numbers off of maiden wins, which says to me they sometimes take a little step back. But I think he's a much better bet at 3-1 than the 5 is at 9-5. But I still bet the 2.
I still would have bet him at 9-5.
I like him but I'm saying he's a better bet at 3-1 than the 5 and 9-5. That's my point. I think he should actually be favored in here.
I agree. There he is. We'll see if he can go back-to-back for Donk. It's the nightcap from New York. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. From in between horses there, Liam's Fire has early speed. There's Big Venezuela in the early mix, and at the rail is Cagney. Up on the far outside, Callaloo in the lime sleeves, and also there with Midnight Worker, All About the Money. They line up here, 5 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute. They start to sort themselves out. It's Midnight Worker who's got plenty of company. Down to the inside is Big Venezuela. In the 2-path, there comes Liam's Fire. Up on the far outside, 4 wide, that's Callaloo. Taken off the pace of touch was All About the Money. Jose Lezcano has gotten over to the rail and just had to tap on the brakes here. Then further back is Cagney up on the far outside, Smoke and Heat. And that's drifting Afshan there, about 6 or 7 wide. And at the back, that's Son of an X. They work to the half-mile point. 23.55 for the opening quarter mile. Big Venezuela now shakes loose on the front end, is up by 2. 3 widening lengths into the far turn. Midnight Worker is right there in second. Here comes Callaloo with the rally from third. Afshan had some trouble up the backstretch, but is now taken fourth. Is to the outside of All About the Money. From the back, also trying to rally on there, Liam's Fire. Smoke and Heat is trying to rally on with Cagney, and the trailer still Son of an X. As now Big Venezuela has come back to the field. Midnight Worker down to the inside, and Midnight Worker is ready to challenge. It's Midnight Worker to the inside of Big Venezuela. Also, Son of an X is now making up some ground, and All About the Money at the rail, and Callaloo. All About the Money got a dream trip at the rail, and now All About the Money has sprinted clear. It is All About the Money now, 2, 3 widening lengths in front. Approaches the 16th pole, just needed that room and got it. All About the Money wins the finale. All About the Money gets it. Going to be tight here for second. Big Venezuela was battling there with Callaloo. Then came Midnight Worker with Afshan. And a late run from Smoke and Heat in 1 minute 37.63 seconds.
All About the Money turns it into a one-horse race. David Jacobson getting this horse 3rd win of his career. Jose Lezcano aboard.
Well, maybe he was supposed to be the heavy favorite. He got an absolute dream trip in here, but he also absolutely destroyed the field, so he was the right favorite in here. And I think Callaloo just took a little bit of a step back from his maiden win. Going forward, I think Callaloo's still going to be a good horse. Don't know if he got second over Big Venezuela. He just continues to run gamely. He is a horse that drifts, and that's why he was drifting during the stretch.
All About the Money. 5-year-old into mischief. 3rd time getting his picture taken. Does so as a 9-5 favorite. Dominant here. Prices when we come back. Andy, you're leaving us?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was moving because Richie's getting in the middle.
Okay.
Greg, I'm never leaving you. You are stuck with me forever.
West Will Power still to come in the Razorback in our ABR Race of the Week. We'll be back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. flight line, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Welcome to America's Day at the Races. On our FS2 coverage, live look at Oaklawn Park. We have Ginobili still to come. He proved untouchable in the 5th season earlier this meet. Could he be as dominant with more ground and a tougher group in the Razorback? West Will Power. He was on a roll to end his 5-year-old campaign with a Grade 2 win and Grade 1 runner-up finish. Try to steal the show on the front end, potentially in his 6-year-old debut. And Law Professor, when last seen, put up a career best effort in his 5-year-old debut. That was in New York. Can he take his show on the road and repeat in Hot Springs? All that and more coming up on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf alongside Richard Migliori, Andy Serling, and our best from Oaklawn is yet to come in that Razorback.
Yeah, and it's a really competitive Razorback. What a great race. And we got a horse that's shipped from New York down there for Rob Atras, the Law Professor, who's been in very good form, at least here.
There are a lot of questions. Is Law Professor a little better with a little more distance? Probably not a big deal. Is Ginobili going to be better at a mile and a 16th? He's supposed to be the main speed. One of the other speeds scratched. And can West Will Power run his big races without the lead?
Well, that's the question. And I think Ginobili is not going to allow him to get the lead or get as comfortable as he's been.
And I hear you have a new career. You're a human ATM.
Yeah.
If you need a withdrawal, it makes your man.
Maybe you could share that story with us in a little bit. 8th at Oaklawn. Yeah. Strangers coming up to me.
I was polite. I don't carry cash. I'm sorry.
It might have been something to do with a sign I put up, but we'll get to that later.
2-turn mile in the 8th at Oaklawn. Allowance optional claiming field in this next race. And we're going to get out there in a moment. We'll check in with Paula Duca as well as they're on the track. Our post parade here coming up. And we're going to see Congressman taking plenty of money for Rudolph Brissett. Actually, that is your favorite right now, the 3. We'll start with Call Me Fast, who earned a very big figure in a win last start.
You tempt fate when you name your horse Call Me Fast, but he did run a fast race, albeit in a sloppy seal track last time.
Yeah, that was his 4-year-old debut. We'll see if he can back it up for trainer Mike Pewich. League of Legends, big price.
Yeah, stretches out, would have to improve. You have John Court, who continues to get it done at his advanced age. Ageless wonder.
Todd Pletcher, horse here with Rudolph Brissett, Congressman.
I will risk Elliott Wald giving me a hard time because I didn't love him last time. I don't like this horse at all. He benefited from a wicked fast pace last time sprinting. Now he stretches out, not for me.
10-1 on Alejandro.
Yeah, regally bred, daughter of Curlin, Steve Asmussen. Did he get 10,000 yet?
One away. We'll see if he can get it here. 'Tis Ride Time going by. Here's Digital.
Another one that just feels like he's gotten a deep spot here.
Thought he had an outside look at a huge price. 21-1 on Major General.
Yeah, I think this horse is. Chris Hartman's always dangerous, but he's going to have to improve to beat these.
Great Escape. We'll see next, who's 4-1 for Robertino Diodoro.
Yeah, horse that's been in very good form, ran well at Oaklawn last time, should be involved early.
I'm betting him.
4-1. Christian Torres for Diodoro. Ram, Dwayne Lucas has been off since February of last year.
I'll say, well, I know it's a big layoff, but this horse is too good to be almost 20-1 in this race. I mean, that's an awfully big price on this horse.
So a horse who was second beat a neck to Medina Spirit. He faced Life is Good in his
Wish.
debut.
Yeah, he has been in with some of the
this
best.
price? I'm not saying I want to bet, but
3-1?
No, he's at 18-1.
No,
oh,
three
you
to
mean
one.
Roman Centurion? I'm sorry.
Number 1 dude, the 11, 17-1.
He's run some fast races, but they're at Remington.
That is your field for the 8th here. Let's go back. Go ahead.
I just want to say I think the 10 is dead in the board at 3-1.
Yeah,
Brad Cox, he's supposed to be favored.
I would agree with you. I thought that's what you were saying. That the 10 was an overlay.
Yes,
yeah.
I was saying the 9's an overlay.
I got you. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, but big relief to all of us.
3-1. Yeah, Roman Centurion. Look, this horse faced monsters. He had been with Simon Callahan. A lot of stops and starts. It is, Chris. This will be his first start back since May of last year. Let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, you make a good point, Greg. You know, he's only had one race since 2021. So what gives here? Obviously, he has the talent, does Roman Centurion, to win this race. He turned out great. He looked tremendous on the racetrack. Joel Rosario took him away from the pony immediately and got a good warm-up. I think the jockeys are sensing that, you know, you have to be somewhat up towards the pace. We did see a couple horses launch a little bit, but I just don't think you could be that far back. So now when I get to the pace of this race, the one Call Me Fast was definitely on his toes in the post parade. And, you know, his last race over a sloppy racetrack, I think a lot of people will look at that race and go, okay, it was inflated. It was a race where, you know, the sloppy racetrack gave him a bigger figure. I kind of beg to differ a tiny bit, and I have a feeling like if this horse gets sent again and breaks well, that he could be keep on going. You know, he hadn't run since November, and he just ran that field off their feet, and he's coming right back, and I think he's in very good form. He looked well on the racetrack, so I think he's going to be the one to catch, and I think he's the one that I'm going to bet here at 5-1. Now, Congressman, I actually do like. I have a different opinion of Andy. I think this horse is very, very talented. Now, is he going to get the 2 turns? Will he have the same kick? I just don't know if I want to test that out at 5-2. That's my only issue with Congressman. And I'm in agreement with you guys. The 10 on the outside is one of the other ones, although the 8 did turn out well. So I'm not giving you much here. Those are the 4 favorites in here, the 1, 3, 8, and 10. I think you just got to surround yourself behind those 4 horses. But I really, truly think the 1 could take this field gate to wire, even with all this speed in this race.
Well, Paulie and I agree on that. I like the 8.
Well, Call Me Fast. You believe the one's going to get the lead?
You would think they have to go from the rail. I mean, I would never bet a horse like this moving up in company off a big win in a sloppy track. I mean, I also think he has to improve off it to win here.
We're going to show you that race, the comeback for him, his 4-year-old debut. It was on a sloppy track at Oaklawn, January 28th, and he went gate to wire.
Right, but he had the run of the race in there on a wet track, and now he's got to deal with potential speed from Congressman and Great Escape as well. Outside of him, I just think it's a much different scenario, and he's kind of, to me, he's the last time was a time horse. But he has run fast races on fast tracks before, just maybe not quite fast enough to win here.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that kind of stands out to me at Oaklawn Park, when you see pace on paper, it tends to show up, which, you know, we don't always see that here in New York. Maybe guys overthink it. They come out looking at each other a little bit. I think this pace is going to be very fast.
I agree with you. In general, when a pace looks quick on paper at Oaklawn, it's a quick pace.
Let's see where Jonathan's going to wind up. JK.
Yeah, look, I don't know what this means. I just want to say it out loud. And the way Cyberknife ran, it probably means nothing, but it's important to note. This horse, Roman Centurion, worked with Cyberknife in the race prior to Cyberknife's Pegasus, in which he's still running. But I do think that there is at least something to be said about the fact that Brad Cox took this horse and used him in a work with probably the best horse in his barn, or at least the best older horse in his barn. You know, look, this horse has some back races. And if he can improve switching stables from Simon Callahan to Brad Cox, drawn towards the outside. I mean, there's a world in which this horse can run well. But I understand the point that Andy's trying to make is that if he was meant to run this big, huge race, the tote board would likely be telling us something different. The other horse I'll just throw you out real quick is the one, Call Me Fast. This horse is interesting with a lot of speed from the inside. Did earn a fast number last time on a sloppy racetrack. But, I think at the price, you can at least take into consideration.
Let's go. I mean, Roman Centurion at 10. And there he is. Third start of his career in a stake. He finished ahead of Hot Rod Charlie.
I just assumed he'd be
major talent.
I thought he assumed he'd be 8-5 in this race. That's my point. For Brad Cox to be this price, and he's off a long layoff. If he had run a month ago, but this horse hasn't run in 9 months. On paper, he is the best horse in here, and he's supposed to get pace to run at. He's getting bet like he's not going to run today. We'll see.
Hasn't run again since May of last year, the 10. Rosario board for Brad Cox. Let's go to Vic Stauffer, the 8th from Oaklawn.
They're off. Digital broke very well. So did Congressman. Call Me Fast is at the rail. Great Escape is on the move. And Between Horses League of Legends. Great Escape and Call Me Fast are quickest at the clubhouse turn, and they'll match strides 2 lengths in front of number 1 Dude, who runs up to take over 3rd. Digital is 4th. Then comes Major General, League of Legends, and Congressman. Ram is getting out to the backstretch. He's way into the middle of the racetrack. Maybe the saddle might have slipped a bit with Ram. Then comes Tis Right Time, Roman Centurion, and Alejandro as they turn up the backstretch, and Call Me Fast is the leader, just by a head from Great Escape. These two go along nicely. Call Me Fast, the leader. Great Escape is second, 2 lengths to number 1 Dude and Digital. Then it's 4 lengths to Congressman, who now advances in 5th. He's 6 from the lead and a length in front of Major General. 2 back to Tis Right Time. League of Legends and Roman Centurion have 12 lengths to make up. Ram did get eased out of the race. Alejandro is the trailer, and Call Me Fast and Great Escape are still 1-2. Finish line is the 16th pole. Call Me Fast ahead in front of Great Escape in second. Number 1 Dude is 3rd and 2.5 off the lead. Congressman, Major General, and Digital are next. Top of the stretch, Great Escape and Call Me Fast, and Great Escape puts ahead in front. Call Me Fast tries to battle back from the inside. These two to the final 150 yards. Great Escape outside. Call Me Fast inside on his left lead, but he's put his head back in front. Great Escape, Call Me Fast to the wire. Call Me Fast, Great Escape, Call Me Fast in front. Call Me Fast beat Great Escape. Major General was 3rd, and Tis Right Time finished 4th.
Call Me Fast in a fight here and able to get the win. Back-to-back victories now coming back as a 4-year-old.
He didn't need a fast track today. He ran very well in Richie the 8. There's a reason he's now second for a 6th time. He's got a lot of hanging.
Yeah, he had every opportunity. Actually got a neck in front or a long head in front of the one, and Call Me Fast fought hard, but I think Great Escape has the look of a horse that doesn't want to really pass.
Yeah, and listen, the pace was honest in here, but it wasn't blistering, and I just think the best 2 horses in here ran 1-2, and the 10, the money was right on the 10. The money told you the 10 wasn't going to run it. It didn't break, it didn't run a
Yeah, and he was flat into the first turn. You saw Joel Rosario riding him, trying to get him into the race, and he just was never carrying him.
And the 3, those are the worst kind of bets, horses that take advantage of fast paces sprinting and to close when they stretch out in their next start. Those are sucker bets in general.
Being told from Paula Duca out in Hot Springs there is an inquiry, does not involve your top 2 finishers, though.
Well, there was a horse that was eased, Ram, but it looked like he had an equipment problem, and that's why he was eased. So I don't know what the stewards are focusing on, but sometimes they will take a look at those situations.
They seem to do it more there than we do here.
Nice call, Paulie. He liked Call Me Fast. Back-to-back wins now.
Should he listen to him?
And this horse has appreciated the move to Hot Springs. 2 wins in his only 2 tries at this track as he outduels Great Escape, and that's not often you see this barn. Diodoro getting out finished.
Great Escape does not want to win. He does not want to pass.
Back at Aqueduct, all about the money. No question with this performance, he was best in here. 9-5, your favorite.
Good trip, but just because you get a good trip doesn't mean you might not have been the best horse.
Yeah, no, he just looked like he was the best horse in this group. And see, Jose Lezcano having quietly another good winter.
He is, for sure. He's one of the top riders in the group. looking forward to seeing Trevor coming back on Gotham weekend, and Kendrick should be back around then as well. Let's see what's going on with him.
Yeah, and it's always difficult. You're coming back off injury. Not only do you have to get your business back, but you got to get your body back. You got to get your timing back. And I know that Trevor's been out working horses, so that's a good sign. And I look forward. I'm sure he's excited to get back. And Katie's been carrying the mantle pretty well for the household.
We were talking about it before. Katie rides very well. I mean, she really does.
That's a good race.
1-8-4-5. Meanwhile, with Call Me Fast, that win at Oaklawn, you see that inquiry sign is up. So we will keep you posted when we come back and see if stewards indeed do make a change or not with our ABR race of the week still to come. See if we can pick up anything here in the head-on.
Yeah, the 8's hanging like a chandelier.
To see his head cocked to the outside.
Green cap coming out and maybe shutting off that horse behind him.
Oh, you're thinking that was the 3 behind him. It obviously is not involving the first 2.
No.
If anything, the
Turf Dash still to come at Tampa Bay Downs. 5 furlongs on the grass. Boys getting their turn. We'll have it for you when we return.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Hope you're enjoying our Saturday coverage. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 1-8-4-5 finish in Hot Springs as Call Me Fast. Back-to-back victories to kick off his 4-year-old season.
Yeah, inside post, took advantage of it. Francisco Arrieta, just a good, strong rider, someone that's impressed me, and this horse is in good form.
Very good form. Nice race. Honest pace. Go ahead, Greg, sorry.
Being told they did make a change. They changed the 5th and 6th place finishers, and it did look like it was from that head-on.
The horse in green came out and probably interfered with Congressman.
Yeah.
You had pointed out, and you were right.
$12.40 on your winner. 184. And the 8th at Oaklawn. And their ABR race of the week is coming up next. We have a stake ahead at Tampa here. 5 furlongs on the grass for the boys in the Turf Dash, and here's Panther Island.
Panther Island is good. Draws in the inside. Is definitely a player, but this is a super competitive race.
Blinkers on behind him with a 2 classic State of Mind.
Yeah, trying to find the speed that he once had, although he caused his own problem last time acting up at the start.
Get to the 3, who was the favorite here in a moment. There's another look at classic State of Mind. 5-2 on horse coming off a win last start, who's 2 for 3 on the turf.
But this is a much tougher field. I agree with the morning line maker. I'm very surprised this horse is favored.
5-2, Sammy Camacho for John Terranova. And he'll be forward, we know that. The Critical Way, an 8-time winner on the turf.
Yeah, and a horse that when he runs his best race, he's involved early. He's got speed.
Isn't this horse the horse to 8 to 1's a crazy price on that
Big
horse?
price.
An 11-time winner on the grass. Just went by Chessmaster. He's 9 to 1.
Had a perfect trip last time.
Speedster the 6, full disclosure.
Adds more speed to the party here. A horse that will be involved.
Surly Furious, 26 to 1.
I can relate.
Andy Serling for Surly. County final.
Name for
Blinkers
me.
coming out. This horse faced Golden Pal in the past.
Yeah, Blinkers coming off. It leads you to believe that maybe they'll try a different tack, maybe get him to settle a little more and make one run.
It was a very fast pace near, though I think the 4 is the speed.
Here's Feast at a big numbers, only second try on the turf.
His turf races are atrocious. It's one turf race.
And 58 to 1 on Omaha City.
Yeah, big turn back in distance and going to face a pretty wicked pace here.
Why 15 to 1 on Rockcrest?
I mean, he's got a tough row to hoe in that post. Sorry, Richie.
That's all right. But no, another one that's part of the speed with that post is he caught wide the whole
Isn't the 14 a wild overlay?
Horse got some races
both
certainly
these two
good
are.
enough.
But this horse doesn't have speed, and the race is loaded with speed. This horse, Loso, I mean, it's like he's lost on the AEs. Isn't he supposed to be half that price?
I agree with you.
I'm going to look at the 4 as the speed of the speed, and the 14 as the closer.
We're in a 91 buyer down the hill at Santa Anita. That was going 6.5, obviously, on the turf. You can play all these races we're bringing you with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 2 minutes away here from this 10th. Favoritism to fluid situation. One of several that want to be forward in this race.
Yeah, I think that the 4 is the speed of the speed. He's a very, very fast horse. Critical way. I'm curious to hear what Jonathan says, but I think that he can outrun the other speeds, and that could make him dangerous near at 5 furlongs.
Well, now it's this horse who's the top choice on the board, Panther Island from that inside post, who maybe can benefit from that. All this pace lining up. He'd been very quick on synthetic, but he came from off it last time.
He's not the speed in this race. There's a lot of horses that look like speed on paper that are unlikely to be speed as the race progresses. Horses like fluid situation, horses like the 6 you mentioned, full disclosure, they figure to be flying up front.
So here's Panther Island last time out, and this was his 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, and it appeared to me like he was losing position as the race was heating up, right? At a critical juncture when you want to go forward, he was on pause. It wasn't dramatic. He wasn't checking. But he wasn't able to go forward with the flow of the race at that point.
And he had to close between horses, which is not easier. You know, the chart says that the 5 Chessmaster was steady, the 3 Ace. He wasn't really steadied. The horse that had more trouble was this horse because he was shuffled out in the 3 Ace bowl.
Yeah.
Of the 2, I thought he had significantly more trouble.
And now he's closing between horses in not the most comfortable position. You're a little bit encumbered, a little bit intimidated. This is a big run from him.
Yeah. He's the 5 to 2 choice right now, Panther Island. From that inside post. We'll have the turf dash from Tampa when we come back, and our ABR race of the week is next. There's the 10-year-old Rated R Superstar. Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. We have the Turf Dash coming up at Tampa Bay Downs. 5 furlongs on the lawn. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, look, obviously the way that I played this cross country, which we're still alive in, I don't have a strong opinion here. In turf sprints, I'm looking for speed. I'm looking for a clear speed, and I've got no problem singling the best horse in turf sprints because I think that they actually win more often than most would think. I don't have that opinion here. The Critical Way is a horse that I used to have a huge crush on. I thought was very, very good, but just kind of has fallen off of form a little bit. But does like it at Tampa. Let's just kind of hope for the biggest price here. If you played along in that cross-country pick 6, we've got 1, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 12. Cross-country pick 5. Excuse me.
All right, JK, good luck. 2 legs remaining, this race, and then the Grade 3 Razorback at Oaklawn. See how it plays out.
What I want to say with the Critical Way, who I like, I picked the race 414, is I think you could make excuses. 2 back, he didn't make the lead. I don't know what happened that day, but why you would try to rate a horse like this is beyond me. And then last time, he's coming to Saratoga to face those kind of sprinters. I just think that was too tough a spot for him. Dancing Buck, Thin White Duke. I think he's getting back to doing what he wants to do. And at 9-1, it's the potential speed of the speed. I have to bet the Critical Way in this race. I'm not in love with him, but I think that's way too big a price.
Yeah, 9-1 does seem like a big price on this horse. But I just wonder, you feel confident he can, out-sprint these? I mean, it's just there is a lot of speed signed on.
I'm confident if you were riding him in your heyday that he'd be in front. I don't have that confidence in other riders. And Angel Arroyo has gone down there, obviously not having a particularly strong meet. And unfortunately, too many seconds and thirds. But I believe that he could be. If you rode him, and you and I talked about the race when you were riding, I think you would go to the front and outrun these horses.
Well, and the way you make the lead is you come out with absolute commitment to that idea. You don't give anybody, you don't let anybody entertain the thought. You come out like, I'm doing this, you guys figure it out.
It's going to be a storyline, too, in our ABR Race of the Week coming up.
Well, I think it's something that you understood implicitly as a rider. I don't think it, I know it. And I just wonder sometimes if too many of these riders are a little wishy-washy. Well, I don't make the lead, I'll sit second.
But it encouraged somebody else to take a shot.
Of course.
And that's how you get hooked up and engaged.
Lose the race with the 4 in the front end. Go too fast.
Play to
don't
your
try to
strength.
rate.
Play to your strength,
Right. He's not winning off the pace.
Meanwhile, maybe county final, I don't think anyone in this field has faced better than he has. Coming out of a Grade 3, he faced Golden Pound, the Grade 2 Woodford at Keeneland. 7-1 right away. A horse was flipped, it looked like. Is that the 2?
Yeah, the 2 horse was prone in the gate, turned over.
Well, this will be a big delay.
Yeah, there's going to be a big
dangerous situation.
Back everybody out around him, and then try to get him out from the underneath the starting gate, and he put himself.
You ever been on a horse that flipped the gate like that? I'm sure you have, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be a little scary.
Yeah, well, you hope that you get out the back. I had the one land on me here at Aqueduct, and that's
course
why I couldn't ride the Breeders' Cup. Yeah.
Every time I heard there was an incident, I always assumed Richie was involved.
And that was a horse who wound up winning the Breeders' Cup, right?
Yeah. Broke my arm, broke my pelvis, couple of ribs.
What year was that? That was an Artie Schiller. I thought that happened to Paddock at Belmont.
No, actually, I went and rode Artie Schiller when that happened. Then,
and
then
that
I broke
was
my
the
leg
year
in the
before,
paddock. Yeah.
ABR Race of the Week, Grade 3 Razorback, and that is a look at Ginobili, surprisingly, or maybe not, depending on how you feel about him. He's 4-1 right now on the board. Dominant in that 5th season, trying to win at a mile and a 16th here. That last race was at a mile.
I would bet him at 4-1. I think it's ridiculous that he's 4-1 this race.
Strong race.
He's the speed of the speed, and one of the speeds scratched, and I got to think they're going. I got to think Ricardo's going with him. He is an overlay in there.
I agree with you. I think he's the speed of the speed. Wes Willpower has speed, but look at the fractions he runs when he shows speed, not Ginobili's kind of fractions.
And if Ginobili allows him to get in front of him, they're absolutely out of their minds.
I can't believe that happens.
I don't either.
Here's Law Professor, this horse coming in from New York. He was dominant in the Queens County last time out. He is 5-2, so he's taking a lot of money for the Atras Barn.
Listen, he's faced good horses. He's run well in his races. If the pace gets hot, he certainly can pick it up. He's logical. I don't think he should be 5-2 versus 4-1 in Ginobili.
Meanwhile, this is your favorite, the 6-horse West Willpower. He has done his best running on the front end. Let's go back to horse we just saw so impressive in New York, Law Professor, who's the 2 in today's race. 7.5 length win with a 98 buyer in this performance.
This is a world of different horses he's facing today, though. That's not to say he can't win, but he was overmatched. The field was overmatched last time.
Yeah.
The second choice didn't lift a hoof.
I mean, you can go back to his Woodward was good against Life is Good. He, ran against Cody's Wish in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He won with consummate ease here, but I agree. I mean, this is a much deeper field, and he's going to catch a sharp pace. He's not going to get the trip he had last time where he's galloping just off a horse's flanks, in the clear.
And I think that's a very interesting point, Richie, because if you look at his better races in general, they're when he's able to sit close to a fairly moderate pace, and he figures to get run off his feet a little bit here.
Yeah, he's going to be stretched. He's going to be off the bridle, and he seems like he does his best running when he's able to get into that comfortable rhythm and take a hold of the rider a little bit.
So here's Ginobili. 4-length score, stretching out from a sprint when he came back as a 6-year-old. It's been around for a long time now with Peter Miller. And was just dominant in that 5th season. That, again, a mile. Try and get a mile and a 16th coming up today as we go back to Tampa for this turf dash. And the 2, not a surprise, expected after we saw that issue in the gate, has been a scratch here. Classic State of Mind.
We hope he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always a tough situation. You hope Jaramillo, right? Yeah, you hope he's okay. And, sometimes, sorry, I said that wrong, Jaramillo. Horses load in the gate, and they're kind of all pumped up, and then they back them out, and they almost kind of take a breath and reset.
But they all have to deal with it.
No,
so
and everybody was pretty much in the gate at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that about it. I mean, from the standpoint of what's fair.
Mm-hmm.
He always feels unfair the horses are behind the gate lollygagging around. They don't have to deal with that. I'm still not sure it matters as much, but you feel like it does, doesn't it?
You got to take all that into account. There's always little edges, little things.
And they're horse specific too. Some horses will handle
some don't
anything.
care.
American Pharaoh, a friend of mine said you could set off a grenade next to him and he wouldn't have flinched.
He was the kindest good horse I've ever seen.
Thank God, because that scene in the winner's circle on Belmont Stakes Day could have gone a different way if he wasn't.
Yeah, but Baffert was so generous bringing him out to letting people pet him and everything because he was as gentle as could be. Sid Geloso, that also eligible. Big price. Last outside will be the last in line. Let's go to Jason Beam, turf dash from Tampa Bay Downs.
Cody's Wit.
They're in the gate. Rock Crest acting up. And the race is on in the turf dash. Surly Furious away a step slow. Chessmaster in the center, set for early speed. Now that one's inside the critical way. Full disclosure was out of good order. Those are the top 3 through the opening furlong. Just in behind them comes Panther Island. Fluid situation there, 4th and 5th. Feast in the black colors just to their outside in 6th. Another length then back to Rock Crest in 7th. Length and a half more back to Omaha City in 8th. And then it's a break of 3 more. Then back to a lineup of 3. Sigaloso, Surly Furious, County Finals, the trailer. 21 seconds flat. Chessmaster blazing a trail as they wind around to the quarter pole. Chessmaster quickly in front by almost 3 to Full Disclosure. Up on the outside, Fluid situation. Down along the rail, the critical way, trying to get going. Panther Island going to swing toward the outside. Chessmaster comes to the furlong pole, roars with a 3.5 length lead. It's Chessmaster still in front. Down toward the inside, the critical way. Late run from Panther Island down the center. Full Disclosure as well. Chessmaster absolutely ran them off their feet. Chessmaster scores by about 4 in the end. Second was Full Disclosure. Looked like Fluid situation. Might have got third. Sigaloso flew to get into a photo. The final time there, 54.78 seconds.
Chessmaster jumped to the front right out of the gate and just never looked back. 12th win on the turf.
And there were a lot of potential speeds. He wasn't one of them, Richie.
No, but Antonio Gallardo committed to a plan, and that was to go, and he was good today. He just kept running.
No, he was terrific today. He destroyed the field. I mean, critical way, he did try for the Angel Royal before he steadied the field.
ABR race of the week. It is next in the older horse division. Grade 3 Razorback from Oaklawn at 1 mile and a 16th. Look at the odds board currently. It's West Will Power for Brad Cox returning for his 6-year-old debut. He's been on first or second in 11 of 13 of his career starts. But it looks like it's going to be a little bit harder to do it the way he likes on the front end today. Post-parade, we're going to start with a big long shot here in just a moment on the inside. Long-range Toddy for Dallas Stewart, the 7-year-old.
It's been a long time since he won the Rebel. It's amazing.
Long time.
Yeah, beat
Over
Baffert.
1.1 million earnings still. He's been able to
Most
put
of it
together.
was the Rebel.
It was. Still a price on Ginobili. It's come down a little bit. Should come down more, but currently it's 7-2 on the board. That is surprising.
This is a fun race. I'm interested in seeing it. And I think there's a lot of horses we should talk about, a lot of the fringe players we get a chance after the post parade. You know?
Of course, we got the 10-year-old Rated R Superstar, who he's 16-1 right now. In a very good race from a wide trip last out.
I think he's a big overlay at that price, given his pace.
So again, long range title. Here he is, $1.1 million in earnings for this 7-year-old. He's going to stretch back out. He's been off since December.
They sprint, they go long. They've mostly been sprinting. Who knows? He just doesn't seem good enough anymore.
Law professor off that big effort in the Queens County at Aqueduct.
Yeah, in excellent form. He's going to face a little bit different kind of heat today. Maybe not get as comfortable as he did in the Queens County.
Here's the 10-year-old Rated R Superstar. He was third to Ginobili last out.
I don't love him, but he just seems like an overlay at 16-1.
Ginobili, dominant winner of that 5th season. That was at a mile. Can he get the mile to 16th, Mig?
He just looks naturally faster than everybody else. He sets faster fractions than anybody else in here, and boy, does he look like he's on his toes today.
West Will Power, he's the 9-5 favorite for his 6-year-old debut.
Very talented horse, but he's going to have to show he can be as effective from sitting just off the pace because I don't see him making the lead here.
Dwayne Lucas with an interesting runner at 10-1 in Last Samurai.
I agree. His best race ever probably was the upset in last year's Oaklawn handicap. Now, he did it on the front end, but that doesn't mean he can't be effective rating.
Hero Status taking money. Francisco Arrieta, this horse coming in for the West Coast for Mark Glatt.
Yeah, picks up Francisco Arrieta. Mike Smith was unable to get to Oaklawn due to flight delays. Horse ran big last time and should be close to the pace.
It's a big move up. But
Keystone Field, it's Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm with Isaac Castillo.
I mean, I can understand the thinking on Hero Status, but is this horse really supposed to be twice the price of Hero Status?
I thought this horse had a big chance.
I completely agree.
10-1. He was huge effort, career best, and it was at Oaklawn last time out at a mile and a 16th. You can play this race, getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. The offer when you punch in that code. Match $200 for new members, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 4 minutes away as these races at Oaklawn, in all these divisions they have such a great series of races really in all these separate divisions, and they get more important each step of the way. And now the Grade 3 Razorback. The next step, can Ginobili pass this test? Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
That's a great question, Greg, because this is a really great race. It really is. When you have a horse like West Willpower for Brad Cox, and you're wondering if Joel Rosario is going to concede the lead. You know, he tried to push to get to the front end in that last race, and he just could not get there. And I'm wondering if he's just going to push to try to get to the front end. Now, Ginobili, I'm kind of surprised that right now he is the third choice. He literally drug Ricardo Santana around the racetrack the last time he raced here. And I interviewed Ricardo after that race, and he was blown away. He basically said, I didn't even get to 50% of him. I mean, he was basically just loaded the whole way around the racetrack. So what's going to give here between Ginobili and the 6-year West Willpower? Are they both going to go at it early? Who's going to concede or who's going to lay off each other? Because if that does happen and those two horses go at it, I know they're quality in here, but Law Professor, since sticking the blinkers on, has just gotten a lot sharper. Talked to Rob Baltrus, who was here yesterday, and he said, listen, this horse is just starting to mature a little better, starting to learn how to rate a little bit, and, you know, he could land in a really great position. There's other horses in here that just make a lot of sense. You know, you talk about Rated R Superstar, might get the setup. So I think the first quarter mile of this race is just going to determine what happens. But I just cannot ignore, Greg, the way Ginobili ran last time. I was just blown away. He, like I said, he drug Ricardo Santana around the racetrack, and I saw what Richie saw in the post parade. He looked tremendous. So I'm going to stick with Ginobili, and as JK would say, slam dunk, slam dunk, slam dunk, slam dunk. 4 slam dunks.
Paul, he thanks 7-2. I mean, he was so impressive in that 5th season. He just was dominant against this group. Rated R Superstar, he was last early in here. I mean, he was last not that far out of the race. Made a big run with a wide trip to get 3rd, but he was no match for Ginobili.
No, Ginobili was long gone. It was 2 different races. It was reminiscent of that race. I remember Seattle Sioux running in Hialeah. He turned for home, and then here came everybody else. But Rated R Superstar was floated very wide, hung a little bit in the last stages, I think, because of that wide trip.
And the horse that beat him for second camped the inside. So not only did he have the worst of it, the horse that beat him had the best of it.
Yeah.
So 7-2. Surprising here.
Yeah, I think he's a big price. 7-2 seems to me, the most likely winner of the race. Me and Andy were just talking about it. And I can't see that last 16th, another 16th of a mile, putting him in jeopardy of getting caught. The way he finished through the wire that day, you think 110 yards is going to make a difference?
You just don't. You don't really know, and obviously, but I think you look at the race and I think Hero Status is going to be relatively close. But I think if they want to, they can control, and he doesn't have to go, 22-2. He could go 23-2. 46 and a piece. It's not that fast. These are good horses.
Yep.
I mean, you and I are old. We remember when horses used to go fast fractions and still finish.
And carry, yeah.
Right.
And before that 5th season, keep in mind, too, there were question marks about him, certainly at Oaklawn.
Right.
But outside of California, and he put those to rest. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Well, the good news is if you played along in the cross-country pick 5, we're alive. And we're alive okay. I think it was a $27 ticket. Math is not my strong suit. If I'm lying to you, it was pretty close to $27 for 50 cents. We're alive to 2, 4, and 6. The 2, Law Professor, the 4, Ginobili, and the 6, West Willpower. And let's see here, the Will pays if you're not in front of your Naira Bets account. The 2's paying $3.30. The 4 is paying $3.98, and the 6 is paying $2.94. So, look, I'm just rooting for one of those 3 to win. And like I said, I feel like you could kind of lock it up. Those feel like the triple-digit buyer types of horses in this race. They do have similar styles, which can be a problem. But at Oaklawn, I just think that kind of being forward is where you want to be anyway. So I'm hoping that one of them can pull it off. If I had to pick one, I'd pick Ginobili. He's been good for a long time. He's shown a lot of talent. And I thought his last race at Oaklawn Park was very, very impressive. And I look for him to take another step forward.
It's going to be an interesting storyline if he can, because these races in this series, they get longer and longer, and then a mile and 1/8 would be the next step. What's his limit?
Well, we may find
One
out today.
step at a time.
We might find out what it is today. It's a funny situation that you bring up because he's got to run really well to win the Oaklawn, to go to the Oaklawn race. There are other options, right? They can listen. I mean, they could also, if he doesn't able to finish it, they could think about coming here for the Grade 1 Carter. Would that be the craziest move? But he is a gelding. So I guess it's only really a money situation, not the Grade 1s.
Let's go to Jonathan. Back to Paulie.
Yeah, Greg, I was mentioning earlier in the day, and Richard mentioned it, Mig, about Mike Smith. He had about 6 or 7 delays, and he could not get here to the racetrack. He actually had called me early in the morning. He was stuck in Dallas, and then he had to fly back. And if you're interested, he liked his filly in the last race that he had to take off at Santa Anita that Frankie Dettori is on. But he was telling me about Hero Status. I'm like, why were you coming out here to ride this horse? He said he's a tiny bit quirky. They put blinkers on him, kind of cheater blinkers. And he can sometimes get lost on the front end, and you got to pay attention. And he said he got off the phone. He was able to talk to Francisco Arrieta and just say, listen, sit soft with him, let his natural speed sort of place him. Because sometimes if you push him, he'll just go. So you gotta wait for the right time. And he thinks when I talked to Mike, I said, Mike, where would you think you have a big shot this race? He says, I thought I had a big shot 100%. Now, do I have to step it up? Yes, but this is the time that Mark decided that let's test and see how good this Son of Flatter is.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Mark Glatt, trainer of Hero Status. He's 7-1 right now, the 8-horse. See if he can step up and do it here off that win last out at Santa Anita.
You don't see him ship a lot of horses around either.
No.
Usually he stays at his home base in Southern California.
Seems like the California trainers like shipping to Oaklawn. That's one thing you do see over the years.
600,000 reasons here.
Favorite has been West Will Power throughout. Coming off the bench for a 6-year-old return. Might have a hard time, I think, doing it on the front end like he's been late in his, or to end last season, I should say. It's the Grade 3 Razorback. Here we go, Vic Stauffer.
Hero Status broke best, goes to the front from Law Professor and At the Rail Long Range Toddy. These three go very quick, and now Long Range Toddy and Law Professor will be 1-2. Ginobili comes away running in fourth. Just outside of him is West Will Power and Keystone Field. Last Samurai is second to last, and the trailer is the 10-year-old Rated R Superstar as they turn into the backstretch, and Joel Rosario is going to make a quick and early move with West Will Power as he sends him between Long Range Toddy and Law Professor. So now the new leader up the backstretch in the 64th Razorback Handicap is West Will Power with Law Professor alongside in second. Long Range Toddy is at the rail, less than a length from the front. Ginobili is in and amongst horses. He's fourth with 2.5 to make up. Keystone Field just outside of him. Last Samurai has 5 lengths to make up. He's a length in front of Hero Status, and the trailer is still Rated R Superstar, and the leader is West Will Power. West Will Power 3 furlongs from the money. Law Professor right alongside. These two are matching strides to the quarter pole. They have opened up 3.5 lengths on Long Range Toddy, Ginobili, and Keystone Field. Next, it's Last Samurai, Law Professor, and West Will Power square off at the top of the stretch. West Will Power inside, Law Professor outside. Last Samurai threatens to run a very big race, and here comes Last Samurai in the center of the racetrack, and he is mowing down West Will Power and Law Professor. So Last Samurai is the new leader. West Will Power is back in second. Here is Last Samurai to win the Razorback. Last Samurai beat West Will Power. Law Professor was third. Rated R Superstar finished fourth.
Well, they did this at the meet last year as well. Dwayne Lucas, Willis Horton, and they come up with a big win here with Last Samurai.
It was a big win. He comes down the middle of the track, mows him down. A lot going on in the beginning of the race. Ginobili missed the break a little bit. Kind of knew his race was done into the first turn. You saw Law Professor throw his head about going into the backstretch. Jose Ortiz took too much hold of him, kind of threw his stride off, allowed the 6-horse West Will Power to get that nice kind of sweet trip up the inside of him. But no doubt about Last Samurai, big run with your leading rider, Christian Torres.
You used to do Trips and Traps with me, a show we did here. We went over trips of races, and we spent expensive time playing with races. I would like to do a Trips and Traps on this race, Richie. I think you and I could spend the next 20 minutes dissecting it from start to finish. There were some odd trips. The 4 didn't break. The 6 didn't break that sharply either. The difference being that Joel Rosario sensed how slow the pace was. He saw what Jose Ortiz was doing, and he said, okay, I'm going. And he gave his horse his best chance to win. And Law Professor, who knows? But I don't know why he fought him just because he was in front, because they weren't going fast.
Just put your hands down and allow the horse to get comfortable.
Right, why would you allow the 6 to get into that spot he wants? Once Ginobili didn't break, he had no chance in this race. Does it answer the distance question? Does it really matter? I don't know. And in the meantime, they weren't going that fast. But I'll tell you what, Torres did everything right with this horse, and he came spinning off the inside to make that big run. I would love to show this race over again and to talk about it.
We would need 20 minutes, though, to dissect.
There's a lot going on in this race. And I think in this case, and Joel gave a very good ride considering the situation, the 6, but I think this horse ran very well, and he got an excellent ride. Congratulations, Dwayne Lucas.
Coming out of that Pegasus World Cup Invitational, he's beat by Art Collector. This horse getting really good right now. This is a former Dallas Stewart horse. I mentioned Last Samurai won that Oaklawn handicap last year for this ownership group, Willis Horton. This is a Dwayne Lucas horse. Last Samurai, 5th win of his career, already coming in, was over $1.2 million in earnings. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
I'm with the legend here, Dwayne Lucas with Last Samurai, gets the job done for $600,000. And what a ride here by Christian Torres.
He did a really good job. We just said that if you'd stay in the open, didn't get trapped, behind horses or anything, that we had a shot to win it. And that's just what he did. When he angled out, he kicked it in.
Does this get old, Dwayne?
Oh, I love it. I love it, especially these big ones. But, the whole game is such an up and down deal that you just got to soak these up and take them when they come. And the race before, my horse bolted and went to the outside fence. So it's the elevator goes both ways.
Well, congratulations. We got to see Brad Cox win his 2000th race. Steve Matheson's close to 10,000, and they're all looking up to you.
Well, thanks. I don't know that I have to keep score, but this is the way you keep score by winning these.
Congratulations, and a great ride by Christian Torres. The legend again, Dwayne Lucas gets the job done.
Man who changed this game forever going forward, legendary Dwayne Lucas, still shows he can get some big wins with Last Samurai here in the Grade 3 Razorback.
Revolutionized the game, multiple divisions, horses shipping in and out. They used to call it Dwayne off the plane. He's 87 years old. He had a spill off his lead pony in the morning, broke ribs, and he's back out on his pony and still get done. He is a true legend.
And, you know, this horse was owned by the late Willis Horton, of course, who Wayne Lucas trained for and had that huge win with Will Take Charge, not only winning the Travers, but ending up being 3-year-old of the year. So it's kind of, you know, I'm sure it's bittersweet with him having passed away, but they've had a lot of success together.
Meanwhile, I mean, there's some other really good races that were running here. Only one horse can win it. Did not set up the way we thought early on by any stretch.
And I really give a lot. I think it was a great ride by Joel Rosario, because he's the one rider who sensed what was going on and said, I'm going to do something about this.
Went forward.
Win or lose, he gave him his best chance to win. Others, not so much.
Last Samurai, Dwayne Lucas, Christian Torres with a victory in our ABR race of the week. Well, the prices when we come back here on America's Day at the Races.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front.
It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Standing at Gainesway.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007 we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs has live racing every Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Last Samurai, Dwayne Lucas. For the late Willis Horton, Christian Torres. And what a performance on our ABR Race of the Week.
It was an exciting race to handicap, and we've been talking about it for the last few days. And I really think a whole lot went on here. I'm looking forward to watching the replay. Well, we'll watch it here while we're in the show, not necessarily show it here, because it feels like there were some trips, and I have a feeling the winner just got a spectacular ride as well.
He really did. You saw where he was able to save ground into the stretch before tipping out in the clear. Didn't have to compromise his forward progress. When he switched to his right lead, very strong performance, hands and heels to the wire, never went to the crop. This was a really good performance from this horse. I agree. I think some other horses didn't have the right kind of trip for their styles, and some of them maybe were compromised by tactics. Not Last Samurai. He was good today.
And the fact is, he didn't get a fast pace to close into, so it's not as though they were blistering up front and he just sucked into a pace that collapsed, because nobody else was closing in this race.
It'll be a feel-good story, too, for really all of Oaklawn, from someone who was originally from Zach, Arkansas. passed away back in October of last year, Willis Horton, and a lot of very good ones. You mentioned Will Take Charge for Andy as well. Here's how that cross-country Pick 5 follow-along plays out. $1,448 with that price. Well, the last two races coming in, but certainly the last Samurai, the biggest price in the sequence.
Wow, so that the parlay was about $2,100, maybe even a little less for $2. So $550 for 50 cents, made almost 3 times. And it just shows you get like 1.5 decent prices in there, and it blows it up because you had 2 short prices winning.
I love when he talks about that like that because I have no idea what he's talking about. It's over my head. You're great at math. I'll give it to you.
Everybody has something. I'm good at math and frazzle.
Let's go to Paulie for more.
With winning rider Christian Torres, got to take all the pictures in the infield. Christian, take us through your trip.
He broke a little step slow, and I watched all the replays. He kind of like, sometimes he break good, sometimes he break a step slow, but I watched the replay and I can like panic with him. So he's a horse that he made his way into the race by himself, and I just helped him out a little bit going into the first turn, and he grabbed the bit, and the whole backside he's in the bit and he's taking me. I was just waiting until they open up.
Now, were you expecting the duel up front from the 1 or the 2, or were you expecting some of those other horses to be in front, or what were you seeing in front of you?
Yeah, there was a lot of speed, obviously, in the race. As I studied, there was like 3 horses there, front runner. I know there was going to be a lot of speed in the race, and my horse is a grinder. He keeps coming and coming, so I didn't panic. And going into the first turn, I saw like they were going in a good pace, and I was trying to keep in, the close that I could. And when they opened up and turning for home, when we turned for home, I knew I had him because the way he exploded, he was just awesome.
What's it like to win for a guy like Dwayne Lucas?
Oh God, it's honestly for a guy like me that I just been riding for 3 years, and I grew up watching all the big races and everything. It's like a dream come true to win a big race for him.
Riding for only 3 years, the leading rider, and he just won the Razorback. Christian Torres fans.
That is incredible. I had no idea he'd been riding that short amount of time. And this is
shocking.
We say his name constantly.
He can ride that.
I honestly thought he's been riding for a longer time. He shows so much poise. He's very, very calm. He puts his horses in the right position. 3 years, he's a rising star.
I agree, and I'm looking forward to you and I. We're going to talk about the replay on the show in a little while. I'm not surprised he's leading the way he's riding. And I think a lot of guys are riding there well. Arietta, I think Bray Arado's been riding very well. I think Ricardo has been riding. Nick Juarez has been riding terrific. Castillo's been riding well.
First year going to a new meeting like that, Nick Juarez getting as comfortable as he's gotten right away. That's a difficult thing to do. You're not used to these riders, their habits, riding with them. He's fit right in there.
No, I think I've been impressed with how well he's ridden there.
Quickly, we showed you those odds for the nightcap at Oaklawn. That's still to come. State Bred Maiden Special Sprint, 6 furlongs, a heavy odds-on favorite with Watch This Birdie. That's the 6. Looks like the race goes through her. We'll have more on it when we come back. Stay with us.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, our ABR Race of the Week in the books. And Last Samurai ended the meet last year with that Oaklawn handicap win. That's when he was with Dallas Stewart. Now takes the Razorback with Dwayne Lucas. This horse has been a fun story in Hot Springs.
He's been a fun story, and it's one of the things we talk about with Oaklawn, that comprehensive series of races that they go through to get to that ultimate goal, which would be the Oaklawn Park Handicap. And this horse has shown an affinity, and he's in good form.
Well, you won't have a problem with a mile and an eighth, and he ran very well in here.
Yeah.
We're going to take another look at it. He had no problem with a mile and an eighth last year, certainly when he won the main event at Oaklawn, so we know he can handle it. And you know Dwayne Lucas is not going to shy away, even if he hadn't won this race.
He could run a couple races between now and the Oaklawn handicap.
Probably could. Let's take a look back at the entire thing, because there was so much going on in here.
The first thing is that Ginobili gets left. The winner didn't break that sharply either, and even the 6 wasn't that sharp.
Yeah, but style-wise, it's not going to hurt the winner as much, where, you know, the Ginobili, he's a horse that wants to be free running, so now he's compromised. Now it puts Law Professor in a perfect spot, but look at the hold that Jose Ortiz takes, and he already kind of flips his head around a little bit. Watch when he really throws his head right there.
When you don't see the 4 and 6 going, you know you're not going that fast. And yet Jose seemed like he didn't want to be in the front end. I don't really understand it. And if he had gone forward and not done that, I don't think that Joel could have necessarily moved the 6 into that position. Also, with Ginobili, when West Hills, I'm blanking on his last, West Hill Power. Ginobili wanted to go with him, but he couldn't because he was inside and he couldn't get through on the 1. But now he's between horses and they're not going slow. Joel got in a good position. Ginobili did not.
Yeah, and now here's the thing. Some people say, well, the 2 Law Professor, he had his chance. He was out in the clear. He was moving. But you don't know what it does to a horse when you take that much hold of them. They throw their head back in your face. If it inhibits their breathing, it throws them off their rhythm.
Let's talk about Torres in the 7. He was 2 wide. He was 3 wide, then 2 wide in the first turn. But he settled down the inside. He waited as long as he could. And then he went around when they separated around the 1. He could not have given this horse a reverse trip. And I want to point out once again, he did not break that sharply, this horse.
No.
So I really think the best horse won this race.
I agree. He ran, we were pointing out what we see as subtle trips. Last Samurai is a big, long, striding horse. He got to save ground early with him and worked out that inside-out trip. These are not the kind of horses you can stop and start. So that's why I think this was such a masterful ride. But like you point out, you have to have the vehicle, the horse underneath you to get to those spots. Then you got to make all the right moves with
Right. He put him in the spot, and the horse took him there from the spot he was in. And I think you saw Ginobili, whatever he's going to do, he lost all chance to start.
Yeah.
He was unlucky. He just had no chance. I love the fact that Joel, he reacted to the situation, but he made a proactive move. He realized they were going slow. He saw Jose stay in the horse. I'm going to go and make that. And he did the right thing there. Law Professor, I don't think Jose did the right thing.
Last Samurai had not won since he surprised a lot of people in that Oaklawn handicap last year when he was with Dallas Stewart. He wins again on a big stage, taking a graded stake again in Hot Springs, this time for Dwayne Lucas. What a story in our ABR Race of the Week. Still have the nightcap to come. We're going to get a look at this group ahead. Where we said we expected going into this race there's going to be a very, very short price. Paul LaDuca pointed that out on our production call this morning. Watch this birdie. A very short price right at that 2 to 5 morning line for start number 3 coming up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about a horse that ran buyer figures of 65 and 68, and this is an Arkansas-bred maiden race. I mean, everybody else here is running in the teens and 20s. I mean, unless a firster can run in here, and I mean, I don't know. This horse is just ridiculous. He's going to win by. There is a little money for the 7, and I think a lot of people are wondering why Ricardo Santana would show up on that horse. A first foal from Madame didn't do much running, and maybe that's the one that's going to take some money because of Ricardo.
Bred and owned by a guy that was always in the fight for leading rider there. David Whitehead was one of the top riders at Oaklawn for a number of years.
Wow.
There, you have the 2 Honey Camp who did take some money first time out for a barn that probably doesn't take a lot of money, especially first time out, and the public's abandoned the 2 Honey Camp.
No, but I think that's a good point, Greg. I mean, this horse did get bet that day, and why did he get bet? I don't know. He gets Lasix. Obviously, something went wrong last time, but still, even if things went wrong, I mean, the 6 is only beating himself in here. His 2 races are just, they tower over this field. He's not just likely to win, he's likely to win by a lot.
And it does feel like, unless one of these firsters can really run, I mean, out of what's run, she's a standout, the 6. Watch this birdie.
And, I mean, you look at driving on the outside. There's not much pedigree, but she's not taking any money on the outside. The 10, Rosalie's Destiny, not taking any money whatsoever.
Well, let's take a look at that dirt start from Watch This Birdie and why she's such a heavy favorite. She actually debuted on grass at Colonial Downs. And then December of her 2-year-old campaign. This is her dirt debut, sloppy track, forward throughout in a battle, and just comes up short.
Now, to be fair, it was a sloppy seal track, and that was the only dirt race the horse ran in. And it's in a stern. That's a turf pedigree. If you want to look at I'm just trying to come up with things you want to think about.
Yeah, turf sprinter, Australian horse.
Maybe the slop made this horse run a little bit better. The horse that won the race got a 66 buyer, came back and ran a 56 and 59. So I don't know if it's a number you think necessarily is going to be that predictive going forward, but still, this horse could literally run in the 40s and still be the favorite to win this race. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah, that's part of the reason you're seeing 1 to 2. There's just not a lot of other options in here.
I think you pointed out the most interesting horse in Honey Camp, Greg.
Yeah, that's the 2 at 19 to 1. Maybe even create a little value, go 6-2 exacta.
I like it.
We'll have a post parade when we come back. Watch This Birdie. It looks like it is her race to lose and maybe over and done already. We'll be back.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The road to the Kentucky Derby starts with Naira Bets. Earn a cash bonus throughout the Triple Crown Trail. Hit a $5 win bet on select races and split $1,000 on each race. Opt in at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Feature in the books in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The nightcap still to come. We're going to get to the post parade here in just a moment, where we have a 1 to 2 favorite in Watch This Birdie. And a lot of times, you try and look for alternatives. It's tough to see one here.
I'm going to say something that people can laugh at. They laugh at lots of things I say. I think this horse is value at 1 to 2.
Here's Magnolia May kicking off the post parade.
Well, I just don't see anything in the races that makes her remotely competitive.
Honey Camp, this is the filly that took money in that debut for Al Cates.
Yeah, did take money first time, was muddy track, now gets Lasix in a fast track.
Pat's Gal, blinkers on for start number 3.
It's just run twice and just an absolutely no running.
Same can be said for this one in the debut.
Yeah, adds blinkers after not breaking particularly well, but would have to really improve.
Dowdy, trained by Randy Morse.
Well, this horse's first race is good enough. There has been some moisture in the track, but the next 2 races have been catastrophically bad.
Yeah, good point there, 13 to 1. Here's the big favorite at 1 to 2.
Yeah, I mean, she's just run faster than anything else and will be tough.
At least done nothing wrong here. First-time starter.
Right. I think some will say this horse is a live one. I think this horse is being bet because Ricardo Santana is riding. But then again, why is he riding this horse?
Featurette has not beat a horse in 2 starts.
Yeah, those 2 races leave a lot to be desired.
Here's Brooks All In.
Her 18 buyer in her 1 race makes her a contender for second.
You're not kidding,
I'm
actually.
serious.
That's why we're seeing 1 to 2 with the 6. First time that's probably ever been said. Rosalie's Destiny, 39 to 1.
Yeah, not taking any money and comes in off a slow, steady work tab.
Diamond Grand, here's the 11 at 27 to 1.
Why is this horse 27 to 1? This horse at least ran a 32 buyer. It was down at Remington, though, but beats Harkey Breds for the first time.
And a first-time starter on the outside for Danny Pish.
Yeah, another one not taking a lot of money. Gets a tough post for a first-time starter out there in no man's land.
Here's one for you. The 12 Driving and the 10 Rosalie's Destiny are both bred by Starfish Stable. Starfish Stable only has one of them.
Now, look, you have a 1 to 2 favorite, but this is a race with everyone else in here where you can still create value underneath. Absolutely, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know what value, but I think you can try to find something. I bet a 6-2 Exacta Cold. That's what I did. I think the options I would see for finishing second here are the 2, maybe the 5, and the 11. So how about 6 over 2, 5, 11 is the try.
So, 6-2 Exacta.
14, I think.
Yeah, $14.50
for
right now.
Right? For $1, right?
$14.50 for $1.
Okay, I like that idea. I like 6 over 2, 5, 11. I think why not the 11? Why? It was at Remington, but still the figure was fast enough.
Well, now also getting with Arkansas Breds, and just, put it in proper perspective for people. Arkansas Breds made up about 1.5% of the entire North American foal crop. So the gene pool you're competing with is obviously much smaller.
Right, you can't expect the horses. They are who they are, and obviously this is the track in Arkansas, so they're going to feature a lot of Arky bred races. They get big fields, and at the end of the day, if you cash a bet, I don't care where they were bred. I don't care what their buyer figure was when I'm cashing. I may care later what the buyer figure was, but you can pick winners, and some of these races you can find horses that really don't look good on paper that have a chance to win.
You don't care about pedigrees like Carryback by Saggy out of Joppy.
Right.
We saw a couple of really good though Arkansas breds at this meet last. Garhole, one of my favorites, a good sprinter. Wayland Springs, another good Arkansas bred sprinter.
Who is the greatest Arkansas bred ever? No double.
There you go.
Actually won the Met Mile.
Really?
Arkansas bred.
1 to 2 favorite here, Jonathan. Any alternatives to the favorite?
No, not to win. I mean, look, it's horse racing, and things can happen in terms of breaking slow and trouble in traffic. But I mean, I really honestly feel like the 6 they could hold the 6 in the gate for 3 seconds. It's probably too long. 2 seconds and he'd still win. But I do think the 7's a little bit interesting. The fact that Ricardo Santana gets drawn to ride for connections that are only 8%. 6 out of 73 starts for the trainer. I think that Ricardo showing up here is a little bit of a sign that maybe this horse can run a little bit. So maybe this filly is Count It All Joy is one that you might want to use underneath. But this is the type of horse, the 6, watch this birdie, you want to get alive to and pick 5s. You want to get alive to and pick 6s, pick 4s, maybe a double or a pick 3 opinions that you have earlier. I prefer to try to pick who's going to win. When it comes to exactas and tries, things can get a little bit tricky. But I do think that I would use the 7 as the type of horse you'd want to use underneath Count It All Joy.
And by the way, so even if Watch This Birdie does win, the 1 to 2 favorite, pick 5, coming back over $1,000, almost $1,100.
The horses value 1 or 2 versus the double. The double's like $22.80 for $2, and the last winner paid 18 and change. So based on that, this horse is supposed to be 1 to 5. Big value. Listen, a horse can be value at 1 to 2 and be bad value at 15 to 1. It's to your chance to winning this race. And considering, we've seen some 3 to 5 shots there. I mean, think about even money on the Steve Asmussen horse that ran when we first came on the show, Greg, earlier today. This horse is a lot more likely to win this race than that horse was.
Without question.
And I think that, there's this thought that it has to be a big price to be value. No, it has nothing to do with the size of the odds. And the other thing is, he goes down to 2-5. The last races of the day, the favorites tend to be slightly higher prices because there's that feeling from people, I got to get out.
Right.
As though there's not races to bet tomorrow, right?
Right, and you're not going to get out with a 2-5 shot, so you're trying to make somebody else bet.
Something Harvey Pack used to talk about, he absolutely was right about it. You will see better prices on favorites, especially shorter prices in last races. Sometimes.
I have to say, the 5 Dowdy has made a really nice impression, at least on TV, watching this horse warm up. And the first race was so good, but what happened in the 2 subsequent starts?
I mean, listen, I'm not looking to make a big excuse, but there was at least a little moisture in the track. Other than that, I can't make a possible excuse.
At least there's that. At least there's something to go on, though.
Well, you saw ability there, at least in the first start.
No, I agree. I mean, listen. As I said, I used him in my tries. I'm taking an opposite approach to Jonathan. I think the 7's getting bet because Ricardo Santana's riding. So I think he might be the horse that's creating value for other horses in this race. I may be wrong, but I think he's taking money not because he's a live firster, but because Ricardo is riding.
Right, you're getting Ricardo Santana, who's always one of the leading riders there. But he's also riding for David Whitehead. Now, jockeys, even if you don't get along with the guy, there's like a fraternity. And if a former rider, hey, I bred this filly, I own her, would you ride her for me? You're not going to say no.
The likelihood that there's a big story on this horse seems pretty slim. I could be wrong, but he seems slim. So for me, I'm going to try to beat him and hope I can with the right horses behind him if this horse doesn't run. Because the reality is that horse is 8-1, so he's taken about 10% of the betting in the race. That's a way to sort of, get a
I love when he does
a
this.
chance.
I love when he does
That's
math.
not that hard.
There's Honey Camp moving in. This one, at least there's some upside in terms of often you can toss a debut. Horse was expected to have at least a little ability getting bet.
Mud. It's the old track.
Yeah. Wet track, first time for the debut. Regroup, see what happens here. But
also gets Lasix for the first time. Sometimes maybe the horse, had an episode where she had some issues, and the Lasix will help.
Well, she ran as a 2-year-old last
I guess you could say, you could look at the 4 even, right? And say second start for the 4, adds blinkers, got off to a slow beginning.
Took a little money first time.
There's the 6
But
stepping
at Oaklawn, 2-year-olds can run on Lasix in that jurisdiction. They kind of march to the beat of their own drum, Andy.
Watch this birdie, the 6. Should be out in front early. We'll see if she can take him gate to wire. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
They're off. Awkward start. Hey there, Joji Girl. Dowdy and Magnolia May with Watch This Birdie, these 3 quickest. Featurette, Honey Camp, and Diamond Grand. Then Count It All Joy, Brooks All In, and Pat's Gal. Driving and the slow starting Hey There, Georgie Girl. And the trailer is up the backstretch, Rosalie's Destiny. 3 across the track into the far turn. Dowdy between horses. Magnolia May at the rail. And Watch This Birdie. 3 wide and right there, these 3 across the track. 3 lengths further back to Count It All Joy for Ricardo Santana. And she's coming after the front runners. 5 now to Honey Camp and Diamond Grand. Pat's Gal and Hey There, Joji Girl are next. Top of the stretch, Watch This Birdie and Dowdy. These 2 now kick on. Dowdy's inside of Watch This Birdie. The whip is out on Watch This Birdie, and Dowdy's going right with her. Count It All Joy is now 2.5 from the front. Magnolia May's at the rail. Watch This Birdie and Dowdy. Dowdy is now in front of Watch This Birdie, who has dropped back. Magnolia May is moving through at the rail, and Watch This Birdie is all out to hit the board, and I don't think she's going to. Dowdy has the lead. Magnolia May then to the outside, and Hey There, Joji Girl. Dowdy in front. Dowdy won by 3 1/4. Magnolia May was second. It's close for third between Diamond Grand and Hey There, Joji Girl.
Dowdy ran very good in the debut back as a 2-year-old and then flopped at a couple of races on wet race tracks. Huge upset here at 15-1, beating a 1-5 favorite.
Huge upset who didn't even hit the board.
That horse was terrible. I mean, at the end of the day, I guess that horse is a turf-bred horse that does not want a dirt track because he looked like she was cruising along and she had nothing. And this horse back to a fast track gets it done easily. The 4 you mentioned they were going the gate, that horse was unlucky because that horse got completely left.
Magnolia May winds up second and near the 1.
Was there a bridge jumper?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what kind of show prices, if there was.
I'm going to look right now. There was $213,000 bet to show on this horse out of $326,000. So not huge, but yes.
I believe the 4 getting third, who had that awful beginning and looked like race over from there, actually runs on to get third. It looks like it was very close. Dowdy at 15-1, a 1-5 favorite, defeated in the finale. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, big Saturday ahead for our colleague Tom Amos. Got Curly Jack of the Derby Trail and Hoosier Philly on the Oaks.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Be part of the action. Third and final leg of the Triple Crown Test of the Champion, June 10th this year. The Belmont Stakes. You do not want to miss it. Tickets on sale now at belmontstakes.com. Still one of my best memories in this sport, being in the winner's circle with Meg, watching the drought end with American Pharoah.
Yeah, that was, what a day that was. It was so exciting, and Andy and I were both there for Triple Crown winners, and
2 of them.
Besides dating ourselves, it was just fun to see that it actually could be done again.
We saw a lot of opportunities. It's kind of amazing mathematically that none of those horses came through, and there were some tough beats in there as well.
Yep.
Back at Oaklawn, you just never know in this sport. Nothing is a given, and a 1-5 favorite defeated. Superfecta potentially of a lifetime here. We have 45-1 shot in fourth to close it out. Dowdy at 15-1 with the upset win.
And the favorite just came up empty. As it turns out, this is not a dirt horse. Now, to be fair, she ran so badly, maybe something went wrong, but back on a dry track, I guess, with Dowdy.
Yeah, Dowdy was always taking Martin Garcia the right way. Looked like the 7, Counted All Joy, the first two at Ricardo Santana, was traveling well. Then she kind of jumped her right lead early and blew the turn a little bit and then flattened out. But Dowdy ran back to her original effort and found her form. I mean, good run from her.
There were show payoffs with the... You know, it's interesting. There was $213,000 bet to show on the favorite, but it was only 2/3 of the pool. So other people really went in, so it's sort of weird.
$2 payoff for that pick 5 came back about $42,900, I believe.
And you had it, right?
Did not play that one this afternoon. Would have liked to have
I would
had
not
it.
have had it.
Big Saturday on the road to that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby, with the Risen Star taking place out at Fairgrounds. Take a look at what lies ahead for some of the top 3-year-olds in the land.
I'm going to lose a little money on the 2 Phils in there. The Phil's horse. And also that Baffert horse, the horse that's to Steve Asmussen now. They switched to.
Here's a look at the field. It's going to line up victory formation. Undefeated at this point. Figure-wise, I would think needs to take a move forward. It's a Brad Cox runner. He probably will.
I don't like those. I don't like those. I think this is a much, much, much more competitive field. He was allowed to sort of waltz along in the front end last time. I think he's a good bet against. I think 2 Phils is dangerous, and I'm scared of Harlow Cap.
Well, here's his win on this Marty Jones against stablemate Angel of Empire, he's going to face again. This was on New Year's Day.
Yeah, Angel Empire, a PA bred that improved dramatically from a speed figure standpoint. I want to see it again from this horse. I think he's a very vulnerable favorite. Richie, any thoughts?
No, I mean, he was impressive, but he got to control things. Is that going to happen? I like Curly Jack.
Not impossible. I agree.
I liked his race here in the Kentucky Jockey Club. A young horse to be in a kind of bottled up, compromising position, never really getting free until late, and then finishing with interest. I think he showed a lot of courage. And then he's been off since November, so how much did he grow up? How much did he change? I mean, that's an always interesting thing for me to watch, how horses develop.
I don't think he's impossible at all. I'd rather bet him at a big price than the current 1-9 on Hoosier Philly.
That's what, Hoosier Philly has opened up at the Philly that Tom Amos has talked about as being the absolute best he's ever had, and better than Serengeti Empress, who won the Kentucky Oaks for him a few years back. She's been very good to this point. She's undefeated. 3-year-old debuts coming up.
I hope that she turns out to be as good as Tom has suggested she is. I want to see her on the racetrack. I think Chop Chop is easily as likely to win this race as Hoosier Philly based on what I've seen, but I'm rooting for Tom. But I don't think it's going to be as easy as some people think.
You believe it's just a 2-horse race?
No, I think the outside horse, the New York bred, could be the controlling speed. I think that horse is dangerous as well, switching to Todd Fletcher.
Big, long, striding daughter of Into Mischief, though. She does look good winning easily there.
Best of luck to everyone. Road to the Oaks and Derby coming up out at Fairgrounds. We're back to tomorrow. FS2 coverage starts at 2 Eastern time. In the Lightning City, was trained to Artemis, just dominant on the grass again. In the Turf Dash, Chessmaster wasn't expected to be on the front end, a race with a ton of speed. Took command and never looked back. Meanwhile, in the heavily prized Frost Points, Bill Mott, Philly, with the upset score. And then the Razorback Last Samurai for D. Wayne Lucas. We'll see you tomorrow.